Yo, 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 what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob. Got a co-host here, AB Promotions, and we back. We back with another stream. Yeah, definitely. Shout out to you, bro. Good to have you back on again. Same old, you already know we about to finish up this little review of Roly Poly and Sabby Sabbs, and then get into some stuff a little bit later, man. You know what it is?
I feel it. I definitely appreciate you having me back.
Oh, for sure.
It feel real good. You know what I mean? So yeah, let's get at it.
Let's get at it. All right. So shout out to everybody who's in the comment section. Hopefully you guys can hear both of us okay. If you guys can, please make sure that you guys give us a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you can't, give us a thumbs down or an angry face, and we'll try to get the sound together. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that's in the building early. All right. We got Unsunken One, and make sure you guys do that survey to make sure if you got notifications or not, so we know. Shout out to Carlton Way. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all throw some like enforcers in the chat for Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to No Longer Asleep, PD That Remains, my man DC Precise. All right, it's good to see y'all.
What's going on, guys?
We about to get back into it, man. So tell them about where we're gonna start back off at and why we starting back off here.
So yeah, last time we left off from around when Sabby was getting to the point where Roland entered her chat, right? So yeah, she's about to explain that part right there, him entering her chat and putting his little 2 cents into her Instagram comments, right? So that's
All right, bet. Let's get it. All right, so I'm about to run this video. Let me know when you want me to stop or not.
All right.
All right, bet.
Talking to the roly-po. Nobody. Roland comes in and inserts himself into this conversation. I think he thought he was going to ratio me, but it did not work that way. Okay, 3.1K likes. He came in 789 likes. This is what Roland Martin had to say. And you pushing the same hot sauce bullshit. Stories were done a decade before about her love of hot sauce. That ain't new. And your family didn't establish the rules on washing collard greens, but hers did. What you know about my family, Roland? Hers did. Did I say my family made the rule? No, I was trying to prove a damn point. And he knows the point that I was trying to make. She's not from the culture.
Hey, if y'all agree with her that she's not from the culture, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Go ahead, bro.
I felt that part was like powerful right there. You know what I mean? Especially her that pause, like, yo, what you know about my family? We're not friends on Twitter, whatever it's called. You know, I'm not on these things like that. But you know, why are you inserting yourself into my business? You know what I mean? I'm talking. I'm doing my thing. You go do your thing. You're inserting yourself into something that don't concern you. Why? Right. So and like I said before in a previous video, like Roland knows that he's irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? So he has to insert himself to make himself relevant. You know what I mean? To the people that are relevant. You know what I'm saying? It is painfully obvious that people are not getting their information like how they used to. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's basically one aspect of it. But we could keep it rocking, you know.
Yeah, facts. I agree.
And you know, that was a gunshot. That's why I played the gunshot. You know
yeah, I heard them clips dropping on the ground.
She like, you know, your he's saying your family didn't invent how to make greens or whatever, and she got a good point. She's saying and her family did. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm just trying to figure out where he was getting talked to that he decided to just go and insert himself onto the tweet.
That's a great point. Nobody was talking to him.
Yeah,
nobody.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, but we could keep it rocking. Matter of fact, we might even have to skip some parts. You know what I'm saying? Because this video, you guys, you know, if you guys don't follow Sabby, go follow her channel. Like I said, I don't agree with everything that she does, but she does really good content. And, you know, this was really, in my opinion, this was funny, roasting Martin. I just had to break this video down a little bit.
Yeah, facts.
But we can go, we can skip some parts. If,
what timestamp you want to move to? We could just run it. Let's just run it.
Yeah,
we'll get there. All right, bet.
And that's fine. It is what it is. But she should just say that and stop avoiding the question on interviews when people ask you, oh, well, Donald Trump said that you're not black. She's like, I'm just going to say next question. Okay. I don't know any black American that would sit there. If somebody said to your face that you're not black, I don't know any black American that would sit there and just pretend like next question.
Yo.
So think about that.
Go ahead, bro.
Real quick. Pertaining to our last video, somebody left a comment in the comment section talking about her admitting that she was black, and I was thinking to myself, like, I can't name one instance that that she has claimed to be black. It's other people claiming that she's black for her. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, like for real.
Like,
there might be something that we might not know about because everybody hasn't seen every single clip, but does anybody have any clips or any place where she's ever actually answered the question or actually claimed it? I know she came real close to it on the Breakfast Club when she was on there with Charlamagne, but that's about the closest that I've ever seen as far as her diving into that particular topic.
Right. I haven't seen it at all.
Yeah.
You know, usually when that question is asked, it seems that she does her best to avoid it.
Yeah. And I don't know what's so difficult about a straight answer unless there's something weird with your answer.
Let your yay be yay and your nay be nay. Yes or no. Like, what's so hard about that?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
we can keep it rocking.
All right, bet.
People can't be falling for this again. They did this with you, with Obama, and then now, you know, they trying to do this with Kamala Harris. And people need to know what they're actually getting. And this wouldn't even be an issue if the Democratic Party didn't have her running on, I am a black woman.
Right.
And the reason why they're doing that is because she has no policy. She has no platform on her website still today.
Now, here go the thing, right? If you have an issue with this particular point that she just said, then that's the issue that Ice Cube is going through. And that's the issue that a lot of people go through. If you have an issue with those particular things, all of a sudden you must be MAGA.
Yo, bro, tell me what's going on with the Ice Cube situation, because I haven't heard about it.
Oh, you're going to have to watch it.
You're going to make me watch it.
You're going to have to watch it. If you want to know about the Ice Cube situation, like a good YouTuber says, you got to watch it all the way through to the end.
Oh, shit. Yo, that's messed up, man. You messed up, bro. Yo, damn you, man. You got your damn nerve, man. I swear. Man. You know,
All right,
I can't get the cliff notes. All right.
Can't get the cliff notes. Can't get the. You'll get them tomorrow.
That's cool.
All right, bet.
So, yeah, but that's a great point. What you just said. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't. Like I said, I don't know exactly what Cube was going through or whatever, but Sabby, you know, she's on the ball.
Yeah, facts. Now here goes my question. Queen. Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Throw some liking forces in the chat. Yeah, hell yeah. So here goes my question. How are we not a monolith if anytime any instance like this happens, there's always some type of explosive jump out the window to make somebody go in the same direction as everybody else? How are we not a monolith if that doesn't constantly happen all the time?
That's a good question. I don't know, man. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's facts, bro. That's facts. All right, you want me to run it?
Yeah.
All right, bet.
So they're running on her identity, not on policy. And then they're telling all of you that if you don't support her, then you're anti-black or you're misogynist. Well, I'm a black woman, boo.
Or you're MAGA.
Mm-hmm. You're definitely Republican for sure.
Right.
You're Republican.
Or you're a coon. All of those things, all of the above. If in the comment section, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
I haven't got the coon thing yet, but I think when I do get it, I think I probably would feel like I made it.
Right.
Somebody go in my comment section and be like, yeah, you're a coon. I'm like, yes, I made it.
Shout out to the chat. Like, I think in the members chat, we got the coonologist emojis. Throw some coonologist emojis in the chat. Shout out to Crew Reality. What's good with it, bro? I think we got some coonologist emojis in the chat. So let's get them.
Man, James Earl Jones, man. Crew Reality, man. James Earl Jones, man.
Yeah.
I'm sad, man. Like this a little tangent right here, but
yeah, for sure, bro.
Yeah, James Earl Jones is like one of the best, man, and just his body of work, man, is like second to none, man. One of the greats, actors and performers. Like he did stage plays and stuff like that also.
Yeah.
You know? So
yeah.
This is I know he lived a long life, 93 years old, man. Anybody would be blessed to live that long. And you also said it like, yo, a lot of people don't even get there, especially black people. But yeah, man, I'm sad. You know, it's funny how you could feel for somebody that you've never met, like you feel like you know them and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, like you don't know him, but
right.
Being that he been an actor for 60 years. You know what I'm saying? Some people have literally like grown up with James Earl Jones.
Right.
It's like how some people grew up with Wheel of Fortune, or some people grew up watching Jeopardy. Like, man, my grandparents used to always have them old school TV shows on in the living room. Right. I watched all kind of Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune and all kind of, I mean, they just had all that stuff on. The TV was just constantly on in every room. That's back when electricity wasn't ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, all that stuff, we grew up with it. It was like impressed into our memory. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Shout out to Rolanda.
R.I.P. James Earl Jones, man, for real.
Yeah, big facts.
Shout out to Rolanda.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to Rolanda for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Get the money, y'all. There's poor people around. I'm rich, bitch.
Definitely appreciate it. Alonda says, BLR, thank you for breaking that story about James Earl Jones. Oh, for sure, for sure. If you guys haven't checked out that video about James Earl Jones, make sure y'all go over there and check it out. It's a short one. It's only about a half hour long. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that kind of hit me, and I was right where I could get a video up real quick. So I was like, man, let me just say something about this because, you know what I'm saying, people might not know. But yeah, that was sad, man. That was really sad. And James Earl Jones, for the most part, I don't really know the intricate details of his life. I don't know for sure. But, you know, these things kind of stick out and you always remember this kind of stuff. But I'm pretty sure James Earl Jones is one of those people that went in clean and has left out clean. I don't think there's any dirt on his name.
Right. Nah. Yeah. He was like straight lace, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, he was working almost to the end. Like he was in Coming to America Part 2, even though that was really, really low budget or whatever. But he still was in that movie with Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And yeah, he was still working.
Yeah, facts. Super facts. And shout out to everybody that's watching, man. I appreciate you guys.
My son works.
Yeah, right. We got 23 people watching and we got 18 likes. Let's try to get the likes to 40. All right, bro. I'm gonna run it. All right. Let me know when you want me to stop.
And I'm not anti-black, and I damn sure as hell am not misogynist. So miss me with all of that. Okay. So Roll the Pole comes in here. You know, he got to bring up the hot sauce stuff. He mad because I mentioned the hot sauce thing because that was his friend, Hillary Clinton, because I brought up Hillary Clinton. And that's a problem because Roland Martin no longer works at TV1 because Roland Martin was leaking questions to Hillary Clinton. His buddy, his pal.
So now check this out, right? I do want to stop it on this point because I think it's hilarious that when it comes to this upcoming debate, which is tomorrow, Donald Trump said that he doesn't like the ABC network. And one of his issues with the ABC network is that he feels that the ABC network will leak the questions in advance to the candidate that they're more biased towards, which the thing is they try to blow that off as if it's not a concern. Right. But what you see is that they don't even acknowledge that Roland Martin did that with Hillary Clinton in that particular debate.
Well, isn't that the reason why he's basically excommunicated because he gave those questions and answers to?
No, I think he ended up getting in trouble wherever he was because of some LGBTQ comments that he made.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Which is hilarious because then fast forward to today,
right? Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, you would think a person in his situation probably have to take whatever you can get.
Whatever you can get, yeah. Bottom feeder type. Right. no, you know, yeah. No Diddy, whatever.
Right. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like,
he go grocery shopping a little different than we
man.
do. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, that was crazy.
A little bit different.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, bro. I'm gonna run it. Tell me when to stop.
Okay. All right.
You don't want this rolling. You don't want this right now, you know? And so I even said, and I've said this to him before, you don't want to come here. You don't want to come here. I said, you are a shill for a party that has done nothing for Black people but pander and virtue signal.
Okay.
As I said before, Roland, you are more than welcome to have this conversation with me. Will you run from me like you did Jamal Green? Come on the show, Roland. What are you afraid of?
Gunshot.
Right.
What are you afraid of, Roland?
Now, why won't he come on her show? I think that he should come on her show and debate her. She be having people on the show.
He's not gonna come on. He's not gonna come on her show. He already knows that he done messed up. You know what I mean? You know you done fucked up, right?
Right.
You know you done fucked up. Like, yeah, like she's cooking him. You know what I mean? Because everybody know his personality or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you're in her comment section. She's not even talking to you. Now she's giving you that work.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the video that Sabby does, she's gonna show Roland Martin's oh shit face when he saw when he saw Jamal Green, that oh shit face. Everybody know the oh shit face when them eyeballs start bucking.
Yeah.
She gonna show it at the end of the video. I think that's what time step is that? The oh shit is like 24-minute mark or whatever. It's at the end of the video, but yeah, she gonna show it. Like, that's bro, hilarious. Man, you coming for people that's not even like talking to you,
right?
You know what I mean? You're trying to make yourself relevant, when you're not anymore. You
Right.
done had your time. You know
Right.
what I mean? It's time to pass. It's time to pass the baton.
I don't even think don't nobody even want the baton from him because he wasn't doing the same kind of thing that I think people trying to do nowadays. Like
right.
I don't know what
he
was doing.
I'm gonna take that into I'm gonna take that into account. You're right. I need to change my terminology. Probably not a baton. I don't know what else. Whatever. He needs to step aside. Yeah.
Right.
Let me say that he needs to step aside. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Exactly. All right, bro. I'm running. Tell me when to stop.
All right.
Come have this conversation with me face to face. I don't care. Come have this conversation with me face to face. Let's talk about this. Let's talk it out. Roland doesn't want to do that. Roland still wants to be friends with Donna Brazell, DNC chair, liar. He still wants to be in the Democrat Party club.
Hey, Rob.
Even though they booted him from mainstream media, they booted him from corporate media. They got rid of him at CNN.
Oh, look, man, look, see, Sabby got that. That's that. I'm 2 seconds away from busting you in your head. Look.
Right. She going in like she like, yo, like you done started something you can't finish. You know what I'm saying? But she basically brings up the Donna Brazil or whatever in the DNC. And like I just did a video a couple days ago with Nina Turner when she had the Nina. You know I mean, Nina Turner had the Nina. She was just busting at everybody. You know what I'm saying? And you know, she was basically, you know, saying, well, she was saying that the DNC is a private corporation, and you know, we got to sit back and think about that sometimes. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, who does a private corporation serve? It's not serving the people.
Right.
You know,
see, like Sabby Sabbs, it's like unspoken stuff that people don't talk about that they know exists, but they don't talk about it because they too cool. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like Sabby Sabbs is that type of black person that Sabby Sabbs grew up in the suburbs. You know what I'm saying? She educated. She you know what I'm saying? Like she's well spoken. She got a career, but she grew up in a actual black family.
Right.
And she's the type of person that is real professional, real business oriented under normal circumstances. But when she confronted with something, she's the type of person that can turn all the way up instantaneously. And you'd be like, you a completely different person. Like, who is you? Right. Like, it's fighting. She fighting to keep Sabrina inside of her right now. You can see it right on her face, like them face muscles is the only thing stopping Sabrina from coming right out.
Yo, that's a great observation. That you're right. Like, She could flip a switch. You know what I'm saying? Right now, she's almost switching it. You know what I'm saying?
It's there. So, yeah. You see how the whole face is smooth, but right over her nose is that little wrinkle crease right there.
Bro, she was there when she was like, "What do you know about my family?" You know what I mean? Like at that part, she was about to flip the switch. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
I know people like that. I know you know what I'm saying, like a bunch of people like that. That's, you know, they kind of grew up, you know, in the suburbs or whatever, but like they got an actual black family, you know what I'm saying? Right. So like, you know, how they grew up is how they present themselves in the world. But like when it's time to get on some raw energy type stuff, it's a different person that you ain't never seen before. You like, whoa, who is this? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Right. Yep. Definitely. But yeah, I ain't trying to be. I bet you I would put money on it too. I bet you Sabby could fight.
I don't know, maybe.
Man, listen, I bet you she can throw them hands. I would not doubt it.
Sabby kind of do seem a little sweet. Like
she seems like the type that's the most normal person in the world. But if you mess with her, and and she tell you to stop, and you don't stop, and she keep telling you to stop, she gonna beat you down worse than you would get beat down in the street, and you be like, I don't even know where this came from. She I played volleyball for 17 years. You know what I'm saying? Like that type. I'll spike your head. You know what I'm saying?
Right, that do sound like that. That's funny.
Oh man. All right, let's get it.
Then they got rid of him at TV One, but he still wants to be in the club. And he wants to be able to shake Hillary Clinton's hand. He wants to be able to dance the two-step with Beyonce. He wants to be able to do the electric slide with Michelle Obama. Roland still wants to roll.
He is the greatest dancer ever, man. I'm telling you.
I've never been in those circles.
The best tap dancer.
Yo, man, that soft shoe was mean. That soft shoe was mean, man.
You saying they should come out with some Nike Air Force Rollins?
Nah, he just needs some penny loafers. You know what I'm saying? Some Scooby Doos. He'll be all right.
Some Scooby Doo-Doos.
Some Scooby Doo-Doos. Shit, yep. That's exactly what he did. You know what I
That's
mean?
hilarious.
For sure.
All right, bro. I'm gonna run
Yeah,
it.
so
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. You
all
got
right,
something?
yeah. We can run it.
All right, bet.
With those people. I've never been in those elite bubble circles. Roland has been there for years, and he still wants to be there. Still want to be there. And we talk about people pretending to be something that they're not. Why is Kamala Harris changing her accent in Detroit?
Oh, bro.
All of a sudden.
We got to talk about that. I didn't want to actually shout out to DeAndre. Make sure y'all show DeAndre some love. Throw some liking forces in the chat. Definitely appreciate the like enforcement.
That like button, y'all. Thanks.
Yo, I had some other streams that I had to do tonight because I wanted to because I got some stuff I got to do in the morning before that debate. But I might actually I might have to line up a couple more streams because I had these streams that we was going to talk about her facial expressions. Did you know that like Kamala Harris laughing has been trending on the internet?
No, nah.
Yeah, bro, it's been trending. You know what I'm saying? Like
hilarious.
Yeah, it is. Like, man, there's wild stuff going on out here, man. I just ain't got time for it all, and I'm like irritated.
Bro,
I'm like, yo, I got to get this together.
You need to slow down, man. You got your foot on the gas, man. It's hard to keep up with you, bro. Like you just moving all over the place, man. I'm like, yo, but I like the work ethic, man.
That's what I said. That's what I was saying earlier in that James Earl Jones stream. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes you just kind of get artistic into your work ethic, and you know what I'm saying, you just get on a groove. You know what I'm saying? That's how I be. Like, I just be on how they be having them thumbnails with the people with the red eyes. That's how my eyes be, and I'm just on it.
Right.
Like, it is what it is. Laser.
So,
you know what I'm saying?
Just keep going and going and going, bro.
Facts.
Like, you sleep. I go to sleep. I wake up. You still online? Like, oh shit.
Right, and I'm getting stuff done at the crib too. Like, man, I be doing a lot. You be surprised how much I be doing in between. Y'all be like, man, what's wrong with you, bro? Like,
so you saying you're gonna do you're gonna tweet something in about what's trending?
The facial expressions, yeah, because it go hand in hand with the laughter and it goes hand in hand with the debate tactics. Because I'm interested to see how this debate gonna go tomorrow.
Now I did mention the other day, I think that is that laughter is a nervous tick used like you didn't want to psychoanalyze it, and I get it, but
I just don't want to give her credit. Now I'm not saying that it couldn't be, because it absolutely could be, but I just don't want to throw that out there as a statement because for one, like she's never said it, and there could be other things that we could observe that we could pin closer to an actual root cause with like definitive evidence instead of just making an assumption. You know what I'm saying?
That's fair enough. I get it.
Yeah, I'm OCD, bro. Everything is like it's not down to like the little micro piece. I'm not going.
Right.
All right, bro. You want me to run it?
Yeah, we can run it.
All right, bet.
I want to get into that a little bit. I want to get a little bit into that Ice Cube situation because I don't know what the hell is going on. But
we can if you want to. We right here where Kamala Harris about to do the accent.
Yeah, let's get a little bit of the accent.
All right, bet.
It just changes. Now, this is not to say what she's saying isn't important. She's talking about what unions have done, which is true, what she says here. But all of a sudden, I felt like I was listening to somebody else. Listen to this.
For generations in Detroit and across our nation, the brothers and sisters of labor have stood together to righteously demand fair pay, better benefits, and safe working conditions. And let me say, every person in our nation has benefited from that work. Everywhere I go, I tell people, look, you may not be a union member. You better thank a union member.
You better thank one.
Excuse me? Where is this coming?
You better thank you better type in the comment section. Thank you, union member.
Yo, what like where's that coming from? You know
Look,
what I mean? Like,
hey, Anton Dodson was in the crowd that day, and when she said that, he stood up and said,
"So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real."
That's right. Oh. Man, and the thing is that like it's not like everybody caught on to that. Like, why are you doing that?
Right. I'll tell you why.
Just like a woman. It's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga, Reaper keep it 1,000.
Kept it 1,000 right there.
Yeah, Reaper keeps it 1,000. I don't want no problems with the weekend at all. 1,000. All right.
Oh man, that's hilarious. All right, bro. You ready? Want me to run it?
Yeah.
All right, bet.
Coming from? Who is this speaking? It gets worse. Wait for it. Wait a minute. Watch this.
Not be a union member? You better thank a union member. For the 5-day work week? You better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. You better thank a union member for vacation time.
Just like a woman. It's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman.
When union wages go up,
keep it 1,000.
everybody's wages go up. When union workplaces are safer, every workplace is safer.
She just sounds
When unions are strong, America is strong.
You know what she should have been? And this is gonna sound bad because it's gonna get twisted and people are gonna just say it's misogyny, but it's not. It's literally just because of the function of what she does.
Right.
She should have been a cheerleader, bro. She should have been a cheerleader. And the reason why I'm saying that is because like anything that somebody told her to say or do, she will support that and she'll go behind that. She'll be somebody that goes to a completely different team and supports that different team. You know what I'm saying? Like she'd be a great cheerleader. But as far as like standing on something on her own or stand on a team with longevity, doesn't seem like she has any capability of doing that.
Nobody knows what she stands on. Now,
yeah.
Like nobody could tell you what she stands on. She blows with the wind, you know what I'm saying? Like fair weather. You know what I mean?
Right.
Bandwagon cheerleader, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like she just jump on any bandwagon. It's wild, man. That we at this point right now that she actually can ascend to the presidency. But
how do you think that's gonna affect her in the debate?
Yo, I think the debate is really gonna probably go towards Trump, and the reason why is I'm saying that is because the mics are gonna be muted, so there's not everybody's gonna have to stand on their own square. And Trump, everybody knows what they're gonna get with Trump, especially when questioned or whatever, and they just gonna have to take it for whatever they're gonna take it for.
Yeah.
Kamala was probably hoping that they would keep the mics hot so that she could do what she was talking about what she did last time with I forget the vice president name what that was.
Mike Pence.
Pence, yeah. Right? Yeah, talking about, I'm speaking, you know what I mean, to kind of give her some time to think, you know what I mean? But this time the questions are going to be posed to her directly, and she's going to have to, stand on what they're asking her, and then also whatever Trump throws at her, she's going to have to deal with that in real time, and that's something that we know that she has a problem with. So yeah, I'm really leaning towards Trump probably pulling this out, but we'll see how she does.
Aside from any debate skill level differences, what about as far as like track record? Like if say for instance there wasn't a debate, if we had to compare track record and consistency with no input from either one of them, who looks better on paper?
I would say Trump looks better on paper. Yeah.
What do you guys think in the comment section? Let us know in the comment section. And also,
that's not me advocating for Trump or anything like that.
Now you with me. Now you with me. You
because now they're gonna be in the comment section talking about I'm a Republican and all this stuff. And
may as well tell them. Hey, tell them. You know what? I just changed my name today. My name Carlton Banks. Now you right.
You know what I'm saying?
You right.
Like you. I'm like you Republicans are this, that, and the third. But we're talking about lived experiences here,
right?
And also, your people's records speak for itself. Like,
I agree. That's why I said on paper, if you just lay the papers next to each other, right, and then you sit back and have somebody read everything down the line, when you get down to the bottom line, what's going to be the end goal? What's going to be the end sum of that bottom line?
Right. Like it's common sense. Like she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Right now is about to be 4 years, and we're looking at the policies that they have, the policies that they have put into effect right now is what that's what we have gotten. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, it's self-evident what they're offering.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
I'm good. I don't, you know, I don't.
Well, here goes my question, and this would be like probably the worst question. Shout out to Untried Genius. What's good with it, bro? This would probably be the worst question. Why, if you're doing such a good job, are you trying to disassociate yourself from your current work?
Great point. Great point.
What is something from what you've done since you've been vice president that you can bring to this debate table and beat me on?
Right.
I would completely focus on the present because she's currently employed as part of the position that she's going for right now. So, like, I'm not in office. I have 4 years of a track record. You now have 4 years of a track record. Let's compare our 4 years. That's what that would be my debate strategy.
That would be.
But you see, like, there's a lot of paid agents. There's a lot of paid agents on YouTube who are actually MAGA people, who act like they're Kamala Harris people, who purposely don't critique Kamala Harris the correct way so that she sinks in this debate. So everybody that has been fluffing Kamala Harris up, we need to take a list of all these names. We need to out those people as MAGA after she's followed their advice this entire time and sinks in the debate tomorrow and make videos about it repeatedly. What do you guys think about that?
I agree.
Because why would you lead somebody that you want to see win to a loss?
And that's another thing. Like it seems like they setting her up for failure. Also.
Well, her and all of her cheerleaders are. So everybody who's cheerleading Kamala Harris right now is a secret MAGA agent that we need to out.
Right. They definitely working for MAGA.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
we need to put the focus. We need to put the spotlight.
Up.
We need to put the bullseye on these people who are purposely trying to sink the election.
By
telling her she's doing everything right.
The proverbial lamb to slaughter, the sheep to slaughter.
Yeah.
Like, yo, if you think about it.
And these are the people that are going to everybody else saying that everybody else is MAGA while feeding Kamala Harris poison.
You think about it as that's a factual statement. They are serving her up to get slaughtered. Yeah, they are working for Trump. They have to be.
Yeah.
They have to be MAGA.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. If your name is the Black Klansman, you know what I'm saying? It's clearly going to be the alleged Black presidential candidate that you're going to be after harming because she's the quote unquote Black one, right?
Right.
Which is why you would lead the quote unquote Black one to the slaughter, right?
Right.
With incorrect critiques and having somebody feel that they're prepared and they're not prepared at all.
Not one iota. It's going to be interesting tomorrow. Truth be told, I'm gonna try to stay up, you know, as long as I can to watch.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be watching it. Shout out to MC Fact. MC Fact said, "Is the debate gonna be streamed here tonight or tomorrow night?" Yeah, it absolutely is. If one of the mods could grab the link to the premiere window and put it in the chat so that you guys can hit that link and hit the bell already so that you already hopefully get a notification, it'll definitely be streamed over here and it won't be subscriber only. It won't be members only. It'll be public. So everybody will be able to comment and, you know what I'm saying, check it out.
Yeah. Where we at? What time stamp we at?
We are at exactly 15 minutes, look like.
Let's go to 17 38 1738.
1738.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, let's go to 1750.
1750. All right.
Yeah, the Jean Pierre.
We gotta make the Fetty Wap they trying to shame you not to vote. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
Trap queen.
Trap,
you know what I'm saying?
Queen.
All right, Rubber, I'm gonna run it.
Yeah, this is president.
She didn't help this situation right here.
Yeah,
the press secretary.
Press secretary Jean Pierre. She dropped the ball. I don't know. I haven't seen much of her. You know,
she ain't doing nothing.
Just like, where have you been? You know what I mean? So this is an interesting.
Have you seen her?
Have you seen her?
Have you seen her? Seen her?
Yeah. See, this little exchange was interesting though.
Yeah. She didn't really say too much of anything. She did a good job of deflecting, but
yeah, she basically did a Kamala.
Listen, man, I'm gonna tell you, man. Hot Saki, Jennifer Saki.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? she deflected like she had a lightsaber, man. She retired as a GOAT. You know what I'm saying? Like she went, you know what I'm saying? She back with MSNBC doing her thing on there. But man, when she was the White House press secretary, bro, she was like, do you remember on the X-Men cartoon when it was a Dark Phoenix saga and they was trying to get that Mcron crystal and they had that dude from the Sheer Empire named Guardian and he was protecting the crystal. She protected Joe Biden like the Guardian. She would catch all those bullets and run in front of him at light speed, like boom, 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 boom. I'm not answering this, not answering that. Like I was like, hey, like that's okay. Like you're terrible, but good at your job at the same time.
Right.
Oh man. All right, bro. Let's get it.
I think that this is an important question. They care. You know what they care about? They care about the economy. They care about lowering costs. They care about healthcare. That's what Americans care about. So that's what they want to hear. They care about. Your colleague just asked me about what basically we talked about, went back and forth about democracy and freedom.
Yeah, but the thing is, the reason why people were talking about those things, Corinne Jean-Pierre, because it's obvious that Kamala Harris is not who you guys said that she was. And also she has no policy platform on her website. It's September.
That's what they care about. I'm not even going to entertain some question about the president. It's just hearing it sounds so ridiculous.
Well, but
so
hearing it
we kind of missed
the question. I'm talking about the questions is just.
All right, my bad, bro. So I think I went a little bit too far. It probably been like 1740 or something like that.
I told you 1738.
Yeah, you should have 1738. Go to 1738.
Let's go to 1738. Hold on.
When he asked the question. That's when he probably asked the question. 1738.
All right, here we go. That's where we at. We
That's
at 1738. Yeah, 1738.
Yo, that's crazy. Yo, snap. Yo, he's really asking the question at 1738. That's wild. Yeah. He was right. He was right. Yeah.
Time that right there. 1738. 1738. Let's get it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Tone of voice.
Is this something that
same line?
Okay, Peter.
That she used the same line in Pittsburgh, and it sounded like she at least had some kind of a southern drawl.
I mean, do you?
Yeah, see, right, exactly. Shout out like DeAndre. You was like 1730.
Yeah,
baby.
Yeah, baby.
Squaw. You know what I'm saying? All right, man. Let me I'm gonna run it back.
Oh man. Yo, like everybody's catching on to like the phoniness. Like he's asking her, like, why is he talking like that? Everybody wants to know, like, you don't talk like that.
Bro, exactly. And again, where did you get that accent from? How are you talking like that? And you're not talking like this? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, it's a whole bunch of accents around there.
I was drinking some water, man. Man, I got computer stuff around here, man. Destroy my equipment over here, man.
That's hilarious, man.
You not talking like this.
Why you not talking like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't make no doggone sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to y'all, man. We appreciate everybody watching. If y'all haven't hit that like button yet,
shout out, yo.
Hit that like. Yeah, definitely hit that like. We got 24 people watching and we got 36 likes. Let's try to get the likes up to 60 over here. And if you're watching over on AB, shout out to AB channel. Hit that like button over there. Make sure you subscribe over there.
Definitely appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
The press conference. To Corinne Jean-Pierre, listen.
A different topic. Since when does the vice president have what sounds like a southern accent?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well,
I mean, this is.
She was talking about unions in Detroit using one tone of voice.
Is this something that
same line?
Okay, Peter.
That she used the same line in Pittsburgh, and it sounded like she at least had some kind of a southern drawl.
I mean, do you hear the question that? Do you think Americans seriously think that this is an important question? They care about the economy. They care about lowering costs. They care about healthcare. That's what Americans care about.
I think Americans also kind of care about how they're represented.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? On a world stage.
Yep.
If you're the president, the idea is that you're supposed to be like, you know, the best suited person to quote unquote represent the American public. So if you go as the president representing the American public on a clown show and you start talking in crazy different accents on a global stage, I don't think anybody wants us to be perceived like that because Americans are already stereotypically perceived as dumb and lazy.
True.
So we already got that. And then on top of that, you're doing all this extra stuff. That
doing the most.
Yeah.
Doing the most. Like, why are you talking like that? Just be yourself.
People
would respect you more.
Yeah.
People would actually gravitate towards you.
Yeah.
People might actually like you.
Right.
If you be yourself. Like all this extra stuff that you're doing is just putting people putting people off. Like, we all know that's not who you are, but you presenting yourself like that, thinking it's gonna endear you to them, and nobody's with that, man. It ain't going.
Right. Yeah. Facts. Super facts, bro. Shout out to AW1. What's good with it, bro? And yeah, shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, is she gonna go to Italy and have an Italian accent? Exactly. Right. And the thing is how will those people receive it over there? They probably won't receive it.
I think Sabby gonna Sabby gonna say something like that, like right after this. She's gonna say something about do she go to the Spanish people? Do she go to Spanish people and talk like that with Enrique Iglesias or something like that?
Right.
I started crying when she said that. Yo.
That is a valid critique, and it's a valid concern because people don't want to be talked down on. What the idea used to be to try to have a relatable representative.
Right.
You know
just
what I'm
relatable.
saying? Yeah.
It's relatable. You
yeah.
Gotta do that extra stuff.
Yeah. Relate. Exactly. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says she knows what he's talking about. And I would agree. If you guys agree that she knows exactly what he's talking about, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that she does, give me a thumbs down. She does. Absolutely. It's her job to follow what the president and vice president do because she's the one that has to speak for him in the public eye a lot of times. So anytime their mouth is open in a public platform, she always has to at least be cognizant of what the discussion was about and what their expected answers would or wouldn't be.
Exactly.
It's just ridiculous the games that a lot of these people try to play, man.
Yeah, she's not no Jen Psaki, that's for sure.
Nah. Hasaki had that on lock, bro.
Yeah.
All right, let's get it.
So that's what they want to hear. They care about. Your colleague just asked me about what basically we talked about, went back and forth about democracy and freedom.
Yeah, but the thing is, the reason why people were talking about those things, Corinne Jean-Pierre, because it's obvious that Kamala Harris is not who you guys said that she was. And also, she has no policy platform on her website. It's September.
Nope.
That's what they care about. I'm not even going to entertain some question about the president. It's just hearing it sounds so ridiculous.
I think that was a very good question.
Yeah, me too.
The question. I'm talking about the questions.
Why would she not answer it? I mean, she's there to answer questions, and he didn't ask her about a national security threat. And I mean, I think that's a valid question.
And also, valid question.
Here's another thing of why that's valid. We've already witnessed one presidential candidate that's a part of that administration's health fail them during their tenure as president. So, sometimes when people develop quote unquote strange accents out of the clear blue sky, it's a sign of a stroke or it's a sign of a TIA or it's a sign of some type of issue that went on in somebody's brain where, you know what I'm saying? They might have had a health issue that kind of caused them to have like expressive aphasia. So being that we've seen that happen, let's make sure that it didn't happen again and see what's actually going on here.
Is everything all right?
Is everything all right? We're going to have to do an invokement of the 25th or what?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. All right, bro, I'm going to run it.
All right. I think we almost about done with
insane.
the video, too.
Is that how she talks in meetings?
I'm just Peter. We're moving on.
I'm proud of you, Rob, man. You rolling today, man. You rolling today.
Yeah, you say I'm rolling today.
Yeah, we almost, I think because the first video, I think we got to like 4 or 5 minutes of the video.
Oh yeah, because we was clowning, we was having a good time on that one.
Yeah, but I appreciate your brilliance, man. You be breaking things down into a science. You know what I'm saying?
That's that OCD.
It has to be your OCD.
That's like how James Earl Jones developed a stutter. You know what I'm saying? But then ultimately made himself rich based on his voice. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like, OCD is an issue, but you know what I'm saying? I use OCD for quality control, so it helps. Right. You know what I'm saying? All right, bro. You want me to run it?
Where we at right now?
We at
let's get to the 20-minute mark.
20
I
minutes.
want to hear Enrique Iglesias. That was hilarious, man.
All right, bet. Let me see. So here we go. We right at
like 20. You don't go to Spanish people.
Oh, that's a great thumbnail right there. I'm gonna have to go back and get this one. It's at 20 minutes. Bet. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Sorry, Sab. You know what I'm saying? We getting
Don't
this.
do
one.
Sabby like that. Don't do Sabby like that.
She be all right. You see how she handled Roland? I'm sure she ain't gonna. She be all right. She be all right.
She tough. She tough.
Yeah, exactly. All right, bro.
She's so tough.
She is. You know what I'm saying? She'll pop out and show you, like she popped out on Roland right here. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, he was running on, oh, we're going to give everybody should have health care, like that kind of stuff. He did have policies and all that jazz. But Kamala is literally just running on vibes and the fact that she's not Donald Trump. And the pandering that is done to the Black community, you go to Atlanta, so you bring in Meg Thee Stallion.
Right.
You're in Detroit, so you feel like you better thank a union member because you're in Detroit. They don't do this to other communities. You know, I mean, I don't see these kind of things. When Kamala Harris, they're going to go sit down and have conversations with the Latino community. Do they bring in Enrique Iglesias? Do they bring him in? Do they call Ricky Martin? Ricky still saying? Ricky? Do you? I don't know.
Hey, she's not lying though, and again, she also, now mind you, this is how you know it's a focus issue, because she's multicultural and she's not treating the other part of her culture that way.
Right.
I know mixed people that are really, like, when I tell you, I know mixed people that are black,
right?
Like, that's for real. Like, they rock with the Black side of their family. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, they black. Right. And I know some mixed people that's not real close with the Black side of their family, so they don't act like the Black side of their family. You know what I'm saying? But it's always, you can always tell if you're looking at a multicultural person, the part of the family or the alleged part of the family, because there's no alleged anything with Kamala Harris because we don't know anything. You know what I'm saying?
Nothing.
But she definitely doesn't have the respect and admiration that you would think that she has, and she clearly does have respect and admiration for the other side, because you cook a nice cultural dish of food to show everybody how great your culture is with Mindy, and then you get a bunch of twerkers on the stage for the Black people.
Yeah. Where'd you go? Put up Unsunken One's chat. No, the Menudo.
Oh,
nobody yo, Menudo, yo. Man, that's way back, yo.
Right.
Yeah, like they don't bring out Menudo.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yo, it's wild, yo.
Yeah, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. All right, bro, I'm finna run it.
Yeah.
They do this with us because they feel like all Black people are going to care about is entertainment. So as long as we just entertain them, they'll come out and support us. Now, for some of those things, I think we do have to sit back and ask ourselves, why do we allow that to happen? Why do people fall for it? Not everybody, but some people do. Why do they fall for it? Because as long as they are entertaining you, then they don't really have to do anything for you. As long as they're entertaining you, people won't ask them or demand that they do anything. So something has to change. So for people like Roland Martin, for him coming after me and saying the things, oh, well, you're just da-da-da-da. You don't know me, Ro.
Right.
But I know some things about you.
Oh,
get out of here. Let's ask some questions. How is it that you maintained your space in the DNC bubble after you got fired from TV1 for leaking questions to Hillary Clinton, after you got fired from CNN for anti-gay comments? How is it that you still managed to maintain?
I told you.
Yeah.
I told you it was some anti-legitimate stuff that he got in trouble for at CNN.
Why are you gay?
Just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga, Reaper keep it 1,000.
1,000.
1,000. You know what I'm saying? Bro, that's hilarious. Yeah, he's got a bad track record, man. And what's crazy about that whole bad track record that he has is that those people, like, he's still going hard for them.
Right. Like,
which is
wild,
man.
Where's your self-respect? Especially as a man, like, yo, if people don't rock with you, I mean, like, why are you going so hard for people that actually don't rock with you? Like, if you don't rock with me, I don't rock with you. It's like, if it's F me, it's F you too. Like, yo,
yeah,
where's your self-respect as a man? Like, and it's like everybody could see it. Like, you still tap dancing for these people, even though they showing you, like, they spitting right in your face.
Spitting right in your face. It's running all down his eyeball, running all down his forehead, like
spitting right in his face, telling you, man, get the F out of here, man. We don't need you.
Yeah, for real. And he don't care. He don't even get it. He ain't got no situational awareness, bro.
Yo, it's embarrassing, man. Embarrassing.
Yeah. That's what I be talking about that situational awareness. You know what I'm saying?
I think we almost at the end of this. I want to get some of that. Watch some of that
Some of the Ice Cube.
The Ice
All right,
Cube
yeah,
joint,
we could get into that right now. You want to?
Let's go to 24 minute marker because we gotta get the old shit face.
All right,
we gotta get the old shit face, yo, and that's basically gonna sum rolling up. You know.
All right, for sure. Let's get it.
When nobody tagged you, nobody came for you. And if we really want to go back to it and keep it what it is, I just want to remind you, this is the same guy who ran away from Jamal Green. You see, some people a lot about you online, but
that's the I got popped out on when the boogeyman had to pop out and show you. Boogeyman popped out and showed Roland Martin. He said, "Oop."
He's like, "Oh shit! Look at my eyes, yo." Like he done seen a ghost. Like, "Oh, I ain't expect to see you here." Yeah,
he said, you got knocked the fuck out,
man. Got pulled up on.
Right.
Got pulled. Look at him. Look at his forehead,
man.
What's going on? He is shook to death. Them wrinkles is like, oh my God,
man. He got a pack of hot dogs in the front of his head. I ain't never seen that.
In the front, he got the hot dogs in the front. Yo, it's crazy.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, that look right there sums him up entirely. Like
that's hilarious.
Right there. Hilarious. Sabby got him.
Yeah. And she right too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you gotta give it up to Sabby on that one.
Yeah, for sure.
Shout out to her.
So now check this out. The Black Monolith. Right. So again, so I gotta ask y'all opinion though. Are we a monolith or are we not?
We are a monolith.
We are a monolith.
We all do the same thing.
And it's enforced. See, here's more proof.
Mm-hmm.
Ice Cube denies, quote unquote, being in bed, and there goes that weird sexual stuff with Republicans after telling black voters to stop giving away power. How are you in bed with Republicans telling voters stop giving away power? Wouldn't you say that this is good advice? Stop giving away power.
That's excellent advice.
Yeah.
The propaganda and the lies is what is, I don't want to say amazing, but it's like it's being pushed so much that it becomes the truth. You know what I'm saying? And it's like weird, like.
And these people all say the same thing. This is how you know they all come out of a targeted camp, out of a targeted organization where they all watch and target people.
Right.
It's basically like group stalking.
That is crazy. Yo, like I was looking at the comment section and like, yo, am I a Republican? Like, damn, these people are talking with conviction, like what's being said is the truth. I'm like, what's going on here? Who are these weird people?
Well, the thing is that like that kind of stuff developed from the type of like it, you know, if you question back in the day, if you questioned religion, you get called a heathen. And it kind of developed from there. So if you're not like everybody else, then there's something wrong with you.
Right.
But there's nobody who ever drew a correct cookie cutter and said that this is exactly how everybody's supposed to be.
Right. You can't ask questions, because once you start asking questions, then you become a persona non grata. You're the evil person, you're the bad guy or whatever. I told you, I went to church. I'm not gonna get into everything because my wife might be listening, right? So, but I thought that church was supposed to. I thought there was supposed to be a separation between church and state. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it's just
the Republicans don't even honor that, but they claim to. Like the Republicans want more church, more Christianity infusion with society. But you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But there is actually supposed to be a separation between church and state. But how can you even say that when, you know what I'm saying, in the courts you have to swear onto the Bible, on the money, in quote unquote God we trust is written on there.
Great points.
At the same time, though, if you understand who founded the country, then you know that what they talking about as far as God ain't the same thing that you going to church and worshiping.
Right. Facts. Big facts.
You know what I'm saying?
Totally different things.
Yeah.
Two totally different things.
Yeah, super facts.
I definitely agree with that, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just saying, like, it's funny. It's like it's going back to us being a monolith, because I heard something in the church. I was like, what? And I told you about it. You know what I'm saying? And I was looking around, and people was like, yeah, you know, it's just wild. I don't know.
It's always the people that say that. It's always the people that say that we're not a monolith who are the actual monolith enforcement unit. We are indeed a monolith. When people say black people aren't a monolith, that's not true. You can't be black and be different from the majority of other black people without either one black person or a group of black people giving you a hard time about your differences. Right. And here's the example of it right here. Ice Cube denies, quote unquote, being in bed with Republicans after telling black voters to stop giving away power, because giving away power has gotten people where? You know what I'm saying? Ice Cube is clapping back at anyone accusing him of being in cahoots with the Republicans. So I'm gonna just run through this real quick because it's not that long. Ice Cube is under fire once again for reminding black voters about their power during the election season. But remember, Ice Cube is the one that's quote unquote treasonous.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He's the one that's wrong.
I remember them queens of whatever, Fox or whatever.
Foxhole, yeah.
Getting on them, talking about what about black women and stuff like that. So yeah.
You
know, they doing it again.
Yeah. He put a video on Twitter. One of the rappers, entrepreneurs' video messages telling black voters stop giving their votes away without being guaranteed a policy that benefits the community as a whole has reignited debates on social media. And for people that are still here after AB, takes off, I got a couple of videos that we're gonna look at where we're gonna take a look at this. You know what I'm saying?
So now I think I'm getting I think I did see the video. I did see something with him mentioning something. I seen something with Jimmy Dore. I didn't watch it, but
that's what we're gonna look at. Yep.
Okay,
Jimmy Dore video. Yep.
Got you. All right, that's what's up.
So now this is true. This right here is true pro-black coon talk. Put those coonologist emojis in the chat. This is true pro-black coonery right here. Mind you, the people that are trying to use that term, you know what I'm saying, and apply it to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one that made it up, but you know what I'm saying? So now here it says, some are even accusing him of trying to confuse black voters. So this goes back to the
monolith.
To the monolith and the pro-black idea of black people being dumb.
Right.
Because we just can't think of anything on our own.
No, we need a white daddy,
or just a leader, or somebody to just dump all our money to for no reason. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, not one to bite his tongue, Ice Cube hopped on X, formerly known as Twitter, to shut down anyone who's accusing him of being in cahoots with the Republicans. Here go my thing. If he is, so what? Right. I'm not in bed with none of these clowns, so get another booster shot and STFU, he quipped. So yeah, he put that tweet up right there.
Gunshot.
Yeah, hit that gunshot. There you go. Right.
Gunshot.
In his video message, the Straight Outta Compton rapper argued why black voters should be more intentional when voting and making sure they're getting something in return. It's amazing that this is even a debate.
Right. Like, I don't see what the problem is. If any other ethnic group or people mention that to their people, it wouldn't be news. It wouldn't be headlines. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if it was a let's say who's somebody white? I don't be watching these movies like that. I don't know, Jennifer Aniston or something. I just came out of she just popped into my brain for no reason. But she said, yeah, let's all vote in our interest or whatever and stuff like that. It probably wouldn't get any mentions. And
well, look at the uncommitted movement that's going on with the Palestinian people in Michigan. That's getting praised.
Yep.
Everybody's saying how good they're doing and holding out their vote, and this is a brilliant political strategy and yada yada yada. It's literally the same thing as what Ice Cube is saying. If you let me ask you guys this in the comment section: would you guys agree that the uncommitted movement that the people that support Palestine are doing is similar to what Ice Cube is saying? If you guys would say that that's similar, throw some flames in the chat. If you disagree, give us a thumbs down and let us know why.
Definitely similar. Definitely similar. Matter of fact, they boosting that. They boosting that movement up.
Yeah, right. And nobody said that anybody's confusing them either.
Right. They praising that movement.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, just go check Democracy Now! Or something.
Yeah. Like, facts. Or go look at the DNC. The DNC in Chicago just what was that, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, but they didn't let one of their people speak. So
right,
but we go back to the DNC being a corporation or whatever. So they got to do what's in the best interest of their shareholders and the people running it.
Right. They didn't let him speak, but at the same time, no, they didn't talk down on it, and they gave him a lot of airtime. So they might not have been able to speak at the actual convention. But I mean, like you said, Democracy Now! And a lot of people that got a lot of viewers on them, you know what I'm saying? They was able to get their voice out and their voice across. And can anybody tell me where they've seen the uncommitted movement shamed at?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. As a matter of fact, it seems like all of them are. I'm sure there's some people that don't agree with it, but it seems like most people in that area are all on the same page with that.
They are cheering them up. Like, this is a great thing that they're doing. They're not gonna give Kamala her vote, their vote and stuff like that. So yeah, you got a great point right there.
Yeah, that's what I mean, and then we just got to look at observable reality. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the Friday creator went on to call out those in power who are suspect by working for the black vote, but seemingly overlooking requests from the black community, which, if you ask me, would be all of them. People that's in power that want you to vote, but don't want you to get anything or not asking for you to get anything economically. They suspect straight up, Ice Cube said. Mm-hmm. According to the Big Three founder, other communities aren't afraid to make their demands known. So it shouldn't be any different when it comes to black voters. But again, he's the coon. Now, mind you, like I've complained about Ice Cube before because of the way that he moved when he was going on that podcast, because it would have been nice to see him actually, put some synergies together to be able to get more eyes on the black podcast.
Right.
But what he's saying right here is not incorrect.
Facts. It's factual. What he's saying is true.
Yeah. But at the same time, what people got to look at is that you can't ignore data.
Right.
This is and I want people to pay attention to this. It's a very small amount of us that are like what Ice Cube is describing here. You guys can see. Look at the live numbers.
Right.
This is the kind of stuff that I talk about. You guys see my channel, it don't never grow. But everybody at the same time, if you see them all over the place, they fist pumping, and this is what they want to do. But when we're actually talking about doing things, try to figure out how to put things together or create strategies, that's not the part that people really want to do. So the world is what it is from the inputs that you put into it and the outputs that it processes. So these are the processed outputs, and that's why the world is correct.
Yeah, it requires a lot of thought, and people don't want to think. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It's unfortunate. It's the hard things are where doing the hard things is probably where we need to go to get the desired results that we need. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And getting up in the morning to exercise, I know it's hard, and I'm not shaming anybody because I need to get back on my calisthenics myself. But getting up in the morning to do the exercises is hard. You know what I mean? And once you figure out or just choose to just get it over with, that's that's part of the battle won. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's facts. And like what's funny about it, don't hurt my feelings, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna just keep saying the things that I say, so that it's always gonna be somebody where it's always gonna be something where somebody can't say, well, this was never suggested or this was never told. That's that era is done. It's over with. Right. Like you can't say that you don't know.
Yeah.
You've been told. You do know. You know what I'm saying?
That's done.
Right.
It don't matter if zero people come and watch the channel. That is done. It's going. Is alive in the internet, and this is what I'm talking about death is outdated. Like it's done. It'll never be able to be said again that nobody ever had a chance to know because it's out there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's out there.
Wipe your hands off of it right now. You did what you had to do.
Did what you had to do.
You put it out there. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. So
none.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So let's check this. Let's see what he said straight from his mouth.
The process. You don't vote just to vote. You vote because you're getting something or your community is getting something. So everybody that's telling you that, man, look at them and say, what are you getting? Because people that just want you to vote and not ask for nothing, people that's in power that want you to vote but don't want you to get anything or not asking for you to get anything economically, they suspect.
I agree.
Straight up. Because a lot of people been in place for a long time and we ain't got shit. That shit gonna end. That shit gonna end. We gonna get what we supposed to get.
That's right.
Period. And anybody asking you not to ask, I wouldn't listen to them.
Don't.
Because that's the process. Every community asks for what they want. And we're going to do the same goddamn thing. Anybody telling you,
yeah, so that's the video
that you got,
video.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't say anything wrong.
No.
I agree with him 100%. He's right.
Yeah. And so somehow that makes him MAGA.
Exactly. Yo, how do they get to how do they equate that? Like I don't get it. Like he doesn't even mention him. Like, but now he's a Republican. He's MAGA. He's talking to his community. Like, how, Sway? How?
I'm telling you, most of the stuff, bro, is about simping.
Okay.
Most of it is about it's about simping. It's about shaming, and not even appropriate shaming. You know what I'm saying? Very low strategy and very low, very short future outlook. You know what I'm saying? So now we've heard like a lot of the people that are black that are critics of this. Jimmy Dore had dropped a video about this.
I know Jimmy gonna say some nonsense.
Well, let's see.
Hey, come see us on tour. Be in Duluth, Georgia, Jacksonville, Florida, Los Angeles, Tempe, Arizona, and Burbank, California. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for those tickets. Hey, we have a special guest with us, Keaton Weiss. And
before he starts, I with like full disclosure, I used to be sub to Jimmy, because he used to say a lot of stuff that I agree with, and then when he said that reparation would separate the country or something like that, I had to unsubscribe. I had to unsubscribe. You know what I'm saying? Because the historical fact of what happened to FBA people in this country and the economic ramifications for it haven't been resolved. And when people like Jimmy Dore get on the internet and be like, well, you know, reparations is gonna divide the country, I don't agree with that. You know
I don't care if it divides the country.
Everybody's getting some type of nobody's saying nothing about people in that don't even live here.
The Democrats and Republicans divide the country, and they've been around forever. I don't care about that as an excuse. That's not relevant to me.
Right.
So, I mean, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I hear people, like, to me, like, there's this whole element for me of I don't care about what you think unless it's something that is normal or unless it's something that actually makes sense. For somebody to have some type of fear of a divided United States, you must not be a student of American history. Shout out to Shaka. What's good with it, bro?
Well, I wouldn't even say that he has a fear. I just think
it's a talking point.
Yeah. Well, to me, I think it's just positive racism. Like, why would you feel that people that have been wronged shouldn't be compensated for what happened to them?
Well, my thing is, it just with me is, again, like as far as how it comes from another person, I don't care. I don't care what his justification is for it.
Right.
I can present a case where my case is sound, and that's the only thing that matters. I don't care if you walk away and you mad at me for a week. I'm right. It just is what it is. You either get over it or you won't. But I got what I need. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Like, for real. And to me, like, I think that's one thing that, like, people again, the whole moral compass thing, people know that, like, there's like that little sensitive spot, which is one of the reasons why I'd be like, people need to take lessons on how to be really cold-hearted. Because if you, in some situations, if you can't be cold-hearted, you're not going to be able to have the discernment to be able to do what's necessary for you to meet your end goal.
Right. No, I totally agree with that. You definitely got to be cold-hearted. You know, you mean, I mean,
yeah,
like, whatever you need to do, like right
because
now.
Think about it, like nobody cares that, you know, it affects us negatively that we haven't gotten reparations.
Right.
Nobody cares, but it affects us negatively, and we've been affected negatively by being on the only end of the definitive no of getting it. It's not people act like it's a debate. The answer is no until it's in our hands. So, like, we have repeatedly been told no every day that we wake up. And when we simply bring it up and are probably still going to have a fight ahead of us to try to do these things, I'm supposed to take some type of weight off of somebody else by not having to make you fight that fight, but I got to fight that fight every day when I wake up in the morning, man, please.
Right.
Better drag yourself across them train tracks, because if I'm already over, good luck.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. And people are like, oh my goodness, that's just so bad. To me, it's just so bad if you don't preserve your own self. Your life is the only life that you have that you're in control of, that you actually have responsibility for. And people don't even really they preserve others before they preserve themselves, which is not people always talk about what's against nature and stuff like that. If that's not unnatural, I don't know what is. But again, nature is no indication of something being right or wrong, but people like to use that as an inaccurate comparison, whatever. So just to standardize things to make it where, you know what I'm saying, people use a regular type of comparison. It's still not even natural. The whole world works on the laws of survival. So you know what I'm saying? What you think, bro?
No, I totally agree, man. You know, Will said I can't elaborate better.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. And I think that Ice Cube is right. And you got that old generation of people that just so stuck in the Bible that they just, I don't know, they can't see outside of Genesis and Revelations, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know what? In my opinion, and I witnessed this, especially for going to church in a long while. You know, people don't really know what's in the Bible. They're not opening the Bible, and you know, the pastor could give you one passage and try to make it feel good, but the whole context of what is going on is missing. You know what I'm saying? So
they never question why I got a black cover and 66 books.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So the black cover and another 2 6s is what? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? But like, people they don't look into that stuff though. So you know what I'm saying? Like, but then they'll tell you that, you know, you're the heathen.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
so you know,
you don't have to believe what they say,
right?
Truth be told, they
facts. Yeah, real talk, exactly. All right, bro, I'm gonna run this.
Yeah, let's see what you.
We're also Dobular, the host of Do Dissident Show on YouTube, Rumble, and Substack. You know him, you love him. Hello, fellas.
Hello, Jimmy. Pleasure to be here, though. This kind of kills the fan theory that me and Matt Walsh are the same person. People have speculated that in the past.
So
and
that's
now,
gone out the window.
Now it's out the window. Yeah.
So I don't know if you saw this. I wanted to play it for both of you before we get to the real reason I brought you on. In 2020, Ice Cube said, you know, withhold your vote until they give you something, which is what I've said about Hillary Clinton. I said, come get my vote. I said that about Joe Biden. Come get my vote. That's how politics works. You don't get to just shame me into voting for you because someone else is worse. You have to come get my vote. And so
now all the black people that say this all the black people that come at us about us saying the same thing. My question is, where's their videos about Jimmy Dore at? And right. Jimmy Dore is a white liberal.
Yep.
So this is what I'm talking about the double standards, and this is what I'm talking about the pro-black coonery, because like how pro-black coons always say that, oh, we need to stop killing each other all the time. Pro-black coons only shoot shots at other black people, like shoot some shots at Jimmy Dore. I looked on the Black Klansman's YouTube page because we all talk about that in the Discord and laugh about how funny it is.
Is he using his phone to make videos? I'm not shaming him or anything.
I don't know, but I'll tell you one thing, man. When they find out how they trying to sabotage the Harris campaign, you know what I'm saying? You saw what happened to Lauren Chin and all them. There'd be some blowback like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That'd be unfortunate.
Be unfortunate, yeah. But like, you know, the thing is that they like with this whole situation right here, nobody's coming at them, and they're saying the same thing that we are.
Right
now, who is Jimmy Dore working for? Is he MAGA?
Right, must be MAGA.
You know what I'm saying?
He's a Republican shill. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's definitely working for MAGA. You know what I'm saying? But nobody's checking for them.
And I'm curious why that is. What do you guys think in the comment section? Like, why is that? I mean, Jimmy Dore got 1 million subscribers. You get more eyes on you talking about him than you would talking about me. Don't nobody know me. Don't nobody even watch my channel. I don't even get 100 people. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Funny.
I'm dead serious. I don't even get 100 people on my channel. Nobody checking for me.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
It's like, you funny, yo.
I'm just saying that is like a waste of time. Like, bro, you hustling backwards.
Right. Why you over here, man?
But now but the problem is though, now you've messed with somebody that's just going to drag you until the skin is off. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Off of your knees.
Right. As you should.
Yeah.
As you should.
Exactly. So I mean, so my question is like, is Jimmy Dore? He said his FBA people. Jimmy Dore FBA.
Right.
The FBA coons. Jimmy Dore FBA coon.
Yo. People are weird.
See, this that type of thing. Like if you was at the grocery store or if you was at the supermarket, you just kind of look behind you and then just, you know what I'm saying, like just crack somebody's jaw like right real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Just walk away. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. Like, man, you wasting my time with this nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. All right, bro, I'm gonna run it.
So that's what he's basically good. So he said it back then and they gave him a hard time. And then here we go. He's doing it again.
Process. You don't vote just to vote. You vote because you're getting something or your community is getting something. So everybody that's telling you that, man, look at them and say, what are you getting? Because people that just want you to vote and not ask for nothing, people that's in power that want you to vote but don't want you to get anything or not asking for you to get anything economically, they suspect. Straight up. Because a lot of people been in place for a long time and we ain't got shit. That shit gonna end. That shit gonna end. We gonna get what we supposed to get. Period. And anybody asking you not to ask.
Real quick.
I wouldn't listen.
Like,
yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Cube is, I'm gonna shout him out real quick because I know he's I'm gonna use the word believe. I believe that he cares for his people. You know what I'm saying? Like he cared for FBA people. You know what I mean? I'm gonna use the word believe. You know what I'm saying? But also I know that he's still trying to play the game. You know what I'm saying? I guess the best way he knows how. But this is the second tangent. Well, let me not call it a tangent, but this is a second message that he's trying to get out to the people as far as their vote or whatever, and they're running the same attacks that they did last time. You know what I'm saying? So, I appreciate it though. I'm not gonna act like I don't understand why he does what he does because he still needs to make a living. He still is under this system that we're all under. You know what I'm saying? And I get it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to put that out there before.
No, I mean I agree, and it's not the easiest thing to navigate through. It's not the easiest thing to deal with. I would definitely agree, 100%.
Because I know you don't always like agree with Cube like that.
I just didn't like how he did with the podcast. Like my thing would have been
Right.
like if you actually believe what you say that you believe, then you
Just
should have
stand
hit
on
all
that.
of us first. You should have hit all the black podcasts first, and then like Tucker Carlson and what's old boy name?
Shannon Sharp.
Nah. Well, Shannon Sharp should have got hit up for sure. He should have been one of the
Right.
first. But like, who was that? Bill Mayer. He went on Bill Mayer's podcast.
Yeah,
Like all of those people, to Jake Paul and all them, they should have been visibly sloppy seconds. Sloppy seconds. Everybody should have
Right.
seen him bypass them, come holla at us first, and then get him
Right.
sloppy seconds. But like, that's not what happened.
Right, you're right. That he could have made a big statement because, matter of fact, he did make a big statement and talk about he's about to do everybody podcast or whatever. And I must admit, I believe, I'm using the word believe again, that he was going to do black people's podcast and
This is that's one of the reasons why I don't get 100 people in my chat, because I called off the rip he wasn't going to do it, and people like Ice Cube and they was butthurt about it. So you don't see some of the same people that used to be here that be here.
I
You know what I'm
remember
saying?
that. Yeah,
And
I remember that.
they don't even have enough intestinal fortitude or human consistency about themselves to be like,
Say
you
I
know
was
what, he was
wrong.
right about it. Yeah, which
Right.
again, like I said, I don't care. I got 15 people, 5 people in my chat. I don't care.
Right.
Don't bother me none. You know what I'm saying? My track record, I got a pretty consistent track record, so don't bother me none.
Mm-hmm.
None at
I
all.
remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he ain't gonna do it. And I was like, I really thought he was. and then next thing you know, he's talking with Bill Maher.
Yeah.
But you know, as far as his messages, as far as concerning the vote, I agree with it 100%.
Yeah, I agree with this message too. Facts.
Yeah.
I agree with this message too. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if he says something that I agree with, bro, like I don't have no problem. Like, yeah, I agree with this. But at the same
people
time,
know
though,
that. People know
yeah.
you know, if your yay is your yay, your nay is your nay. Like, if you agree with something, even if you don't agree with the person, you're gonna say like, well, yeah, they're right. You know what I'm saying? Right. And if there's somebody that you do favor and they're wrong, you'll say that they're wrong. And so yeah, that's why I definitely respect about your channel too, man, and you. So
yeah, I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah,
appreciate
man.
it.
Yeah. People know that. The real ones know.
Facts.
The real ones know.
Facts. That's why I rock with y'all. That's why I rock with y'all. All right, bro. I'm gonna run it real quick.
All right.
Listen to them. Because that's the process. Every community asks for what they want. And we're gonna do the same goddamn thing.
I don't know what planet
anybody telling you that you gotta vote, that it's your duty, that you have to exercise the right, and that people died for you to vote. For one, people did die, but nobody walked out their house to go die for you to vote. They were killed by probably some racists that don't want to see us get anything. Be skeptical of anybody telling you to vote and not telling you to ask for anything, or to tell you to just vote and not to get anything for your vote. That's not how it works.
So I don't know what planet he's from, but here in America, we vote for whoever our peers pressured us into voting for, just to keep them as friends.
Don't that sound like the black voter monolith?
Definitely does.
Just so you can be safe at the barbecue, so you can be safe at the family reunion, so you can be safe amongst your coworkers, so you can be safe amongst your friends. This is shameful behavior, bro. If you ask me, this is pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if somebody if somebody doesn't agree 100%, like you just gotta, they just thrown all the way to the wolves. So now we're bypassing Candace Owens and we're bypassing Byron Donald. Yeah, we bypassing all these people who actually are MAGA to come up with some type of extreme point to say, well, Ice Cube's making us uncomfortable because we have to burn too many calories to think, and the heat is on and it's too hot in here and I'm getting uncomfortable. So we just gotta throw Ice Cube in this box. It's pathetic.
Right. No, I totally agree, man. It's wild, man. It's like I told you, like I have like most, like everybody have their personal experience, lived experience or whatever, and we're going through it every day. And like I told you something personal, you know what I'm saying, about church, and I don't want to say it right here.
Nah,
but it's just wild, like how even there is like, this is what we doing,
right?
You know what I mean? Like we talking about this. I thought I'm supposed to get the word. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I thought you was gonna read, Revelations. Tell me something about Jesus. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
What did Jesus do?
Right. Or anything, something. Give me something.
Why did he flip over the table in the church when they had money in there? Tell me about that. You know what I'm saying? Don't tell me about. Anyway.
Right. No, that's facts, bro.
Yeah,
that's facts.
Well, bro, I'm gonna have to skedaddle, man.
All right, I need y'all to throw some flames in the chat for AB.
Yeah, man, I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, no doubt, really, bro. No doubt.
I mean?
Make sure y'all hit that link that's pinned in the chat so that y'all can go over there. If you're not a member, you'll be able to comment from his live chat. You can only comment from here if you're a member. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I appreciate y'all all. And Rob, man, you got too much energy for me, man. I gotta go to sleep.
Yeah.
I
know, right, bro?
I got your foot on the gas right now, man. So I'm gonna let you take the wheel, man. You know what I mean? So
all right, for sure, bro. I got it.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm about to crash out. Make sure that insurance paid. I'm about to crash out.
All right, man. Don't be careful, man. Be careful. Don't do that, man. All right, man. Peace to everybody in the chat, man. Hey, B. All right,
bro.
Peace, y'all.
All right, peace. Yeah, man. Shout out to AB, man. Give AB a round of applause. We're gonna be doing more shows like that. You know what I'm saying? So definitely shout him out. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all hit his channel link is pinned in the chat. All right, but we're gonna continue this, man. If you guys haven't already, take a moment and smash that like button. We got 28 people watching. We got 55 likes. Let's try to get the likes to 70. All right. And what I want to know from y'all is, what do y'all think about what Jimmy Dore said? Because what I'm trying to figure out is why all of the people that come at the black people who feel and say the same as Jimmy Dore has said, why haven't any of them addressed people like Jimmy Dore? Is it because, oh, he's white, we don't have to say anything about him, despite the fact that ideologically he's saying the same thing? Because what's interesting about that is, if you don't feel you need to address him because he's white, as pro-black as you are, that's you giving him the white privilege of being able to skirt from the same critique that you would give another black person, which is one of the reasons why, if you ask me, is a thin black line between pro-blacks and coons. And this is just another example of it. Now, here's my question. If anybody disagrees with that, or if there's anybody that can debunk that talking point, please let me know.
Right. I don't have time for purity tests and making us think about our decision. That hurts. And our psychologist tells us we need to stop doing things that hurt ourselves.
Apparently, he has not heard that the arc of the universe is long and it bends towards justice, and you just have to vote harder, and you just have to wait. Also, I don't know what cave he's living in, but apparently he's not heard that orange men bad.
He has not heard that. But you know what's interesting to me is, first of all, he's echoing what Lawrence O'Donnell said before he got his job at MSNBC. You remember what he said before he got his job at MSNBC? He's saying exactly what Ice Cube has been saying the last 2 election cycles. So here it is.
If you want to pull the party, the major party that is closest to the way you're thinking, to what you're thinking, you must show them that you're capable of not voting for them.
How come nobody has called this guy out? Why do you have liars online who act as if this is some type of idea that we, or me, or anybody has come up with? It's a such thing as a business transaction, being business savvy, having strategic intelligence. So my question is, why is the Monolith enforcing lower level decision making? So again, I'm gonna ask you guys this question. I'm gonna keep hammering this point home, because what we need to start doing is we need to start correcting people when people start lying. The same way that everybody is upset about Kamala Harris lying about collard greens, when you hear somebody say that black people are not a monolith, you need to say, no, we are. Some of us are just trapped inside the monolith, but we are indeed a monolith. 90% voting for the same party for 6 decades is a monolith. There's literally nobody else that has that pattern, unless you live in an oppressive dictatorship where there's only one party that you can vote for. So that's why you've been voting for that party for that long. If you agree, give me a thumbs up. If you disagree, give me a thumbs down. So the lie of we're not a monolith must end, and people must know that we are a monolith, but there are some of us that are trapped inside trying to break it out, trying to break out. There's no shame in being honest. None. The very people who attempt to simp enforce and to enforce this monolith are the very people that'll sit there and say that we're not a monolith. That should not be allowed to happen. And the reason why it continues to happen is because it's allowed to happen.
If you don't show them you're capable of not voting for them, they don't have to listen to you.
I'm going to play that back one more time. None of this stuff is new concepts. None of this stuff is rocket science. I guarantee you'll still be on the planet Earth by the time I'm done with this live stream. Shout out to Miss Nisi. What's good with it, Miss Nisi?
First of all, he's echoing what Lawrence O'Donnell said before he got his job at MSNBC. You remember what he said before he got his job at MSNBC? He's saying exactly what Ice Cube has been saying the last 2 election cycles. So here it is.
If you want to pull the party, the major party that is closest to the way you're thinking, to what you're thinking, you must show them that you're capable of not voting for them. If you don't show them you're capable of not voting for them, they don't have to listen to you. I promise you that. I worked within the Democratic Party. I didn't listen or have to listen to anything on the left while I was working in the Democratic Party, because the left had nowhere to go.
So that is fake tough guy Lawrence O'Donnell before.
So now here's my question. After hearing this, what is your thoughts? What are your thoughts after hearing this? Let me ask you guys this question. Is there anybody in here that can say that over the last 5 to 6 decades that we've exhibited savvy voter habits and savvy voter traits. Would you be comfortable saying an example of how to do politics and get what you want would be by watching us do what we do? If you can say that, give me a thumbs up. If you can't say that, then give me a thumbs down.
Where they pulled him aside, roughed him up, traumatized him to the point where he'll never utter that truth ever again. He'll never say that on his show ever again. But that's what he was saying. That's all he's saying. And when he said it online on Twitter, immediately, this got almost 2,000 likes. They said Ice Cube is in business partners with Steve Bannon, a known fraudster who is currently in jail for frauding. And when he got out in November, will go back to jail for more frauding. Nothing else to say is, so you're not speaking to his point. Isn't that, so that just.
So again, so you see how Jimmy Dore is calling this out for not directly addressing the point. Again, this is simp enforcement, monolith enforcement. Simp enforcement and monolith enforcement. Shout out to John Guillory. What's good with it, bro? I need everybody in the chat to explain to me why we're all supposed to be exactly the same, and then in the same breath we say that we're not a monolith. Do people see how harmful being detached from reality and not making sense are? You will literally have somebody try to shout you down for your differences and say that your differences are some type of defect, but then we'll at the same time turn around and say that we're not a monolith. How does that work exactly? And why don't people ever have any discussions about that?
Cube is in business partners with Steve Bannon, a known fraudster who is currently in jail for frauding. And when he got out in November, will go back to jail for more frauding. Nothing else to say is, so you're not speaking to his point. Isn't that, so that just seems like, I don't know.
That's all they do.
So are you saying that he's wrong to tell his community to ask for something for his vote?
What do you guys think? When people say we live in different worlds, shout out to DC Precise. What's good with it, bro? When people say we live in different worlds, I would go as far as to say that that's an understatement. I would say that we probably live in completely different universes. I mean, like, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, I'm not even going to say. Let me just shut up. I don't know what to say. What is there to say? I don't agree with Jimmy Dore on a lot. Y'all know I roasted Jimmy Dore and his friends for how they did Cornel West. I thought that was wrong. But like AB Promotion said, if you're right on something, you're right. Don't bother me to say it. I don't have a problem saying that. I feel that he's right on this. What I'm trying to figure out is why we're not louder and making this the practice instead of holding on to some of the monolithism that makes us have our identity or make us feel good. Because the reality is that we all know that we're a monolith, and there's some elements of that monolith that kind of give us a little bit of comfort. And it's the comfort elements of that monolith that people don't want to release, which is why it also stays maintained. So my question for everybody would be, what are the elements of the monolith that make you feel comfortable? And what elements of release of the monolith would make you feel uncomfortable? I bet you nobody's going to say anything. I bet you the chat about to freeze. It's about to be like 10, 15 bots in a row.
Show them you're capable of not voting for them. They don't have to listen to you. I promise you that. I worked within the Democratic Party. I didn't listen or have to listen to anything on the left while I was working in the Democratic Party because the left had nowhere to go.
So that is fake tough guy Lawrence O'Donnell before they pulled him aside, roughed him up, traumatized him to the point where he'll never utter that truth ever again. He'll never say that on his show ever again. But that's what he was saying. That's all he's saying. And when he said it online on Twitter, immediately this got almost 2,000 likes. They said Ice Cube is in business partners with Steve Bannon, a known fraudster who is currently in jail for frauding. And when he got,
and this is what I'm saying, and this is my proof. This is what I'm saying. One of the reasons why things seem like they're frozen in time is because people don't even know. People aren't even comfortable verbalizing what part of the monoliths we're still attached to and which parts are toxic that we need to remove. I would say 99.9% of people are 100% dishonest with themselves about everything. And that therein lies a large amount of the problem. Anytime I hear somebody say we're not a monolith, I'm just like, that's like saying we're not black. Because all of the statistical data shows that we're a monolith. Why are you saying that we're not a monolith? We are a monolith. Look at what happens to somebody when somebody walks in the opposite direction. We have a self-enforcing system of communism with no dictator that's a leader that benefits from it. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I've never seen anything like it anywhere. And what I'm trying to figure out is what is the benefit of maintaining its existence, because its existence is indeed maintained. Its existence is maintained and enforced by the people that get some slight benefit from it. And its existence is maintained by the people that get some type of comfort from it, which I guess would be a benefit. But I might not be the person that's qualified to access those deep therapeutic areas of people's brains that need to be tapped in order to get those answers from your id or your super ego. You know what I'm saying? That might not be within my skill set.
Out in November, we'll go back to jail for more frauding. Nothing else to say is, so you're not speaking to his point, isn't that? So that just seems like, I don't know.
That's all they do.
So are you saying that he's wrong to tell his community to ask for something for his vote?
Now I want you guys to understand that. Y'all hear what Jimmy Dore just asked? Are you telling him he's wrong to ask his community to want to get something for their vote? All the monolith enforcers are saying that, yes, there's something wrong with that. You need to vote for this person because of the reasons why we said you need to vote for this person. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash the like button. If your butt hurt, smash the unlike button. That means I did something too. You know what I'm saying? And also make sure that you share the stream to your social media and tag somebody who you think would benefit from this.
And it got 2,000 likes almost. You're saying don't ever ask for anything for your vote? Why don't you speak to what his point is instead of just doing character assassination? I know, because his point is right, and you don't want to address that. Because Kamala Harris isn't going to give anything to his people. Go ahead.
Sometimes for whatever reason, when somebody like Jimmy Dore opposed to somebody like me says something, it makes it easier to accept. So we just put the stream on easy mode. You know what I'm saying? We just put the stream on easy mode. You know what
I mean, people play this weird psychological game where on the one hand, they'll say, look, don't take it so seriously. Voting is not an expression of your inner soul. It's just a choice you make on election day. You say, okay.
Shout out to Mo Fax with more Neely Fuller Jr. You know what I'm saying? Mo Fax said the first thing we have to do is let go of is non-constructive contact. If we aren't working towards a constructive goal, we need to isolate, i.e. quarantine. Straight out of Neely Fuller Jr. And this is one of the reasons why I call BS on a lot of things and on a lot of people and on a lot of movements. And I don't care how people feel about it, man. The only thing that I care about is reality. And reality is on my side. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, then my choice on election day is not to vote for either of them. Well, what do you mean? You have to pick one. You have to pick one. It's your duty to pick one. It's like, what are the, it's like they don't have their story straight. What did,
so now I want to know where are all the pro-blacks to address these white dudes saying this? I want to see where are all the pro-black, the alleged fake pro-blacks at to address these people who are saying the same thing as other black people that they're attacking. Yeah. I mean, again, the biggest purveyors of white privilege are black people. White people should thank black people every day for white privilege, because if it wasn't for us, white privilege wouldn't exist. Slave labor gave them the United States. Automatic affording of credibility based on skin color is given. Associating the nice neighborhood with them, saying that somebody has good hair because your hair is less coarse. Black people are the largest enablers and purveyors of white privilege in the world, in the entire world. And it needs to be addressed. It needs to be addressed. It's disgusting. You know what I'm saying? So when I hear people talk about white privilege, like the first thing that I always ask is, how many times did somebody run a white privilege card on you and you cashed them out today? Oh, you a coon. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Just like I expected. Don't address what I'm saying. Okay. You know, like keep it pushing. Like that's going to do something. Throw some coonologists in the chat for me because I'm a coon. You know what I'm saying?
George Carlin said, he said, you know, people like to say people who don't vote have no right to complain. He said, I think it's the exact opposite. I think people who don't vote are the only ones who have a right to complain, because when whoever you voted for does something horrible.
Now, you know why they don't get addressed? I'm going to tell you exactly why they don't get addressed. They don't get addressed because they mama not black. Can't use that one on them. Can't use your mama black on them. You can't use that one on them. Unless you decide to Pan-Africanize everything and we go to the nonsense out of Africa theory, and we'll just say that everybody, even though despite the fact that evidence shows that there was things going on in Eurasia, we'll just say that everybody came out of Africa to lay claim where everybody can just go to Africa and be African, and we can make people black and as we want to, and say, well, you know, we was all there at one time, so yeah, your mama black. Like we can do some stupid stuff like that, like what they do on YouTube. But yeah, I mean, try to your mama black response on that. That's one of the reasons why you don't see a lot of these pro-black coons ever having these cross-cultural conversations about similar topics, because a lot of the language that they use would get them laughed out of a room. And I'm not trying to be funny, but maybe that's why we think a lot of the people have, you know what I'm saying, a sense of humor. Maybe what we're witnessing isn't actually a sense of humor. Maybe it's an intelligence deficit. Sometimes things can look alike. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So we've eliminated the your mama black. We've eliminated that as a viable response to if these people feel the same way. So now my question is, what's the next response? Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory says we need to let go of our old views, our belief system, where it does not empower us, only make us with evil done to us, and we almost justify saying we all have sin. And that's one of the reasons why when it comes to pro-blacks, when it comes to conservatives, that's the reasons why they take the negative traits of their life and project it onto everybody else as a negative image of the black community to try to normalize themselves as normal, to make it look like, oh, I'm not that bad. When you hear all of these stories that they talk about all these single moms. You're like, what are you talking about all these single moms? Oh, I grew up in a single parent household. Oh, well, that's what's wrong with you then. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I didn't. So I don't relate to none of that. You know what I'm saying? But I don't really appreciate you putting that on everybody, because my mom and my dad still married. And again, if you look at yourself and see everybody else, that also is indicative of a monolith. You should look at yourself and see yourself. You shouldn't look at yourself and see a bunch of other people. That's ridiculous. You need to be in a straitjacket. You know what I'm saying?
Horrible. I can say, look, I had nothing to do with it. I think the default should be not to participate and only vote for someone if they give you a reason to. Because mathematically, voting is like,
but your mama black, 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 but your mama black.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
have to pick one. It's your duty to pick one. It's like, what are the, it's like they don't have their story straight. You know, what did George Carlin say? He said,
now Ricky Smiley said, I want to make sure that you guys understand the implications of this, right? Understand the implications of this. Ricky Smiley said that he's tired of us doing this, which means that he just gave privilege to them to have a free reign of discussion. Again, more pro-black affording of white privilege to white people, but you claim to be pro-black. Towing that thin black line. Ricky Smiley's words specifically, black people need to shut up and stop acting like this. You guys got the green light. More black people affording black privilege. The ones that black police everybody, the so-called pro-blacks. If I'm wrong, incorrect, or not being honest, give me a thumbs up. If what I'm saying is true, throw some flames in the chat.
You know, people like to say people who don't vote have no right to complain. He said, I think it's the exact opposite. I think people who don't vote are the only ones who have a right to complain, because when whoever you voted for does something horrible, I can say, look, I had nothing to do with it. I think the default should be not to participate and only vote for someone if they give you a reason to, because mathematically voting is like the most inefficient expression of.
So now here's my question. Who disagrees with what this guy just said right here? Is there anybody in the chat that disagrees with what he just said? Is what he said wrong? Now we know we're going to have some. Is what he said wrong, or is he correct? How do you feel? Let me know. I agree with what he said. The only problem is he's allowed to say it. We've been told to be quiet. And we've been told to be quiet, not by them, but we've been told to be quiet by the people with the shark tooth necklaces and all that. The kufis, dashikis. People telling you that you're from somewhere that you can't go back to and live. Somebody wants you to believe that you're a part of a society that you cannot go back to, but not believe this when there's evidence of this. It's one of the reasons I got a problem with religion. Because and not as a result of religion being true or false or whatever. It's that the religion teaches you to normalize a thought process where it's okay to believe in things that are not consistent with reality. That's a huge human defect. We already got enough defects. There's the inefficiency of human emotion. Then you have the fallacies of human rationalization. And you see all of these things coming into play right here.
Of political sentiment. I mean, you're one in what, 300 million votes? So unless you really feel like you're going out and voting for something, I think it's your choice not to do it. People didn't die for your right to vote. They died for your right to choose whether or not to vote. Freedom of participation is.
Now, is he right here? Is this correct? Well, he's a white man. He can't speak on that. Somebody let me know.
George Carlin said, he said, you know, people like to say people who don't vote have no right to complain. He said, I think it's the exact opposite. I think people who don't vote are the only ones who have a right to complain, because when whoever you voted for does something horrible, I can say, look, I had nothing to do with it. I think the default should be not to participate and only vote for someone if they give you a reason to.
He don't know what he's talking about because he's white. So this is why being a coon and being a simp are so similar. If you only know what you're talking about, or a standard of what's correct is based on quote unquote your mama black, we are now veiling all correctness and incorrectness of worldviews based on some involvement with a woman, whether it's your mom or whether it's the woman that you with. And this goes back to the genitalia weirdness that I be talking about. So now this is why somebody that could, they just roasted you in this debate. Now you try to bring that tactic here and say, well, your mama black, or you don't know what you're talking about because you white. How's that going to work on a debate with these people right here? It ain't going to go so well. Now, here's my question. Don't people want things to go well? Isn't that the idea? If you want things to go well, give me a thumbs up. If you don't want things to go well, give me a thumbs down. I'm under the impression that most people want things to go well or to go better or for things to work in their favor. Am I right about that? Now, I'm going to tell you guys something. This right here, this kind of stuff right here, this is one of the reasons why as long as I'm on YouTube, I'll never have 100 people in my chat, ever. And I don't care. I so don't care. I want to make sure that y'all know that. And the reason why I don't care is because if you are the type of person that is able to listen to this type of content, that's more valuable. That's more valuable. What that means is that you have a functioning brain. I could go talk to a brick wall and do the same thing as talking to 5,000 people in the chat that just have a hole in their head and it's going in one ear and out the other. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John. Make sure y'all show John some love. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for John for for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo.
Shout out to you, bro. I definitely appreciate it. So this is what I'm saying. I want people to make sure that people are ready with precision, non-defeatable, non-workaroundable information so that you're able to deal with these type of situations head on and not walk away questioning yourself. Anytime you get into any confrontation, you know how it is. A lot of people watch sports. It's never good to have to worry about a ref making a decision. You always want to get a TKO, or you want to always get a knockout, or you always want to shut the other team out. I don't never look at anything like a victory unless I've just demolished my competition. If I didn't just demolish my competition, it's not no. If you can still get up, it's not a victory. That's how people should start looking at this kind of stuff. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And this is what I'm telling you guys. What I'm telling y'all is this, and please believe me when I say this. The large amount of people that you all think want the outcome that you think they want, they're lying. They don't want it. It's too risky. They're scared. Once you do the action, they'll leave you in the parking lot with the money bags in your hand and drive off with the car and right to the police station and tell them where you are. I'm dead serious.
Because mathematically, voting is like the most inefficient expression of political sentiment. I mean, you're one in 300 million votes. So unless you really feel like you're going out and voting for something, I think it's your choice not to do it. People didn't die for your right to vote. They died for your right to choose whether or not to vote. Freedom of participation is freedom to decide whether or not to participate at all. And so, all the self-righteous virtue signaling about voting and who you have to vote for, it just seems to be deployed for convenience.
I would tend to agree with that. If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with that, give me a thumbs down. Now, another way that you can tell that it's just quote unquote, like he said, deployed for convenience is, have you ever heard any of these type of people when they have ideological differences say, well, let's sit down and have a conversation about some of these things. And, you know, maybe if we don't end up agreeing, maybe we could walk away and at least understand why we're moving the way that we're moving. Nobody ever does that. And the reason why is because they feel that they're superior to you, or they feel that they're more entitled to receive what they want than you are, which is not true. Okay? That's not true.
Depending on the time
Well,
and the circumstance.
here's a video you got in Chicago. Here's a black guy, ex-con, who says he's voting for Trump. Here we are.
All right, so you support Trump?
Yes, I support the office.
And you also support Palestine?
Yes,
well,
absolutely.
You know Trump doesn't, though, right?
I don't have nothing to do with that. I'm against the Democratic Party. It don't matter if it was Mickey Mouse in the office or Republican office. I'm voting for Mickey Mouse. So it's not about the personality. His issues, not my issues.
Okay, but if you support Palestine, do you not like that he supports Israel?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So you're choosing to look past it, basically.
That's I've been dealing with this Democratic Party that's caused disinvestment into our community for 60 years. So it's time to get rid of them.
So now if you pay very close attention, Jimmy Dore and them, they cut out the shirts. But what this says on the shirt is, quote unquote, ex-cons for Trump. So Jimmy Dore and his people went to find, quote unquote, ex-cons. They didn't go to any place like a corporation or anything like that, or like, you know, stop anybody who's driving an Amazon truck or somebody that, you know, is just like, you know, a person that's integrated into society. They sought out and interviewed people that had on ex-con for Trump shirts. So that shows you what they think. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. You see how they got the camera like kind of down low, but when he moves back and forth, you'll be able to see it says ex-cons on the shirt.
So if it could be the devil in office, I'm voting for him against that devil over there.
Okay, do you actually like Trump, or you just like him better than the Democrats?
Trump to dislike Trump. That's the problem with human beings. You dislike people you don't even know. And that's the problem with racism. That's the problem with sexism. That's the problem with all those things. So, no, it's not about who's in office and who's sitting in office. Look who's sitting in office now. The Democrats. So who you going to pick? Who you going to pick? Which devil you picking?
All right, so you don't feel like because Kamala Harris is a black woman that you have to support her?
What's she black at?
You don't feel
So again, I want you guys to see do you see the again, and I got a video coming because I don't know if anybody paid attention to it, but Myron just accidentally admitted that he's Arab, or either it was Fresh that admitted that he's Arab. So I'm gonna do a quick video on that little receipt that probably nobody will watch, but it'll be there, right? But I want you guys to pay attention again when it comes to this quote unquote black policing. A lot of times it ain't even us doing the black policing, is other people trying to define who we are and trying to throw other people in boxes with us to try to falsely prove their points. And a lot of people gravitate to it. Now, what I don't understand, now Myron Gaines, when it comes to Myron has literally said that he is from the United Arab Emirates and moved to Sudan. He said that. This is out there. Somebody will tell me that I'm black policing because I said Myron's not black. Myron said he's not black. He only says that he's black to try to justify saying racist stuff. But when he's not saying racist stuff and he's talking about his heritage, he talks about how he was born in the United Arab Emirates and moved to Sudan. Moving to a country doesn't change your race. Moving to a country changes your nationality. It might not even change your nationality. You might just pick up another nationality. I don't understand. And this is what I'm talking about this situation where when it comes to dealing with black people, all common sense flies out of the window. You literally have people jumping out of the window for these claims that Kamala Harris made that everybody knows are not substantiated. Why would she make those claims? Where's the standard of truth going to be? In one instance, it's okay for me to go in on Myron because of the inconsistencies that Myron has. That's fine, and that's dandy. But all of a sudden, when I do the same thing to Kamala Harris, because she's just as inconsistent, somehow that makes me a coon. Somehow that makes me MAGA. Somehow that makes me a shameful black man who's just attacking on a black woman like Tiffany Henyard so eloquently said. Really? I mean, I guess I'm all that then. I don't care. I'm not violating YouTube community guidelines, so I'm just going to continue to have a hearty career of being that.
Who you gonna pick? Which devil you picking?
All right, so you don't feel like because Kamala Harris is a black woman that you have to support her?
What's she black at?
You don't feel she is?
Black. She's not for us. You know how many black people Obama was so-called black. Look at our communities in Chicago. And this is his city.
Do you feel Trump did better for those communities?
Yes, absolutely. 100%.
In what way?
Clinton 94 crime bill ushered us into prison. Trump's second step has released 50,000s of men that the Clinton crime bill over.
If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash the like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and subscribe. Believe it or not, I did some calculations. We'll talk about the calculations in another stream.
Sentence. So everybody, even a clock is right twice. A broken clock is right twice a day. So it's always good and bad. You can find that in both.
So just to let you know, Republican Donald Trump's 12% share of the black vote in 2020 was 4 percentage points higher than it was in 2016. And I've seen where it's been up to 22%. And the Reuters found that in July, 18% of black Americans would pick Trump over Biden in a hypothetical matchup, compared to 46% who favored Biden.
So now here's my question. Why is it that when it comes to dealing with this and talking about these numbers, why is it that people's brains just explode? Why is it that people's brains just explode? Help me, guys. Help me understand.
Including about 1 in 4 black men, compared to about 1 in 7 black women. So I can't believe that Bernie Sanders, we went from half the Democratic primary voting in 2016 of the voters choosing to overthrow the Democratic establishment and get corporate money out of the party. And those people are all gone now. They don't ever, Bernie, he trained them to not ask for anything for their vote, and they don't. That's what this is. And then when someone...
So now, again, black voter monolith, but now Jimmy Dore's talking about the Bernie Sanders issue. Bernie Sanders, according to Jimmy Dore, which I never paid really much attention to Bernie Sanders, so I don't know what he was doing over there, but apparently he was telling people not to expect something or request something for your vote. I've heard many people say many times that we're the only people that happens to. How many people have heard people say with their full chest, we're the only people that this happens to? If you've heard that, give me a thumbs up. If you have never heard that, give me a thumbs down. According to Jimmy Dore, Bernie Sanders did that to his supporters. And I know Bernie Sanders had a lot of non-black supporters. So here's my question. Why are people going around and saying that we're the only people that this happens to? And why hasn't anybody corrected it? Would you agree that allowing false narratives to fester is monolith enforcement and reality barrier protection? If you would, give me a thumbs up. If you guys wouldn't, give me a thumbs down.
So it's always good and bad. You can find that in both.
So just to let you know, Republican Donald Trump's 12% share of the black vote in 2020 was 4 percentage points higher than it was in 2016. And I've seen where it's been up to 22%. And the Reuters found that in July, 18% of black Americans would pick Trump over Biden in a hypothetical matchup, compared to 46% who favored Biden, including about 1 in 4 black men, compared to about 1 in 7 black women. So I can't believe that Bernie Sanders, we went from half the Democratic primary voting in 2016 of the voters choosing to overthrow the Democratic establishment and get corporate money out of the party. And those people are all gone now. They don't ever, Bernie, he trained them to not ask for anything for their vote.
He said Bernie trained them to not ask for anything for their vote. And then I go on Twitter and I go on YouTube and I hear people in comment sections and I see people making tweets and say that we're the only people that do this. We're the only people that this happens to. Now, I know I see a lot of y'all in a lot of the streams and content that I watch, and I know y'all have heard it. So my question again, I'm gonna ask again, how many of you all have heard that we're the only people that this happens to? If you've heard that before, give me a thumbs up. If you have not heard that before, then give me a thumbs down. I'm going to tell you right now, thumb up for me. I've heard it all over the place. I might even be guilty of saying it.
And they don't. That's what this is. And then when someone does, he's looked at as a pariah. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is what Democrats really can't reckon with. You know, Michelle Alexander, the author of The New Jim Crow, she wrote an article, and you can look it up. It's still online. Why Hillary Clinton.
Shout out to John. Facts, bro. Facts. And I know more than just John has heard this all over the place. But shout out to John for being brave and being honest. And and I want you guys to understand the fact that we got 43 people in here and only one person put their thumb up. That's evidence of monolith enforcement. That's evidence of monolith enforcement.
Doesn't deserve the black vote. She wrote that in 2016. And one of the pictures in it is a picture of how Bill Clinton announced his campaign in 92. He announced it at the birthplace of the KKK at the Stone Mountain Correctional Facility with a phalanx of black prisoners in chains behind him. And if that didn't communicate.
Shout out to yeah, I know. Shout out to New York State of Mind. Yeah, that's why I said put the thumb up so I could see it real quick because I got to switch back and forth from screen to screen. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't read it. But if you did say that, that's what's good, bro. I appreciate it. So that's 2. That makes 2. That's a worse rate than what we vote for Democrats at. It's the opposite ratio for what we vote for Democrats at. Voting for Democrats is at 90%. This 2 out of what, 45, 2 out of 47, that's probably like 6-7%. Again, I gotta ask, is that monolith enforcement? Let me ask you guys this question. When you have gone outside of the monolith, has a hand come down from the sky and scooped you up and brought you into a hot brimstone room and shamed you and told you never to do this ever again? Shout out to DC Precise. We got 3. The numbers is climbing. The numbers is climbing. Shout out to DC. DC broke free. DC Unchained. DC Unchained. That's what's good. But for real though, that's monolith enforcement, right? Shout out to John. John says, I don't think Jimmy Dore is right on this one because many people like Bernie because he's offering them getting something. But maybe he said that later on when I wasn't paying attention to his campaign. Yeah, me, like I said, I didn't pay attention to his campaign, but I know Jimmy used to be a big supporter. So he would know, and hopefully he wouldn't just lie on his media where we could easily pull a receipt and show that that's false, right? But if you ask me, I would say that the Democrats, for the most part, are giving the same message to most of their constituency. Their message is a budget-driven message. And when I say it's a budget-driven message is a message where they won't have to spend any of their budget money for your vote. All they have to do is just advertise the other person as the worst possible choice or the worst possible outcome. And by that being the case, you will vote for them by default, which means that they could spend the money on whatever they want to instead of spending it on what you need them to spend the money on. Yeah, shout out to NY State of Mind. Jimmy was a Bernie bro. Yeah, he definitely. I'm pretty sure he was. But I didn't pay attention to Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders never appealed to me. You know what I'm saying? I didn't like Bernie Sanders. I didn't like a lot of the stuff that he said. I thought he was fake. You know what I'm saying? You a socialist and you like a billionaire. Like, it's just a lot of weirdness with Bernie. A lot of weirdness with Bernie. A lot of inconsistencies with Bernie. And inconsistencies are a big red flag. I don't care how popular somebody is. I don't care how much somebody likes somebody. What you will notice is that flip-floppers take up for flip-floppers. You hear that, Black Klansman? Flip-floppers take up for flip-floppers.
She wrote an article, and you can look it up. It's still online. Why Hillary Clinton doesn't deserve the black vote. She wrote that in 2016. And one of the pictures in it is a picture of how Bill Clinton announced his campaign in 92. He announced it at the birthplace of the KKK at the Stone Mountain Correctional Facility with a phalanx of black prisoners in chains behind him. And if that didn't communicate the message clearly enough, he took the picture with Cooter from the Dukes of Hazzard standing next to him who at that time was actually a congressman.
And now, right, that was Bill Clinton. There's people that call Bill Clinton the first black president. is people that call Bill Clinton the first black president after he did all that. Now, let me ask you guys this question. All this stuff that Bill, what if I took all these pictures with the KKK and stuff? What, let me guess, I wouldn't be able to, I wouldn't be allowed to go to the barbecue. I had to make my own barbecue. You know what I'm saying? I had to go buy my own bag of Kingston charcoals and lighter fluid, give me some steaks, get some foil and some salmon, put it on the grill, right? But I can't go to the barbecue, but Bill Clinton will get your vote to go in and be the president. I need somebody to explain how that makes sense. And then not only will he get the vote, he'll be invited onto a popular show to be given the designation of a black president. While I'm still knocking on the door. Hey, them ribs look good. Can I get some? Hey, them ribs look good. Can I get some? And people still asking questions why stuff is frozen in time? Seriously? Is this not evidence of a monolith? Next time somebody says black voters are not a monolith, ask them to give you the 2020 presidential candidate voting racial demographics. And then ask them to tell you how greater than 80% is not a monolith. Because that's misinformation. If you say that black people are not a voting monolith, that's misinformation. The data doesn't support that. Now, here's my question. Why do people have such a difficult time coming to grips with that? It's too easy to deny reality and be okay with it. It's see, like for me, right? Maybe it's part of me being as OCD as I am. It's not okay to deny reality. It's never okay to deny reality. That to me is one of the first signs of an impending downfall. Because you've gone into a dissociative state of psychosis, which means that the trauma has built up so much that you detach yourself from the elements of life that reinforce that trauma. Look it up. It's in the DSM-5. Shout out to New York State of Mind. Now, in New York State of Mind, what about over the last 60 years? And my question is also, if the numbers don't add up, how come we haven't added them up? If we truly don't believe the data, why haven't we disproven it? Everybody knows how to count, right? If you are in the comment section and you know how to count, give me a thumbs up. If you don't know how to count, give me a thumbs down. So this is something that we could do if we don't believe it, right? But when there's a test of data integrity, right, then you have to present your collected data and have that data peer reviewed against another set of data. So saying we don't believe that is not sufficient. It's only sufficient for us, and then we'll move on and nothing ever happens. If we don't have what we're ready to disprove right there to be able to disprove it, we may as well not even say anything and just accept what we accept. The excuses have to stop. Or they can continue, and then our kids can ask the same questions as us. Right? Our grandkids can ask the same questions as us. None of this stuff is rocket scientists. None of this stuff is rocket science. I guarantee you, if we did all of this stuff, we will still be on the planet Earth. We're not going to be on Mars. We're not going to be on Jupiter. We're not going to be on Saturn. We're not going to be on Neptune. We're not going to be anywhere. We're not going to lead a Kuiper belt. We're going to be right here on Earth. Trust me. So if we don't have data ready to suggest, okay, I don't believe this data, here's what we've collected amongst our scholars with our peers, and we could peer review this and get a neutral third party to peer review this. If we don't have that there and ready to hand off in a nice package, it's pointless to say, well, I don't believe you. Because if you truly didn't believe, you would do your own investigation, right? Because that's what I do. I always tell you guys how I got moved away from religion. I started doing my own investigation. Certain things didn't add up. It didn't make sense to me how nobody has free will except human beings, but Satan was able to do whatever he wanted to. That was the starting of the collapsing of the foundation of religion for me. And then when I asked the question, and I got in trouble for asking the question, but I was told to go ask, the people who were in charge to go ask them questions, that was another red flag. How many people would agree that people shield themselves through denial? If you guys agree that people shield themselves through denial, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I would say that probably 75% of us shield ourselves from things about reality that we don't like through denial. And the thing that you got to understand about when you do that is that only you are shielding only yourself from reality. Other people look at you and see these things going on. And when they see these things going on and they're looking at things and you're acting like those things don't exist, it doesn't make it look like you're cognitively aware of things. Because you're the only one blocking it out for yourself, but everybody else can see it. And it's very visible. You might think that it's hidden, but it's like a big giant red pimple right on the tip of your nose. I don't have anything wrong with there's nothing on my nose. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. You like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, but okay, we'll just fake it together. How do people develop into that form is my question. I don't understand it. I'm trying to figure it out.
Of the new Jim Crow. She wrote an article, and you can look it up. It's still online. Why Hillary Clinton doesn't deserve the black vote. She wrote that in 2016. And one of the pictures in it is a picture of how Bill Clinton announced his campaign in 92. He announced it at the birthplace of the KKK at the Stone Mountain Correctional Facility with a phalanx of black prisoners in chains behind him. And if that didn't communicate the message clearly enough, he took the picture with Cooter from the Dukes of Hazzard standing next to him who at that time was actually a congressman.
And then Arsenio Hall had him come and play the saxophone and said, he black. Goofy. What do you guys got to say? What do you guys think about that? This is Bill Clinton. When I tell you guys I've never liked the Democrats, this ain't nothing new for me. I just laugh when I look at all these newbies online and they poking their chest out talking about they don't like Democrats and the yada yada yada. Man, okay. All right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, politics is akin to sports. There's nothing popping right now. Who would vote for somebody like this and then call them black? So this Kamala Harris issue is, why do you think she's doing this? We invited her to do it. If Bill Clinton can do something like this and then turn around and get called a black president, people got to look in the mirror at themselves before they start going wild on Kamala Harris. Because we the one that opened up that gateway. Am I lying? If you've shown somebody that they can do this, what they just described, right? Then they can double down on it, do this.
You ain't black.
Why would Kamala Harris not do what she's doing? Positive and negative reinforcement, operant conditioning, and classical conditioning. Pavlov's dog. You give a positive stimuli, positive reinforcement. Negative stimuli, negative reinforcement. Why would Kamala Harris not conduct herself like how she's conducting herself? Who's been enforcing anything? Where's she been classically or cognitively conditioned? Where? If somebody can do as egregious as Bill Clinton just did, nobody had the collard green energy for Bill Clinton. And I want to know why. Because both is disgusting. But what it seems like is it's another instance of black people giving the white person or the whiter person white privilege, because Kamala Harris finna get roasted and toasted, and you know what I'm saying? You know, we do joking about her accent and all that stuff, but the white guy gets called the black president. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, I would push back. The Democrats could not have gotten this far with black Americans if not for black celebrities and politicians. I don't know. But I want to know, regardless of where they could have went, I want to know why we moved in the way that we moved. We don't have any control over black celebrities. They get their paychecks from white people. I want to know about us. That's what I want to know.
That's what this is. And then when someone does, he's looked at as a pariah. And go ahead.
Yeah, this is what Democrats really can't reckon with. You know, Michelle Alexander, the author of The New Jim Crow, she wrote an article, and you can look it up. It's still online.
And you got people saying you ain't black if you don't vote for these people, and people accept it. You ain't black if you don't vote for these people. You ain't black. They not black. Them people not black. Kamala Harris not black, but you not black. Bill Clinton not black, but you not black if you don't vote for him, no. And they out here doing this. Yo, who is this a reflection on? I'll be listening to people on YouTube and all that. People be talking about accountability, and there's no accountability for anything. I ain't trying to hear that mess. I don't take none of that mess serious, man. This is all nonsense. You know what I'm saying? This is all nonsense. This is like crazy, man. Shout out to John. John said, bro, that is insane how he said that, and black people were still like, okay, cool. And bro, and then you won't be allowed to go to the barbecue though. And the thing, and shout out to MC Fact. MC Fact says, the fact that we're here talking about this means that things are changing, right, Rob? Me personally, I don't think that we're talking about it. I don't think that we're talking about it. I think that I'm just doing a live stream and I'm just doing a rant on some observations that I see, and people are here, you know what I'm saying? You know, some people are here to listen, and, you know, maybe they think that some of this stuff is real or whatever. And there's some people that's just here because it's habit. There's other people that's just here because it ain't nothing else to watch. And the world will turn tomorrow and nothing else will change, because that's what's been, there's more evidence of the world turning and nothing changing. So I kind of disagree. I don't think that we're talking. I think that I'm talking. I think that Jimmy Dore and them are on a audio file in a computer somewhere getting stopped and started. Those are the only things that I think as of right now. I think that there's also a lot of people that don't agree with what I'm saying. And I think that there's some people that are not really that they do agree, and that's even more why they don't like what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? But that's just how I feel, though. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm a pessimist. You know what I'm saying? Always have been.
Reckon with. You know, Michelle Alexander, the author of The New Jim Crow, she wrote an article, and you can look it up. It's still online. Why Hillary Clinton doesn't deserve the black vote. She wrote that.
Now, let me ask you guys this. Say, for instance, you brought this to somebody who you know that supports these people, and you played it for them and proved everything that they said is correct. How would that person receive that information from you? Let me know what y'all think. Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick says, I think changes are happening, but it's been 70 years of us doing the same. It's not going to change overnight. The real question is it too late? I don't know. Here's my question. How committed to caring are people? That's my question. That's my question.
That in 2016. And one of the pictures in it is a picture of how Bill Clinton announced his campaign in 92. He announced.
Now, I want to ask, this is going to be a crazy question. This is a dumb question, but it's a good one. It's funny. If you've done something like this, does that afford somebody the right to call you stupid? That's my question. Do you fit the definition of stupid if you've done this, violated this act right here? If you have embraced, voted for, and called a president who did all of the egregious things that Bill Clinton does and called him a black president or voted for him or supported him or only support the party that he's a part of, does that give somebody observing all of those facts the right to call you stupid? That's my question. If it does, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't, give me a thumbs down.
It at the birthplace of the KKK at the Stone Mountain Correctional Facility with a phalanx of black prisoners in chains behind him. And if that didn't communicate the message clearly enough, he took the picture with Cooter from the Dukes of Hazzard standing next to him who at that time was actually a congressman.
So what it could be interpreted as, right, is he said if that didn't paint the picture clear enough, I'm going to make it so that everybody can understand. And then people still didn't understand, and they invited him on the show to play a saxophone, and then got called the black president. Like, okay, you know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
Now, I have challenged Democrats in every election. If you can give me a credible, non-racist explanation.
What I want to know, where are all the pro-blacks going after these two guys about what they're saying? They got a YouTube channel. It's called Do Dissidents. Breonna Joy Gray has been on there. You know what I'm saying? I want to know where the Umar repeat 3 times video is addressing this. I want to see where all the pro-blacks videos is addressing this. But what I think is interesting, right? The Griot, they came out with that article. They came out with that article that said black men are the white people of black people. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that article? If y'all agree, or if y'all remember that article, give me a thumbs up. I would disagree. I would go as far as to say pro-blacks are the white people of black people. And if not the white people, pro-blacks are the white supremacists of black people. I would go as far as to say that, because for some reason, when it comes to people saying the same things, white people got an invincibility shield, and it's only black people that they put the targets on. And I mean, we got the evidence, but as you guys can see, one skill that we've developed besides athletics is reality denial. So it doesn't matter how many facts. It doesn't matter what you show. None of that matters. Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler says, what do you consider pro-black? In order to consider something pro-black, black is a racial designation, right? white people created the concept of race in order to weaponize it to create a self-sustaining caste system that places them on top. So if you subscribe to that idea, you've submitted to portions of white supremacy, because the idea of race is a development out of white supremacy, right? So me personally, I don't consider pro-black. I don't know how pro-blacks consider pro-black. But based on the definitions and how things were formed, I don't know how any ideology that is surrounding on white weaponized definitions of race will ever be of a benefit to people who those definitions were created to destroy and contain. I don't understand that. It's erroneous. One thing that I can say is I understand erroneous solutions. Erroneous solutions are when you have something like a negative under a square root. And when you have something like a negative under a square root, you tend to get two answers. One answer is a real answer, and one answer is an erroneous solution. I would say that that's an erroneous solution because I don't know how that would be applied. And if I need to show evidence of how I don't know how that would be applied, my question is the ideas of pro-blackness that came out of white supremacy oppression, what have they done to close the racial wealth gap or to fix any of the indicators of disparities that we have based on our condition in the United States as it applies because of the color of our skin? That would be my question. Where did pro-blacks get their idea of race? Did it come from Africa? Was it out of Africa like everybody else? According to some people, everything came out of Africa. Did race come out of Africa? I would say that white people came out of Asia and race came out of Europe. And I believe that what I'm saying is more factual. But everything out of Africa. So I guess that would be my question. I can't really define it because I don't subscribe to white supremacist ideologies, and race is a white supremacist ideology. So I don't know. And what's interesting about it is if you observe the behaviors, pro-blacks tend to treat black people a lot like how white supremacists treat black people, which would go perfectly in line with where the idea of race came from. So now here's my question. Am I wrong? Am I right? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, interesting. You're fighting to spread information to uplift us, and I don't dispute what you're saying, but what would you call us? I don't know. I mean, I would assume people would call people something that would be generally agreed upon that we defined ourselves, right? But I don't know if anybody, well, they got the whole FBA thing and, what I'm saying, ADOS and Freeman and all that. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know. And I'm not about to be naming people, you know what I'm saying? But I think that that's something we should at least have established by now, and we don't have it. And I think that that's weird. And I think that one of the reasons why that's weird is because there was a huge concentration on race and not really a concentration on nationality and ways of actually getting things that were meant for us to have. And I got to agree. Shout out to Patrick. That's the issue. Us not defining ourselves as opposed to others. Yeah, I would agree. I think that a lot of the priorities have been off. Shout out to NY State of Mind. NY State of Mind said race is a social inferiority concept that white people have created to make them feel superior. Yeah, I would agree. So then my question would be, why would black people adopt white race ideology? Because pro-blackness is based in the white idea of race. So I don't understand that. All of it is. Pan-Africanism is based on, what I'm saying, like European designations of how Africa is divided out of Africa's theory when is evidence of other, what I'm saying, hominids in Eurasia, in the Caucasus Mountains, and, what I'm saying, all over Europe. To me, like all this stuff is all stuff that's provable. So the fact that all of this stuff is provable and people still hold on to it, this is why I say it's a self-sustaining monolith. It's not just the monolith enforcers like Roland Martin and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's us too. Now, shout out to MC Fact, and this is the question that I always ask. And I don't know if Mo Fax is still in here, but Mo Fax knows because Mo Fax be on that Neely Fuller, right? But here go my question: if they're inferior and they've conquered the world, then what does that classify us as? That's my question for y'all. I think Neely Fuller Jr. asked the same question too. Now, of course, if I ask the question, I'm a coon, and Neely Fuller Jr. is a great scholar. But then again, that's the monolith reinforcement that we deal with, right? But I'm asking though, because Neely Fuller Jr. said that. If they're inferior, right? Which I don't know to who, right? But my question is, if they're inferior, what are we if they've conquered the world with us at the bottom of it? That's my question. That's math. That's mathematical, right? So there's got to be a cascading hierarchy that will result from that, right? So this is what I want. I want people to understand this. People should never be in a situation where you're not able to answer a question because your question will checkmate you. You should never, ever be in that situation. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to DSB. What's good with it, bro? So now my question is, who are people listening to that they're allowing to create rhetoric for themselves that will allow them to be checkmated? Like I said, this conversation right here, amongst these people right here, tell them they mama black. You know what I'm saying? Well, what they was just saying up there. See how that worked? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says they aren't inferior. They just behave that goes against the natural order of the planet. Well, you know how I feel about this idea of quote unquote natural order. You know what I'm saying? So, and again, me personally, I don't necessarily know if I would say that they behave against the natural order of the planet. Patrick says most humans don't move for war. I would disagree. In Asia, they have wars all the time in Asia. Some of the most fierce wars are in Asia, not even in Europe. And destruction to think of or weaponize everything. I wouldn't say that. I would say that animals are more animals' own bodies is weaponized. The most poisonous venom comes from animals that's biologically produced by their own body. They don't even have to make weapons. It just their metabolism does it. So I would strongly disagree with that. I would actually agree that the natural order of the world is violent and it's abnormal to not be violent. I would say that. And anybody that would disagree with me, I would use the example of how much percentage of the animal kingdom are violent predators. It's a small minority of animals that are herbivores, and a large majority of animals, and the stronger animals, are predators. There's even some carnivorous plants, like Venus flytraps. Now, shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, so then are we inferior? I wouldn't say that we're inferior. How would, if race is a social construct, how can the social construct determine whether you're inferior or superior? A social construct is just a categorization, right? It's not really based on anything that's inherent of your physical or genetic ability. It's a social construct, not a biological one, right? So again, this is what I'm saying. How much of this stuff do we believe? And I would disagree, New York State of Mind. I don't think that anybody's asleep. I think that what we deal with is a large majority of people that do not want to deal with reality. And my thing is that's fine, but at least just admit it. Just admit it. That's the only thing that I ask is be honest and admit it. And that's cool. Cypher admitted it. He said, I want to go back in the Matrix. Blue pill me. I ain't mad at it. Just admit it. Stop. Like, people need to stop acting like they want stuff that they don't want, wasting other people's times in life. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all these people, they could have lived a regular life and not got shot. You know what I'm saying? Time is the most valuable, finite resource known in human existence. I think that it should be a capital punishment for people to waste people's time. Just like I think stupidity should have a capital punishment. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't, and I'm okay with that because everybody doesn't share the same beliefs and values as me, and I'm okay with that. Shout out to DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB for growing the organization and standing on business.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show him some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. Shout out to John. John says many people want to take the blue pill. I agree. And my thing is, there's nothing wrong with that. Let them take the blue pill, but just be honest about it. Just be honest about it. Stop lying and acting like you want something else, or you want to be a part of something that somebody else doing, or you're just trying to go somewhere to fit in and belong and stuff. And you just want the blue pill. Like, that's cool. Do that for yourself. Stop interfering and holding other people back or getting other people deleted because they think that you're on the same goal or the same plan as them, and you're really not. Like, you just floating from one place to the other, which is what a lot of people was doing. I say like 85%. I don't believe none of these people, man. I'm keeping a buck with you. I don't believe none of these people, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, I can agree with that. Not wanting to deal with reality, but the issue is there are people who don't live in La La Land like me or you, Rob, and people here now. I would say, yeah, I agree, and that's why. And I think that's what's good. That's why we're here, and those people are where they are. You know what I'm saying? We don't need to be polluted with the filth of stupidity and laziness. Yes, shout out to New York State of Mind. I would blame them. I blame people for their own conditioning. Absolutely. It's your fault. It's everybody's fault. Any type of conditioning that I have is my fault. The blame is always, if you are the ultimate custodian of your own life. And whether something is blamed on somebody or not doesn't stop your ability to be able to get yourself out of a cycle. We're all conditioned. We're conditioned to wear clothes. Do you ever blame your rash on the fact that you wear clothes? Most people don't. Sometimes people do if they know they're allergic to some detergent or something like that. But it's all kind of stuff that we condition to. We condition to drive cars. Do we blame car accidents and deaths that come from car accidents on conditioning? If we know that conditioning is going on, we need to take protective measures to limit the infiltration of conditioning. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and I got a shout out to MoFax. If you guys agree with MoFax, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. MoFax said, truth be told, a lot of white a lot of non-white people are comfortable with WS until it becomes personally uncomfortable. Yeah, that's like what you're seeing in Texas with those people, you know what I'm saying, with the votes and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to NY State of Mind. NY State of Mind says, do a slave really know how to live? Yes, I would say yes. They knew that they didn't want to be slaves. They saw how other people that weren't slaves were living. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. People revolt from slavery all the time. There's literally zero excuse. There's no excuses at all. None. And I believe that I believe that people who expect some type of trickle down benefit from some things that people are doing, if you're not contributing to that effort of breaking those chains, you deserve the same fate as the people who've been oppressing people, because you're part of the oppression. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Yeah, facts, bro. Win, Lose, or Rug said, y'all speaking about something that we have spoke vehemently on in Discord. Yeah, facts. And shout out to NY State of Mind. NY State of Mind said, I agree, but not everyone will think strongly like you. I would even go as far as to say not everyone will even think at all, period. I don't think most people think. I don't think most people have their thoughts until they get into their elderly years, to be honest. I never really care what people think as far as about how I feel. You know what I'm saying? I could care less. One thing that when you grow up and you have when your dad has really high expectations of you and is strict, one thing that you understand is what you're bombarded with as a man in the world. And any man who has shame as a kryptonite is going to have a very difficult time, because that's allowing emotionalism to drive your movements and your actions instead of logic. So as far as anybody, quote unquote, the only thing that I care about is true or false. That's it. Those are my favorite type of tests in school too. I got 100% on every single one. True or false is the only thing that I care about. Binary, 0 and 1. That's it. Is what I'm saying true? Yes, it's true. Then there's nothing else to discuss. Here's the truth. That's it. Ain't nothing else to say. All this walk around and work around and talk around and all this weirdness, people do that to get around the truth. Especially when the truth's not convenient. You know how many times in my life the truth hasn't been convenient for me? Damn near every single day. It is what it is. I got to work to make the way that I want things to be consistent with the way that reality is. And the only person that is capable of working towards that is me. I have an internal locus of control, which is one of the reasons why I believe that people should be autonomous and control as much as they can. Me personally, I believe that there's a lot of people that got a big horn that are actually controlophobes. They're scared of controlling anything. They just want to look like they're controlling stuff, but they're scared. And that's one of the reasons why you see people follow so many people. I don't want people following me. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm some type of cult leader or something like that. I don't want that. Man, we sit down and chop it up. We have discussions. We talk. This is a discussion forum. You know what I'm saying? This is like what they call that place in London, Speaker's Corner, where people just say what's on their mind and we toss around ideas. Because the idea should be that you should be following your own lead. And if everybody understood the truth and everything was standardized, it wouldn't be that much of a difference between how one person versus the other person saw the world. So it wouldn't be no need for any of that type of stuff, because everybody would be on the same page. But nobody's on the same page because everybody has a different view to reality, because this is my truth and all of this stuff. There is no such thing as your truth. There's no such thing as the truth. The only thing that there is reality and what's not reality. That's it. That's it. Everything else is just selected or non-selected electrical signals that are picked up by your five senses that you then interpret somehow, and they feed back into a loop of a holographic projection that is your perception of reality. That's it. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said a lot of people want to find a comfortable way to deny reality while at the same time existing and operating in it. Make it make sense. Bro, I say that all the time, bro. I say it all the time. And people have the convenience because of the filter of society to actually be able to live in that because they pay somebody taxes. But yet and still at the same time, they say they don't like it. You know what I'm saying?
Hillary Clinton doesn't deserve the black vote. She wrote that in 2016. And one of the pictures in it is a picture of how Bill Clinton announced his campaign in 92. He announced it at the birthplace of the KKK at the Stone Mountain Correctional Facility with a phalanx of black prisoners in chains behind him. And if that didn't communicate the message clearly enough, he took the picture with Cooter from the Dukes of Hazzard standing next to him who at that time was actually a congressman. Now,
again, I mean, like when you hear this, like when people hear stuff like this, what goes through people's heads when people hear stuff like this? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, well, I've said before that we do a lot to fuel our own oppression. I learned this early from my teacher in 12th grade in Detroit. Black man teaching at an all-black school. Damn, he would have gotten fired. Now, what they just said on here, if you don't now look, remember that's what Bill Clinton did, right? And people name Bill Clinton the black president. But if you don't vote for a Democrat, you ain't black.
Now, I have challenged Democrats in every election. If you can give me a credible, non-racist explanation for why Bill Clinton announced his campaign that way, I promise I will vote for the Democrat for president. If you can give me a credible, reasonable, non-racist explanation for that. And nobody has ever even attempted to decipher that as a non-racist picture. Democrats cannot face the fact that in the end, not because...
Right, but here go my thing, though, too. Shout out to Patrick. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said Clinton knew the optics that pick would send, and that prison also had white prisoners, too. Right. Now, here's my question. And black people, I would assume, I would think, also know the optics of that picture, right? Everybody clearly knows the optics. Look at people can't even handle staying in the room. Look at how the numbers are going down. You know what I'm saying? So clearly this is hurting people's butt. You know what I'm saying? So my question then is, if your ass is so sore, why would you go and vote for this person who put these optics together? You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody make that make sense. Is there anybody that can make that make sense? Can that be justified or substantiated in any way, shape, or form at all? You know what I'm saying? Like, Clinton knew the optics, and so did the people that were voting for him. And Clinton still did it, and the people still voted for him. I can't control Bill Clinton. I can talk to some of the people that voted. This is the kind of stuff that'll get you 5,000 subscribers on YouTube, and your channel will never grow, and you'll only have 20 people watching your videos. You got to ask, like, why would you stay subscribed? You don't want to hear what I got to say, and you don't want to see the situation change that you claim you want to see. Like, I don't get this, like a waste of time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise said, my cheeks are intact, bro. The truth be hurting, bro. That's what I be saying. Like, what? I don't know what to say. I don't be knowing what to say, man. And I don't care about like any of these other YouTubers, any of these big YouTubers, or any of these people that think that they people's bosses and stuff like that, about what they talking about, what to talk about and what not to. I'm gonna talk about whatever I want to, whenever I want to, wherever I want to. And if you want to try to stop me from talking about it, you're more than welcome to pull up at my house. But I guarantee you, after that, you won't be YouTubing no more. But I think that people need to talk about these kind of questions. They need to bring this stuff up. What's up? Like, why do people not talk about this kind of stuff? Right? Shame sensitivity. Shame sensitivity.
Because they're necessarily more racist, but because their political calculations are different. The Democrats, the modern Democrats, have done more damage to the black community by orders of magnitude than the Republicans have.
Okay, so now so now you heard what this guy just said, right? Where we need the pro-blacks to all come out in force, the pro-black Democrat coons, and just get these white people together over here because they must be on something. Shout out to Dwayne. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, I gotta agree with Terry. People can have their own opinions. It's okay. So sick of it. It's a free country, you would think. Right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, shout out to Dwayne. Dwayne, I was gonna actually talk about that on Undocumented. I actually talked about that earlier in Springfield, Ohio. Yeah. Yo, speaking of Undocumented, if y'all not subscribed to Undocumented, if the mods could drop the link to Undocumented, make sure you subscribe to that channel if you're interested in migrant crisis content. And don't do like people do over here. Don't subscribe to the channel if you ain't gonna watch. If you are not interested in migrant crisis stuff, do not mess my algorithm up by going over there and subscribing. If that doesn't interest you at all and you never watch Undocumented Bros or anything over here, don't go to Undocumented. I won't be hurt. I'll understand. Everything ain't for everybody. So my question is, anytime one of us will say something like this, the Democrats have caused harm, everybody's flying out the window to try to silence or shame somebody. But my question is, where is the defense of when people like this say it? I've looked for it and I haven't found it.
Now, I have challenged Democrats in every election. If you can give me a credible, non-racist explanation for why Bill Clinton announced his campaign that way, I promise I will vote for the Democrat for president. If you can give me a credible, reasonable, non-racist explanation for that. And nobody has ever even attempted to decipher that as a non-racist picture.
Shout out to Patrick. What's good with it, bro? Patrick said, we appreciate you, Rob, Kamala, and them collard greens. Bro, hey, she the one said that she make them, right? You know? Shout out to you, bro. Make sure y'all show Patrick some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Patrick funding the organization. Definitely appreciate it, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Silence! Silence! I ain't got no money, Pop.
Cash rules everything around me. Queen, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Now look, check it out though. Look, Sabbs went in on Kamala Harris about them greens. The only person that I know of that actually said something about Sabbs is Roland Martin. And you know, Sabbs ain't really Sabbs and a lot of them over there, because she on the Jimmy Dore side of things, for real. As far as like ideologically aligned, she probably more ideologically in line with like Jimmy Dore than ideologically aligned with me, right? But on that side of things, they're not really messing with Kamala Harris. Nobody coming after them saying that they MAGA. Ain't that weird? What's up with that? Yeah, I like Sabby. I disagree with her on a couple things. She didn't do a good job of doing an investigation when it came to that brick girl. I had to do a video about that. You know what I'm saying? But aside from that, and like I said, some of her associates, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really like how they did Cornell West. But other than that, I think Sabby is a good content creator, and I think she got her heart in the right place. But nobody said nothing about her, you know what I'm saying, her critiques of Kamala Harris. And it's because most people are simps. She's a woman. She can do whatever she wants. You know what I'm saying? If you ask me, I would say that men are some of the biggest enablers of feminism on the planet. And a lot of men don't want to take credit for that, but they should. It's history. You know what I'm saying?
Democrats cannot face the fact that in the end, not because they're necessarily more racist, but because their political calculations are different, the Democrats, the modern Democrats, have done more damage to the black community by orders of magnitude than the Republicans have. Because for them, they view the black community as a community that's captive and that has nowhere to go.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. How does a white person know this? He can't speak on this. He white. But what's interesting about it is sometimes when white people say some stuff that people agree with, then they can speak on it, but they still white though. It don't matter if you agree or if you disagree. If the rule is you can't speak on something because you white, then it should be shut up. So my question is, what's the rule? Shout out to Hoop Jargon, man. What's good with it, bro? Make sure y'all show Hoop Jargon some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for my man Hoop Jargon. Yo, and if y'all into sports, man, make sure y'all go and check his channel out too. Shout out to Hoop. Hoop said, salute to the 2020 YouTube content creator class and alumni. Yeah, right. Facts. Everybody from 2020 is goats now, and I still got, like, you know what I'm saying, second week YouTube numbers. Everybody, you know what I'm saying, like Poor Man Podcast, AQ, Duke and Don, you know what I'm saying? Who else? There's a lot of people in that class. Man, they out here killing it, bro. Look at me. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, man. Make sure y'all show some love.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Silence. I ain't got no money, punk.
Yeah, bro, facts. Shout out to Adventurous Guide in the Get to the Galaxy. BLR is in the 2020 class. Fourth round draft. So with them, bro, not even fourth round draft. Like I'm like a walk-on making minimum wage. You know what I'm saying? I'm a walk-on making minimum wage for real. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to NY State of Mind. NY State of Mind said, don't look at it like that, Rob. See, I have to look at it like that because that is reality. That is reality. That is the reality of it. The reality of it is that when I started YouTube, Poor Man Podcast and AQ and Duke and Don and all of these other people, they all started YouTube at the same time as me. Mike TV, you know what I'm saying? Look at their channels and look at mine. So now, if I'm driving down the street and I'm driving on the wrong way of the road, should I not look at it like it's the wrong way? Or should I pay attention because a truck is coming towards me and about to hit me? Got to look at what's there. I suck. You know what I'm saying? That's the reality. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I enjoy it. I have fun.
For why Bill Clinton announced his campaign that way, I promise I will vote for the Democrat for president. If you can give me a credible, reasonable, non-racist explanation for that. And nobody has ever even attempted to decipher that as a non-racist picture. Democrats cannot face the fact that in the end, not because they're necessarily
that's the shot, and that's why I always be like, yo, as much, even when I agree with Kevin Samuels, I agree with him. When I disagree with Kevin Samuels, I disagree. But that's why I always got to show love to Kevin Samuels, because Kevin Samuels is what got your boy monetized. Them Kevin Samuels reactions back in the day used to be lit. They used to be lit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Hoop, man. Make sure y'all show Hoop some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Hoop, for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Hey, Hoop. See, look, Kevin Samuels, when the Kevin Samuels show was popping, he should have had a Reaper drop, so that when one of those callers that would call into his show, when they would start saying something real out of pocket, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got 30 kids, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to find a man that's the prize. Kevin Samuels could have been like, ma'am, you're acting
just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga, Reaper keep it 1,000.
That's hilarious, man. Shout out to John. John said Rob is a walk-on that got cut before the preseason and got picked up for the CFL as back QB. Yo, bro, that's facts. That's facts. Except for what's crazy about it, right? Here's the reality of it. This is the reality. I outperformed everybody. You know what I'm saying? I outperformed everybody, and just nobody picked me for the team. Then I went to the D League and was like D League Hall of Famer, and still just didn't nobody want me on the team. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it is what it is. I can't do nothing, man. I can't call it. You know what I'm saying?
More racist, but because their political calculations are different. The Democrats, the modern Democrats, have done more damage to the black community by orders of magnitude than the Republicans have. Because for them...
So I want to know about these white dudes acknowledging Democrats have damaged the black community. I want to know about this. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, Kamala did the same thing as Clinton when she launched her truancy policy. She had a sister arrested with the camera crew in, despite the school knowing about the daughter's illness. Yeah. But you're not supposed to talk about that because like Ricky Smiley said, your mama black. But these guys' mama's not black. So my question is, what would Ricky Smiley say to these guys? I think that we need to sit these guys down in a room with DL Hughley and Ricky Smiley and let them all fight it out, and we watch. How many people agree with that? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I think that Ricky Smiley and all them, they need to sit down right there with them guys and let's watch them talk. Shout out to Alonda. Alonda said, I just got finished watching Afro Elite's live stream. He discussed how the Communist Party of Chicago is pushing for illegals to stay in Chicago. Yeah, well, I've told people about that fist, right? That fist pump. That fist pump don't mean what you think it means. You know what I'm saying? I dropped a video a long time ago, you know what I'm saying, called The 5 Faces of Socialism. You know what I'm saying? And, people throw up that fist. Somebody gave somebody the idea of that fist. And if you go and do your research, there's a lot of different fists. And what's actually funny is I think that the people that think that the fist means some type of pride are the ones that are actually getting fisted. You know what I'm saying? But hey, that's that off-code shit. That's the reason why I can't get more than 100 people watching my shit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, right? You know what I'm saying? Hey, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Democrats, the modern Democrats, have done more damage to the black community by orders of magnitude than the Republicans have.
Now, look, check this out, right? I'm going to bring it back to Alonda's comment. Are communists on the same side of the political spectrum as Democrats? I'm going to run what he said back.
Bill Clinton announced his campaign in '92. He announced it at the birthplace of the KKK at the Stone Mountain.
Now, let me ask you this. Communist Party of Chicago is pushing for illegals to stay in Colorado. Based on political leanings and political directionality, if what he's saying Bill Clinton did is in line with people that hurt black people, and communists are also leftists, shouldn't it be common sense that communists would do things that are harmful to black people? If you watch my video called The 5 Faces of Socialism, I said what the biggest joke and red flag is that what actually is real is that reparations would actually only make sense under conservative policy, which is why the conservatives are overpopulated with racists to make sure that doesn't happen. And under a socialist or leftist system, reparations would be impossible because they're about equity and equality, and that's not in making making somebody whole again isn't part of equity and equality. It's not part of equity and equality. Equity and equality is rational, is rationing things. It's making sure that people have the appropriate amount, not anything based on personal circumstance. Personal circumstance, individualism, any of that type of stuff, that's all with the right. That's why they have the right infiltrated with all these racists. Because right-wing ideology under capitalism, because of how slavery was used to foster business in the United States, only a system of beliefs in government that work with that type of thing would that be compatible with as a form of fixing things. The way that the benign neglect and all that, that's right in line with leftism. That we have to do something for everybody. That's communist is the root word of communist is community. You know what I'm saying? And the communist fist and the hammer and sickle is like, yo, man, like all this stuff been out there. Like it's out there. Why do people just ignore it? Why do people ignore it? Go look up a video about like the Soviet Union and Lenin and socialism. You will see them red fists all up and through the Soviet Union. That's why y'all didn't know they used to call Martin Luther King Marxist Lucifer King and all that kind of stuff, man. This is what I be saying. Like, this is what I'm saying about all this stuff, man. Like the fist, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, but everybody blacker than everybody else, you know what I'm saying? So like, you know, if I be like, yo, you know, I don't really be doing that because, you know, it's kind of some weird stuff, you know what I'm saying, involved in it. Oh, you ain't down, you know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't, hey, whatever, man. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just over here doing me. I'm just over here doing me. You know what I'm saying? People got to start paying it. Now, the thing that's funny is the very people that talk about how symbolism is put in their face don't see the symbolism of that fist that's put in your. All somebody did was just color the fist black. That's all they did. The fist been around. The fist is like a worker's. It's from Karl Marx, Communist Manifesto. How many people ever read the Communist Manifesto? I bet you most people don't even know that that's where that term bourgeoisie came from. And the elite class and all of this stuff. That's why I be a lot of this stuff, like a lot of stuff, especially like a lot of stuff on social media, a lot of stuff on YouTube. I just be tolerating a lot of this stuff, man. I could just decide to start going in on everybody, but like I just tolerate a lot of stuff because it's like, what's the point? What's the point? I want somebody to explain to me a viable reparations model under a leftist ideology. Explain that to me. The whole idea, and you guys could look back in the day, Kamala Harris, when she was running for president the first time, she had a cartoon about equity and equality. How many people remember that? If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, here's my question. Under a model of where if you can't give something to one person, you have to give it for all, right? Healthcare for all, abortions for all, everything for all, right? It's a thin line between all and nothing. You can all everything into nothing, right? How do you take out a group and give that group reparations? That is why the Democrats and the left always say that they'll give reparations when they know that under their basic ideology is completely incompatible with them. They will never do it. It's not compatible with their ideology. The way to do it, somehow the conservative party got to get busted up. But under a Democrat, so any type of Democrat, any type of socialist, any type of leftist, dealing with individuals directly is not part of their program. So if you pay attention, most Democrats will throw on their platforms, they're about reparations. And then if you look at it, it turns into not being reparations because they want to give reparations to everybody. Giving everything to everybody is actually in line with their ideology. So when people sit there and say, well, we need more than a lift all boats policy, why are you voting for Democrats then? Because that's what they do. That's literally what they do. The Kamala Harris equity equality cartoon is out there. You know what I'm saying? Kamala Harris, equity versus equality. Hold on real quick. Here's my thing. What I don't understand is like, why do you have to plea this kind of stuff with people? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand that. Hold on real quick, y'all. Give me a second. Real quick, if y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor, please. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. So think about this. All the Congressional Black Caucus and all these professional Black Democrats and all that, they all know the inner workings of how the Democratic Party works. They know this.
We also launched the Health Equity Task Force to make sure tests and vaccines and other resources are being distributed equitably. You know, when we look at Black history, we know that so much.
There you go. I mean, right there you go. They got the perfect, man, listen, man. Man, listen. Listen, man. Hey, like I said, man, I don't know what to tell y'all, man.
We also launched the Health Equity Task Force to make sure tests and vaccines and other resources are being distributed equitably. You know, when we look at Black history, we know that so much of the fight, especially during the Civil Rights Movement and of course before, has been about equality. You know, we often talk about the place that housed one of the people who for me was a hero and really was a beacon of what can be, Thurgood Marshall. And the house that Thurgood Marshall lived in called the United States Supreme Court. And on those marble walls is etched equal justice under law. We have always fought for equality. But now we are also talking much more rightly about equity, understanding that we must be clear-eyed about the fact that, yes, we want everyone to get an equal amount. That sounds right. But not everyone starts out from the same place. Some people start out on first base. Some people start out on third base.
So now, how do you pay attention to this, right? How does this work exactly?
And if the goal is truly about equality, it has to be about a goal of saying everybody should end up in the same place.
No, the goal for reparations is about repair. The goal for reparations is about repair. Their goal is equity and equality and standardizing and making everybody the same. Our goal is about repair. Our goal is about making ourselves whole. But if us making ourselves whole isn't compatible with the variable that they want us to be at as far as equality goes, well, then it's not a priority. And let me ask you guys a question. Is there evidence of reparations not being looked at as a priority by this political party? If there is, give me a thumbs up. If there's not, give me a thumbs down. Now, shout out to everybody that's in the comment section that's part of the Discord. How many of you all saw that video that I made called The 5 Faces of Socialism? If you saw that video, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, give me a thumbs down. Now, why am I asking? I'm asking because what's the date on that video? What's the date on that? See how long ago I made that? You guys see what I'm talking about how you end up doing the same content every day? You see what I'm saying?
And since we didn't start in the same place, some folks might need more. Equitable distribution. Second, our plan gives $1,400.
Some folks might need more. Okay, how you plan on doing that? Notice how that's where it stopped at. Some folks might need more. Okay, on to the next thing. Because you know that with your ideology, you can't isolate those people and give those people what they need because it's not in line with equity and equality. And this is what I be saying about everything in the world is math. It's all math. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, I saw that video. Yeah, it was the video on BitChute. Yep. I'll shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Here go my question. How accurate would you say that video is, and how applicable would you say it is to today?
To those who need it most, and at least $3,000 in tax credits for almost every child. And why is that important? Because by doing that, we will...
Now look at this. Look at this. This is at the 40th annual Black History Month virtual celebration. Here's my question. After this speech was given here, what has been done to even provide quote unquote equity, as she says? What's been done? And this is what I'm saying, man. Like this, and I know y'all probably be like, man, you a pessimist, doomsday, you know what I'm saying? Like doomsday. Hey, it is what it is. If that's what the reality is, then that's what the reality is. I'm trying to tell y'all, man, don't nobody care about this stuff. Don't nobody care about this stuff. How long ago did I make that video? The 5 Faces of Socialism. How many times, at least once in the blue, you know what I'm saying? We talk about, I'll be warning people about the fist. People only want to have food served from them by the waiter or the waitress that they want. And they'll sit there and starve if they don't get it, instead of just picking up something that, a little thing of ramen that they can get that actually keep them alive. That's the decisions of emotionalism. I don't really like Rob. He ain't nice. Hey, I don't care. I don't care what you don't like. Bet you like living. Bet you like that. Or maybe you don't. I don't know. Guess we'll see. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Lift half of those children living in poverty out of poverty. And a disproportionate number of children in America who are living in poverty are Black children. So think about...
Bro, facts. And that's what I'm saying about the fuzzy wuzzy Gestapo. The fuzzy wuzzy Gestapo is real. You know what I'm saying? People think that it's funny. You know what I'm saying? It is funny. You know what I'm saying? But it's not, Shout out to Alonda. Alonda said the 5 Faces of Socialism video was the same video in which you highlighted that Marx and Leonard were WS and anti-Black. Yep. Facts. Yep. Absolutely, Alonda. Yep. And how long ago did I make that video? How long ago did I make that video? And then you got people that go into my video about Roland Martin and Sabby Sabbs on my other channel and say, y'all don't ever discuss policy. So because I'm talking about somebody now that somebody don't like, that video defines all of my content that I didn't make. We don't talk content. It is not my responsibility to chase people around to look at YouTube content to, you know what I'm saying, monitor what I'm talking about or not. If people are interested in the content or they're interested in the channel and they want to watch, people watch at their own leisure, or they just don't watch regardless. But it's not my job to answer to somebody in the comment section, like the person that wrote that comment, because you fail to watch anything else. The algorithm recommends content to you based on your behavior. So if my video about Roland Martin came up on your feed and none of my other videos came up on your feed, the algorithm and what it gives to you is a reflection of you. Every time you look at that black mirror, every time you look at YouTube, you're looking at you. You're not looking at me. You're looking at you. That algorithm creates a digital imprint of your thought process, not mine. You know what I'm saying? Right. Exact. Shout out to Alonda. Alonda, see? Alonda on it. Alonda said, Rob, it was the same video in which you jokingly said that Gloria Steinem and Margaret Sanger were both far right and could be part of the Proud Boys. Here go the question. Was I lying? Check the date, November 22nd. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Oh yeah, we about to get into it. We about to get into it.
About that. Half of the children who are living in poverty now won't be if we get this thing passed. Third, it provides support for the hardest hit businesses and communities with a particular eye and an acknowledgement about who are our Black-owned small businesses, which we all know are part of the heartbeat of.
I don't. Who? Here's my question: who are the Black-owned Fortune 500 companies? Who are the Black-owned Fortune 500 companies? That's what I want to know. Somebody let me know who the Black-owned Fortune 500 companies are.
Businesses and communities with a particular eye and an acknowledgement about who are our Black-owned small businesses, which we all know are part of the heartbeat of the Black community. It is the beauty salon. It is the barbershop. It is
the beauty salon and the barbershop. And the beauty salon and the barbershop is where both the Republicans and the Democrats go to pander and do photo ops to try to get votes or to try to get support. Would you guys, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Alonda. Yo, Alonda, if you could grab the link for that 5 Faces of Socialism video and put it into the chat, that'd be great. I think it's on BitChute or Win, Lose, or Rug. I know you said so. Somebody got the link. If one of y'all want to throw it in the chat, if people take a look at it. But what I'm trying to tell y'all, right? So now somebody will take a sound bite. They'll take a little clip of what I said and see, I told you Rob said that Rob is a coon because Rob said y'all ain't getting reparations. Rob didn't say y'all ain't getting reparations. What Rob said is that the people lied to you that reparations are incompatible with a equity equality worldview because reparations are personal repair. They would only be compatible under a right wing or conservative that acknowledges individualism and not community or communism, which is why the right wing is infiltrated with racists to keep that from ever coming up. It's structured that way for a reason. I don't disagree with you, Alonda. I don't disagree with that at all. Shout out to John. John says, this is what Google AI said. There are currently no Black-owned Fortune 500 companies. Looks like we found another wealth gap. But there are some Black-owned businesses and people who have held leadership positions at Fortune 500 companies. Now, how come Kamala Harris didn't ask about that? Because that seems, because if we have existing small businesses, then that means that, okay, we got some small businesses, right? I mean, this is a clear disparity right here. Why are we not dealing with that? Why is everybody not talking about that? Not just Kamala Harris. She ain't the only one that's not talking about that. I think that I'm the only one that ever talks about that. I'm the only one that ever talk, and I talk about that, and I have very low numbers. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? So again, like we can't, like the data, you cannot ignore data. That is not a popular topic. It's not something that people want. The demand is not there. There's no demand for it. Supply and demand. If there was a high supply for the stuff that I talk about, there'd be more people watching my videos. But there's a low supply for the stuff that I talk about. So there's a low number of people watching my videos. And that's just the reality. And people are personally accountable for that. So every time you guys come in here and you look at the numbers, just understand that the numbers of my content are directly correlated with the amount of wealth that we have. And then all the questions about wealth should all fall in line like dominoes. And then there can be no wasting of time with complaints and no wasting of time with why this and why that, when we all know the answer. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. See, because I think that whining is a waste of time. Whining wastes time on both ends. If you want to live in a false reality and be blue-pilled and enjoy your fake life, you should maximize your time enjoying your fake life. Maximize it. Enjoy it. Have fun. That's what you want to do. Do it. Why take away from that with fake concern over real reality? Like, I don't understand. In no aspect of time wasting is you know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm living a fake good life, if I'm living in a simulation and I enjoy the simulation, I don't want to go away from the simulation and act like I care about reality momentarily when I can be indulging in the simulation. Like, that don't even make any sense. Why even be concerned? And this is what I'm saying about the reality of insanity. And when you start actually doing deep dives into how people think and how they move, you will realize that there's a small majority of people that are actually sane and a standardized normal majority of people who are completely out of their minds. And people who are completely out of their minds are the majority and the people that operate the world. And that's why when you see somebody that's intelligent, like a comedian, people think that they're funny. They're not funny. They actually are saying intelligent stuff. Well, you know, Dave Chappelle predicted that. But he's not a psychic, though. He's a comedian. Cat Williams predicted that. Yeah, he's not a psychic, though. He's a comedian. These are the people that we laugh at because they're funny. But what the actual funny thing is that they're actually geniuses dumbing themselves down, having a dumb person accent to try to act like you, and you're laughing at them acting like you. Comedians are actually making fun of you to your face because they're like 10 times smarter than you, and they're putting on a normal, average, or dumb person accent, and it's awkward to them. So the awkwardness looks funny. It's like us trying to have an accent. And that's what comedy is made out of. I guarantee you that you could think of more comedians that predicted events that took place than you can famous psychics. And psychics are the ones that's supposed to do it. Try it. Try it. Name me a famous psychic. I can name you only two. Edgar Casey and Baba Vanga. I don't know any other famous psychics. But I can name a whole bunch of comedians that predicted future events. But these are the funny guys. How'd they predict them future events? Aren't future events predicted by using what's called forecasting analysis? Isn't that something that most people run computer simulations for? Isn't that what market research is? To predict trends and future events? These are the funny guys, though. These are the hilarious dudes that make you laugh. They make you laugh because they look awkward trying to imitate how you act. You know what I'm saying?
That grocery store, it is that restaurant that are part of the fabric of community, that are part of the culture of the community, that hire locally, that mentor the local children.
Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise said, "What about Miss Cleo? What did she predict? What is her pinnacle prediction that brought her to the top?"
That support the local children in terms of sponsoring them for their softball games. So those businesses need a fighting chance. And we know that in helping them, the motive has to be not only to help those businesses survive, but to help them thrive. So the good news is the American Rescue Plan has broad and bipartisan support. And all you have to do to figure that out is just ask the American people. Over the past few weeks, I've met with chambers of commerce from around the country, including, of course, Maryland's. And they talked about how they need this plan to keep businesses open. I've met with mayors from around the country, including Mayor Scott of Baltimore. And they talked about how they need this plan to keep frontline workers on the job. I've met with women.
Shout out to Mr. King. Mr. King said Paul Mooney, Negro Damas. Yo, shout out to my man Moxie Approves. How many people, man, that Moxie Approved, speaking of, never mind. Shout out to Moxie Approved. Moxie got a video. It's a documentary about Paul Mooney, and it's dope. I think it got like, it got a lot of views. It got like 400,000-500,000 views. You know what I'm saying? Y'all should go check it out. It's really good. You know what I'm saying? Oh, John posted the link. Shout out to John for posting the link. Appreciate it. That's what's good. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also share the stream. Let me ask you guys a question. If different people prepare the same food exactly the same, does the person that hands you the food make it taste better or worse? I would say it doesn't, but I would believe that people trick themselves into thinking that it does.
Women leaders, and they've talked about how women, and in particular women of color, need this plan to get back to work. Because again, just look at the numbers. At the most recent numbers I saw, 2.5 million women have left the workforce during this pandemic. And again, when we look at disproportionate act,
so now do you see it started out as, you know, we're talking about black people and black history. Now it's turned into women. Like, my question to you guys, what do you guys think about all this? What do now? Here's even better question. Does any of it matter? Does any of it matter? Nothing's going to change tomorrow. Nobody's going to stop doing the same things that they do. None of this even matters. Right? None of this matters. So my question is, what are we going to see at the debate tomorrow? I'm going to prove to you all that people work against their own interests, even when they say that they don't. Even when they say that they don't. They do.
Outcomes. We know that when we are talking about folks of color, they are disproportionately hit. So I'm here with you to say the president and I, along with Senators Cardin and Van Hollen and Leader Hoyer and Congressman Brown, we are going to keep working to get this plan across the finish line. And with that, I'm going to end where I began, which is about the relay race of history and the baton that's in our hands at this moment. As Stenny mentioned in the introduction, my mother taught me many things. She was.
Did she teach you how to make collard greens? Is that one of the things? Now, again, I'm trying to ask you guys this question, right? And the question that I'm asking you is, under a model like this, how is reparations a viable solution to any type of societal issue? Now, again, right, you know, you got people who will sit there and say, see, this is why I told y'all not to mess with Black Light Revelations, because he's sitting there telling y'all that y'all ain't going to get reparations. I didn't say that. But what I would tell you is that if you go to McDonald's asking to order a taco, they're not going to have a taco. Are you going to be mad at McDonald's? They don't serve tacos. Leftists don't serve individualism. Yeah, shout out to Jay. I'll be streaming it, bro. Yo, shout out to John, man. Make sure y'all show John some love for funding the organization. I definitely appreciate you, bro. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man John. Standing on business and funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Shout out to John. Make sure y'all show him some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for funding the organization. John said, think about how insane this is. We have had black billionaires and hecto-millionaires and not one Fortune 500 company. That is a problem. You said it before. I was like, yeah, I took it in stride, but that is a huge problem. Bro, facts. But the even bigger problem is that it's only people like us that see that as a problem. Everybody else would rather concentrate on other stuff. Which is fine. Everybody got the right to do what they want to. My thing is, I never tell anybody not to do something. All I do is tell people, don't be advised of something, and then I don't want to hear you complaining about it after whatever has happened has imploded. I don't want to hear about it. You know what I'm saying? So we talk about this over here, and people actively ignore my content. I don't want to hear nothing on the business side. Don't come to me telling me nothing about the business side, because I've been doing this. I don't want to hear about it. I already got people I'm talking to. I want to hear about it. I'm talking to John. I'm talking to Alana. I'm talking to Jay Bird. I'm talking to MC Fact. I'm talking to Mr. King. I want to hear about it. You're not welcome here. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel. You know what I'm saying? Now I had planned. Now this is getting to be a really good conversation, man. Shout out to y'all for engaging the stream so well. You know what I'm saying? I had a stream that I wanted to do later on tonight, and it's going to be a real cool stream, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it later on tonight because I gotta get up and do some stuff early in the morning. So I might actually have to do it at midnight after the debate tomorrow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably set the stream up after I get done with this, and it's going to be over on BLR1. But when y'all see the stuff that I'm about to talk about in this stream tomorrow, just think about John's super chat. Just think about John's super chat, because I'm telling you, we're all going to be alive to see it. We are about to move into some things in the world where some dynamics are going to be changing very quickly, and people are going to start seeing some very wild things right in front of their eyes. You know what I'm saying? And then when these things start happening and people aren't prepared, you have to take into account what you've been taking your time doing and what kind of information you've been gaslighting yourself with, and asking yourself to discontribute to where I'm at right now. Whether that's in a good situation, if I'm good, you know what I'm saying? If you've been over here rocking with BLR, you know what I'm saying? And you've been buying the crypto on the dip, you know what I'm saying? And you got a nice little, you know what I'm saying, wallet protrusion. Or, you know what I'm saying, if you've been on some other parts of town, you know what I'm saying, and the dollar value hyperinflated. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
She met my father when she was active in the civil rights movement in the 1960s. She gave birth to me in Oakland, California, and had just a goal in her life of raising her two daughters that we would never.
Now, let me ask you this question. Shout out to Dwayne, because Dwayne brings up a good point. Is it possible for a white LGBT man to be considered a minority? Is a white LGBTQ man a minority? And that's not just a question for Dwayne. His comment just made me think about that. I want to know from you guys. Under the definitions of how things are used here in the United States, would a white LGBTQ man be considered a minority? Yes or no? Let me know in the comment section.
Never hear no, it can't be done, and that we would understand we must live a life of service. And so, Stanley, as you said, it was from my mother that I got that expression. My mother said to me often, Kamala, you may be the first to do many things, but make sure you're not the last. And that has everything to do with this relay race, which of course has been running for dozens, if not hundreds of years.
Now, I want you guys to understand the cult element of what she's talking about as far as this quote unquote relay race. You guys should look into the New World Order and the Phoenix Rising ideology and the relay to the golden era, the relay to the golden age. They always use cryptic cult talk when they talk about certain things, just like how George Bush was talking about, and out of the ashes will rise a new America. Now, anybody knows that out of the ashes and the Phoenix symbolism is straight up alchemy, right? But, you know, that's neither here nor there. All I'm saying is just pay attention to that stuff. But again, what you got to take into consideration is we don't even have people that are paying attention to stuff on the level of even just understanding single dimension politics, let alone when you start getting into like decipher. Look at this, and like all the people, you know what I'm saying? Like there's not even it's not a lot of intelligent life on the planet Earth. You know what I'm saying? It's not. And they claim that this is the only place where it is in the universe, and the universe is huge. Like that's really not good numbers. You know what I'm saying?
And you know, my mother taught me what so many of our mothers and grandmothers and fathers and grandfathers have told us all. And that is that what matters is how well you run your portion of the race. What matters is that you moved it forward from the time you received that baton to the time that you handed it off. And like so many of us, I grew up surrounded by people who were running the race for justice, for civil rights, for equality. And they faced, of course, big challenges. And they
now, if you asked her to name 3 of those people, she wouldn't be able to name any. Anytime somebody says that they've been around XYZ and a ton of people, immediately ask them who. Don't give them a chance to finish the sentence. As soon as they say, I've done this all the time, give me your 3 best experiences. Guarantee you they won't be able to answer. Name 2 of the people that you were around, that you were surrounded by, that were doing this. You know what I'm saying? I guarantee you she won't be able to name anybody.
They had even bigger dreams, but they remained focused on the work right in front of them, the work that would move us closer day by day toward justice, toward equality, and toward that finish line. So as my mother and so many of our leaders and our heroes and the ancestors have said, in the way that they did their work, focus on what's right in front of you.
And the ancestors, they said this.
And the rest will follow. And that's, of course, what we must do now, whether that's wearing a mask or getting vaccinated or working to pass the American Rescue Plan.
So I want you to see, she just used ancestor shaming. I don't know about your ancestors, but my ancestors was like this.
Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form to Mumra, the ever-living.
Now she's using this ancestor shaming, and you see what she's using it for, to tell you to go do something to yourself.
Toward equality and toward that finish line. So as my mother and so many of our leaders and our heroes and the ancestors have said, in the way that they did their work, focus on what's right in front of you, and the rest will follow. And that's, of course, what we must do now, whether that's wearing a mask or getting vaccinated or working to pass the American Rescue Plan. And if we're clear-eyed, if we're truth tellers, and if we're courageous, I do believe we can meet this moment. And I do believe that this Black History Month, this year, and at this moment, we must be clear-eyed about the challenges in front of us. We cannot be.
And I just want y'all to, I need to take a moment. We just need to take a moment and just understand how many people fall for this nonsense. How many people fall for this nonsense? Why is anybody falling for this? How pathetic is that? Pretty doggone pathetic, isn't it? If it's pretty pathetic, give me a thumbs up. If it's not pretty pathetic, you know what I'm saying? Well, give me a thumbs down. Let me know.
Overwhelmed. We cannot despair. We must remember those words of the great Coretta Scott King. And I'll paraphrase, but she said, the fight.
There you go. The great Coretta Scott King.
For civil rights which is the fight for justice, the fight for equality, the fight for fairness. She said the fight for civil rights must be fought and won with each generation.
Yeah.
And I think she had
facts, bro. Big facts. Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network says Black Light Revelations. The sad part is that the simps who will be voting for her will overlook all of this, right? Because it's our duty. It's our duty to vote on her just because they feel emotionally attached to her. Oh, yeah, that simp vote is, man. Oh, man. Listen, there's about to be a people need to make sure that they're in a safe place. People need to make sure that they have a means of defending themselves. When I tell you guys that the simp implosion, the grand, massive simp crash out is about to happen, it's going to be like a simp January 6th if Kamala Harris don't win. Which it might actually be more dangerous than January 6th because it will be all males because it will be simps. Ironically, it will be a male segregated thing because, you know what I'm saying, it'd be a lot of men, but these are the guys that allegedly care so much about women. You know what I'm saying?
Had 2 points in mind when she said that. And one is that it is the very nature of this fight that whatever gains we make, they will not be permanent. It's just the nature of it. And so the second point then is understanding it is the nature of it. Do not despair. Do not ever be overwhelmed. And certainly do not ever give up, especially when the challenges are fierce. It is our responsibility in this ongoing.
Joe Biden gave up and now he's no longer running for the president. And if it wasn't for Joe Biden giving up, then you wouldn't be running for the president. So you should be happy that one person gave up.
Race, in this ongoing relay race, to see this moment, to see the challenges and to see the opportunities, and to do everything in our power, knowing that history will smile upon us when we work in the spirit of those who prepared this path for us. So thank you all. Let us honor our history makers who inspire us every day, and let's make our own history too. And thank you, Steny, and to everyone, may God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
Now, did you guys notice any kind of weird accent right there? I didn't notice any accent. Jean Pierre got on girl code with her. She told, what's that dude named Peter Ducey? Well, don't be asking about that. Americans don't care about that. It's trending on the internet. That would kind of imply that Americans care about it. Might not be the most important things that America should care about, but Americans care about it. It's trending on the internet. Kamala Harris says equal outcomes should be the goal of public policy while not having any policies. This was from 11/2 of 2020. All right. Democratic vice presidential candidate Kamala Harris provided narration for a short animated clip that appeared on her Twitter feed on Sunday. In the clip, Harris gives the voice to a leftist progressive narrative about the importance of equity, equal outcomes, rather than mere equality before the law. Isn't reparations about equality? Yeah, so if you're about equity, how are you going to tell people that you're going to give them something that's for equality? I want to make this clear, very clear. Democratic vice presidential candidate Kamala Harris provided narration for a short animated clip that appeared on her Twitter feed on Sunday. In the clip, Harris gives voice to a leftist progressive narrative about the importance of equity, equal outcomes, rather than mere equality before the law. Equality before the law is what reparations would repair. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And therein lies the problem of why these people will lie and tell you that they'll give you reparations, and reparations is not even compatible with their ideology. And this is one of the reasons why you will never see me with more than 100 people in my chat, because despite the fact that I'm trying to tell people that you can get your reparations, there is a way of doing it simply the way that they want to do it. and the people that they've been lied to that they think is going to help them do it, shattering that narrative makes them emotionally incapable of being able to sit through talking about this kind of stuff. And I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Because what that tells me is that you're not really as dedicated as you claim to be. So if you're not about to waste your time, I'm not about to waste my time, because my time is valuable. My time is finite. My time is a decaying resource that I can never recoup, which means that I value it more than money. Because every unit of time that I'm given makes up the total of my life, and I have no idea how many units I have, which means that I got to do as much as I can in each given unit until the unknown unit, when I don't have any more, ends. And it's not my problem that other people don't look at it like that. It's my problem if I don't utilize my time like that. And trust me, I do. That's why it seems to you guys like I get so much stuff done. I seem and feel to myself like I'm lazy. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says there's a big difference between equality and equity, says Harris. So she knows the difference because she's finna sit here and explain it to you. Equality suggests, oh, everyone should get the same amount. The problem with that is not everyone's starting in the same place. Okay? Now, here goes the issue, though. Harris contrasted equal treatment, all people getting the same thing, with equitable treatment, which means we'll all end up in the same place. Where does someone end up at? We all do end up in the same place. We all end up in a cemetery. Like, what is she talking about here? Like, I'm gonna try to pull this cartoon so y'all can watch it. Hold on real quick. Let's see something. Okay, hold on. You know what? It's not playing. It's not playing in here. Hold on, I'm gonna play it on the Twitter page for y'all real quick. Let's see. So now, again, here goes my question. My question for everybody is, what do y'all think about all this? What do y'all think about this?
So there's a big difference between equality and equity.
Oh, what just happened? Media could not be played? Why not? That's weird. Look at this. Hold on real quick. I'm about to show y'all this real quick. Look, watch this. Watch this real quick. See that? What's up with that? Y'all see that? I don't know. And it won't play from the website of that article. So we just about to pull this article back up. So now here it says, this may seem like a trivial difference, but when it comes to public policy, the difference matters. A government should be obligated to treat all citizens equally, giving them the same access to civil rights and liberties like voting, marriage, religious freedom, and gun ownership. The government cannot deny rights to certain people because they are black, female, Muslim, etc. This would be unequal treatment. However, our government did do that. A mandate to foster equity, though, would give the government power to violate these rights in order to achieve the identical social results for all people. So basically what that means is that the people who are the benefactors of the unfair treatment before get saved from whatever type of residual unfair treatment that they would get as a result of making things equal, despite the fact that the people that need things made equal for them never got any benefit whatsoever. And those people have centuries of benefit working in their favor. In accordance with this thinking, the authorities must be justified in giving some people more rights than others. Indeed, this would arguably be strictly necessary in order to create a society where everyone ends up in the exact same situation, i.e. the fuzzy wuzzy army. I.e. the fuzzy wuzzy army. Nice Teletubbies that walk around with AR-15s and velvet purple fur with a Joker smile that'll point that thing at your head to make sure that you're having a good day because they care, because they love you, because it's all about peace and love. Now, conservatives swiftly condemned Harris's tweet in characteristically dramatic fashion. Representative Liz Cheney, who is currently supporting Kamala Harris and is going to vote for her, and so is her dad, accused Harris of sounding just like Karl Marx. And I repeat and go back and tell you that Liz Cheney has just come out and endorsed Kamala Harris for the 2024 election. Things done changed, haven't they? Things done changed. Harris probably isn't a committed Marxist, if anything. Her core ideology seems to be whatever the current political moment calls for. Isn't that like flip-flopping? When was this article written? 11/2 of 2020. Right before the election. That was back when Liz Cheney didn't support her. But now Liz Cheney supports her, and now she even got daddy to vote for her, too. You know what I'm saying? Conservatives swiftly condemned Harris's tweet in characteristically dramatic fashion, i.e. her current supporter, Liz Cheney, accused Harris of sounding just like Karl Marx. Harris probably isn't a committed Marxist. If anything, her core ideology seems to be whatever the current political moment calls for. But it's probably true that the people on her staff who helped make this video are well informed about the sort of lingo that appeals to young progressive activists. This cohort is certainly interested in radical ideas like using wealth redistribution to engineer leftist social outcomes. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What do leftist social outcomes look like? What do leftist social outcomes look like? Let me ask you guys a question. Will reparations be a leftist social outcome? If the Biden-Harris ticket triumphs on election day, expect some of these people to find themselves staffing the vast federal bureaucracy, taking jobs in the departments of education, labor, housing, and elsewhere. There are a million different ways for these bureaucrats to make marginal, under-the-radar policy changes that support an equity over equality worldview. That's a far greater danger than Harris' earnest and clumsy attempts to woo the wokest of the woke. And now what she's trying to do, right? Now what she's trying to do is trying to sell herself as a moderate. Now what she's trying to do is she's trying to sell herself as a moderate. More flip-flops. But again, the evidence shows that it doesn't matter. None of this stuff matters. Who we kidding here? You got to be the right person that people like to say these kind of things. You got to fall in line with a cult. You got to be part of the in crowd. because none of this really means anything. All it is just socialization. Social media and YouTube and all this stuff is just where miserable people come to complain about their miserable lives. And while they're sitting there acting like they're actually being sympathetic to each other, they're actually mentally taking tally of how worse the other person has it to make themselves feel good. It's pretty pathetic. You know what I'm saying? It's not why I'm here. It's one of the reasons why I don't do good here.
Correctional facility with the phalanx of black prisoners in chains behind him. And if that didn't communicate the message clearly enough, he took the picture with Cooter from the Dukes of Hazzard standing next to him who at that time was actually a congressman. Now, I have challenged Democrats in every election. If you can give me a credible, non-racist explanation for why Bill Clinton announced his campaign that way, I promise I will vote for the Democrat for president. If you can give me a credible, reasonable, non-racist explanation for that. And nobody has ever even attempted to decipher that as a non-racist picture. Democrats cannot face the fact that in the end, not because they're necessarily more racist, but because their political calculations are different, the Democrats, the modern Democrats, have done more damage to the black community by orders of magnitude than the Republicans have.
Now, let me ask you guys this. Which party says to build big government? And which party says to cut big government? That's my question for you guys. Which party says they're for big government, and which party says they're for decreasing the size of the government, shrinking the government? That's one of the big fears that people have with Project 2025, is that there's a lot of quote unquote, government budget cuts and department reorganizing and stuff like that. That's one of the things that people have an issue with. Right? Now, I got to ask this question because we all know that the Democrats, for the most part, are the party that reinvest institutions into increasing the size of the government for government oversight. Here's another double negative that the Democrats give. The Democrats give you reparations, but then they tell you that they only work under equality and equity. Can't do that. Doesn't make sense mathematically. Defunding the police is ideologically disaligned with Democrats because Democrats increase the size of the government. So why would anybody ever believe a false claim that Democrats would defund the police? Aren't the police part of government oversight? Aren't they directly government oversight? No Democrat will ever defund the police, ever. The police are the government. They're a part of the executive branch. And the Democrats believe in heavy oversight in large government. Show me a large government that gets larger by defunding. So now why would people even believe when Democrats would utter the words defund the police when, again, the whole premise of defund the police is ideologically opposed to the idea of how Democrats believe a government should work? And people fall for it and say this stuff and have picket signs and have their faces on social media at these protests there with a picket sign where you're picketing on behalf of people who are ideologically opposed to what's on your picket sign. When people see that, how stupid do you think they have to think the people in those pictures are? Almost like saying somebody that got their presidential coronation at the birthplace of the KKK is a black president, almost about like on those lines of insanity.
Because for them, they view the black community as a community that's captive and that has nowhere to go. So they can do whatever they want to the black community. In the end, they've always believed they'll still get the black vote. The Republicans are coming at elections with a very different calculus. All they need to do is peel away a few percentage points of the black vote, and they win. They're unbeatable. And
that's what they're doing. Trump has tripled his black support since the last election. And not only has Trump tripled his support, there's a large contingent of the couch supporters. So with the Trump support increasing and the couch support increasing, literally exactly what he's saying is happening. And that's how you get locked into your next state of, well, the Republicans ain't going to do anything for you either. And there's not enough of you to make a difference because we already got our established base here in the Republicans. And also now Latinos are a larger group of people than you are. So now you're in political no man's land, which is right where we want you.
So for them, they are motivated to actually try to win over that community. Whereas the Democrats are looking at white people in the suburbs who want to see them get tough on crime. Look at Kamala.
White people in the suburbs want to get them tough on crime, but this is the party of the blacks, and you ain't black if you don't vote for him, no. The white man said it. This is one of the reasons why a lot of people don't watch white content. It's not because of anything. It's not because of any type of fist pumping. Ain't none of that. It's because of stuff like this. This is why. This is why. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Michael R. What's good with you, bro? This is why. And then they think that it's a flex to have the excuse, well, I don't watch that stuff. They sure as hell watch us. I mean, because they talking about us like they know what's going on. Yeah, I check them out from time to time, Michael R. You know what I'm saying? They you know, I never really have any expectations, and I just take what I can get and use, you know what I'm saying, for most. But this is the kind of stuff that's why, because people don't know how to handle these arguments. How is Ricky Smiley and DL Hughley going to react to this video? So yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not watching what they got to say. Why? Me personally, I would rather see a Ricky Smiley and DL Hughley reaction to this video. I want to see it. I want to see what happens when they say, well, your mama's black, to this video. And I want to see what black people say when they see how that response does. I want to see it. I want to watch. I want to take notes. You know what I'm saying?
Black community by orders of magnitude than the Republicans have. Because for them, they view the black community as a community that's captive and that has nowhere to go. So they can do whatever they want to the black community. In the end, they've always believed they'll still get the black vote. The Republicans are coming at elections with a very different calculus. All they need to do is peel away a few percentage points of the black vote, and they win. They're unbeatable. So for them...
Now, here goes my question. What is black people's calculations for both parties? See how both parties have calculations for us? The Republicans are looking at us as trying to deal with a vulnerable margin to quantitatively pull down the number of Democrat votes, and Democrats look at us as a given amount of votes. Well, we're guaranteed we're going to get this many amount of votes because black people vote at this high of a rate. My question is, what are black people's calculations for both political parties? How are black people trying to calculate, well, Republicans, how can you win this margin? And Democrats should say, well, they should say this to the Democrats, if you want to keep getting the Lysol ratios of votes, this is what you're going to have to do. Where are black people showing evidence of making those requests and calculations at? Besides this channel here, with the least amount of viewers. That's now been accused of being a MAGA agent. So this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that people, the majority of people are more in enforcement of maintaining the status quo, possibly more so than other people. And the evidence proves it. The evidence proves it. I don't know what to say.
they are motivated to actually try to win over that community. Whereas the
now here goes my question: who's motivated to try to win over getting either of these political parties to do something? I don't believe that people want anything. I believe that people just want to hear themselves talk, because that's become like something that people are like, I don't know, like people are finding some type of bonding and just complaining about everything. I think that it's the bonding and complaint communication is of more value and is actually pseudo tangible compared to the actual tangibles that people claim that they want. Because when you ask people to list a tangible, a lot of times most people have a difficult time saying something that they want besides the basic things that get repeated all the time, like an anti-FBA hate crime bill, which I've questioned before, because I don't understand why we would trust the police or the government to enforce that, because they would be the ones enforcing it. And if they can manipulate the laws, I don't know how a law that they can manipulate would be of any benefit other than, you know what I'm saying, because they can already manipulate it and it will be them enforcing the law. I mean, what, Derek Chauvin is going to come and force somebody of committing a hate crime against black people? Like, how's that going to work? That's my question for you guys. It's just a question. And I've asked this question before. I'm going to ask the question again. That's like, if you ask me, asking the United States to draft an anti-FBA hate crime bill is equivalent to making the KKK the overseers of equity at an Ivy League college. Like, that is kind of bizarre. I understand the idea, and I understand that hate crime protection should be afforded, but in the same sentence, when we're sitting there saying it was the government that allowed racism, here government enforced anti-racism, this is indicative of the exact same type of movement of where you see a white dude who gets coronated for the president with a whole bunch of black prisoners behind him, and then you take him on a show to play a saxophone and say he's a black president. It's the same behavior. I don't understand how it makes sense. And I don't care if people don't like me asking. Somebody got to have enough sense too. I think that everybody should ask. If there's going to be an anti-black FBA hate crime bill, we need to be directly involved in overseeing it and directly involved in enforcing it. Maybe not so much the police. But I don't even think that the thought process on these things has even gone out that far. And this is why I'm saying people just be throwing stuff at the wall hoping that it sticks because it sounds good. I'm not here to sound good. If I wanted to sound good, I'd be in the studio with some 808 kick drums knocking. I'm here because I want to see if people believe what they say they believe. And I don't think that people do. I don't think that people believe in the religions that they believe in. I don't think that people believe anything. I think that most people just want to make it to the next day and don't even know why they want to make it to the next day. That's what I believe.
Democrats are looking at white people in the suburbs who want to see them get tough on crime. Look at Kamala. Look at Kamala. They're leaning into her record as a tough prosecutor.
Again, I want the pro-black coons to come out and deal with this guy. I want the pro-black heroes to come out and deal with this guy. Deal with this, man. Deal with this. These people got a lot of subs. Do Dissidents be having about 1,000 people in their live stream. Pro-blacks only care about harming other black people. I don't even get it. I'm no threat to anybody on YouTube. I only get 20 people in my live. Don't nobody care what I got to say. You know what I'm saying? Why don't these people deal with these people here? Shout out to Michael R. Yeah, I agree. If you guys agree with Michael R., give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Michael R. says, truth. The law is only as good as the people enforcing it. Facts. We complain about the cops and then say we're going to make a law for the cops to enforce. Do you really think that Derek Chauvin, you know what I'm saying, the McMichaels family, you really think they're going to enforce an anti-black FBA hate crime law? We got to enforce that. That should be written in. What do the draft for it look like? If it's an anti-FBA hate crime bill, the enforcement of it, if you ask me, should be a collaborative effort with 51% influence on us and 49% on law enforcement. We should control it. But do these models exist? Has this stuff been even drafted out or looked at? That's my question. Let me know.
Not face the fact that in the end, not because they're necessarily more racist, but because their political calculations are different, the Democrats, the modern Democrats, have done more damage to the black community by orders of magnitude than the Republicans have.
Yeah.
Because for them, they view...
Shout out to DC Precise. Bro, facts. DC Precise says, because their nonsense will be laughed off the stage. Zero credible person is going to debate you while you're slurring your speech sounding idiotic. I agree. I agree, bro. And I think that that's the reality that needs to be brought to many people. Many people need to be confronted with the reality of their incapability and their idiocy. Idiocy and incapability aren't always irreversible conditions, but if they're conditions that stand, they need attention. You know what I'm saying? They definitely need attention.
The black community as a community that's captive and that has nowhere to go. So they can do whatever they want to the black community. In the end, they've always believed they'll still get the black vote. The Republicans are coming at elections with a very different calculus. All they need to do is peel away a few percentage points of the black vote, and they win. They're unbeatable. So for them, they are motivated.
Yeah, I agree. Shout out to Torian. Torian said, notice what he is saying. He has no solution. Not that we should look to him for a solution. Exactly. And right. But it's all for saying they are worse than we are. But the truth is they're both cancers for us. And I think that the worst part of the situation is that there's a lack of self-start for people to identify exactly what you just said and do things on our own. I keep trying to paint a picture to people that this ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? And people don't like that picture. My question is, which one do people not like the worst? Now that's one thing that people should be able to do, because everybody been pushing the greater or the lesser of two evils idea. So everybody should be familiar with the lesser of two evils. So let's lesser of two evils this. Which is the lesser of two evil? Us taking full control over our own destiny, or us expecting the social custodians to do it? I don't trust no custodians because I got authority issues, but I'm biased. You know what I'm saying? I'm biased because I don't like any authority at all. Anybody that claims to be any type of authority over me, you ain't no authority over me. You know what I'm saying?
To actually try to win over that community. Whereas the Democrats are looking at white people in the suburbs who want to see them get tough on crime.
So see, he said that Democrats are checking for white suburban people. Now, here goes my question. All of the pro-black coons, how come they don't hop out the window and confront him about this? She gonna do for us, because now that's what Ricky Smiley and them said. You know?
Look at Kamala. Look at Kamala. They're leaning into her record as a tough prosecutor because they assume they have the black vote on lock. They're always concerned about white people in the suburbs who will put BLM signs on their front lawns all day, but like to know that the police are out there cracking heads. And that's the dance. That's the game that they've always played.
Well, that's the game. But if you look at those numbers, Jimmy, that you just put up on the screen about how the Republicans have made these inroads with black voters, it's true. They have. 2020, they got 12% of the black vote. That should have spelt doom for Joe Biden. And, if Trump is due to get within, 15 to 20% of the black vote this time, which I think is certainly doable, that should spell doom for the Democrats. What has kept the Democrats in the game, though, is that their base has gotten so much richer and so much whiter that they have been able to trade to such a point with that it keeps them in the game. Like,
shout out to Torian. Torian said, when is the last time you seen a BLM sign in the lawn, bro? Where I stay at, it'd be a lot. I ain't gonna lie, it'd be a lot. It's a lot of everything, though. We got it all. You go down one street, it's a whole bunch of BLM curtains and signs in the street, and then next neighborhood is Trump all over the place. I don't live in the South or nothing like that. Like, man, I live in Ohio. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times on YouTube, everybody think that everybody live like right at the tip of Alabama. Like, I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, I live in Ohio. You know what I'm saying? Like, I live in the Midwest. You know what I'm saying?
Really have swapped bases to such a large extent. This is the ultimate irony. You know, the Democrats have always, thought of Trump as this spearhead of white nationalism, of a white nationalist movement. But as Trump and Trumpism have come to define the Republican Party has become more diverse, and the Democratic Party has become whiter. Right? The complete opposite has happened, and it's happened to
see facts. And shout out to Michael R, because Pittsburgh is like Cleveland's twin. You know what I'm saying? And Michael R says, "Me too. Pittsburgh still has a sign in the windows in the businesses." Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Torian. Torian said, "I listen." And see, Patrick, you from the Midwest too. Yes, and this is what I'd be talking about the cultural differences, and there's regional differences that influence the culture within the culture. You know what I'm saying? And it'd be funny, like a lot of times that just don't get acknowledged. You know what I'm saying? Like it just don't get acknowledged. And this is one of the reasons why I say, man, people got to break down the monolith. We got to break down the monolith. You know what I'm saying? We can't keep living in this false reality that we all a cookie cutter of each other, and then turn around and say, well, we're not a monolith when somebody calls us a monolith, when the data supports that we are a monolith.
To such an extent that the Democrats have survived politically, despite the fact that they are bleeding.
Now, Torian said, my question to him is, let's hypothetically say more black people join the Republican Party. How much power would they have over there before they get screwed over there like they did over 100 years ago? They probably would be instantly screwed as soon as they go over there. However, their conversation is not a conversation of black people empowering themselves through becoming conservatives. That's not what I don't think that's not the context of how they're discussing what's going on here.
I won't just say black votes, because the Hispanic vote looks like it's going to be pretty big for Trump this time too. But they have really made a successful pitch to these comfortable upper middle class PMC moderates, and it has kept them in the game.
Hey, come see us on Twitter.
All right, so there's that. All right. So now next, what we about to do is we about to take a look at Roland Martin. Shout out to Tia. What's good with it, Tia? We about to take a look at your boy Roland Martin, because for whatever, I don't know why Roland Martin did this, but he brought up, probably why he did this is because of the most recent Ice Cube controversy. Ice Cube posted that tweet. A lot of people reacted to it. And so now Roland brought up the old 2020 video of Ice Cube to talk about. All right, so we're going to take a look at this, right? Because Roland is doing Monolith enforcement. Okay? Roland is doing Monolith enforcement. And we're going to see how exactly Roland enforces the Monolith. And what you will see is that what's interesting about it is that a lot of the people that got a lot of issues with Roland, I don't know if they got issues. I don't know what the issues are, but a lot of, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like that video with the Hodge twins and Philip Scott. I kind of be trying to figure sometimes I don't understand what these people be arguing about, because a lot of them sound the same to me. You know what I'm saying? But let's see what's happening here.
I wasn't spending lots of time on social media. My sister's funeral was on Saturday in Houston. We had a beautiful homegoing service for Kenya Martin Williams. And so Monday I was looking at a couple of things, and then spent lots of time with family. And so folks kept talking about this Ice Cube video, and people kept saying that Ice Cube was telling people not to vote. So I said, okay, told my team, pull a video so I can understand what the hell folks are talking about. The first thing is this here. This is not a new video. Earlier today, his son,
Okay, so Roland, first of all, you need to get your albuterol, and you know what I'm saying, make sure you take 2 puffs and exhale it as much as you can and empty out your lungs when you exhale it and then breathe it back in. But what ended up happening here is that it looks like, as of right now in the video, Roland Martin doesn't know that Ice Cube posted a new video. Like, no, it's not the old 2020 video. He actually posted a new video. Somehow, Jimmy Dore was able to get the video, but you weren't.
O'Shea Jackson Jr. posted a tweet where he said, why y'all going off about a 4-year-old video? I'm trying to find his tweet so I can show it to you. And I was just, here it is right here. He says, here I'm thinking my dad said something new, and y'all are talking about a video from 4 years ago. Why does Ice Cube only come around during election years? You're looking at a video from 4 years ago. I can't believe this. I'm tweeting about Raw, and then I'm out. So then I said, I'll be addressing the video tonight. Then O'Shea goes, you'll be addressing a video from 4 years ago tonight? Good Lord, SMH. Yes, I am O'Shea Jackson Jr. So allow me to explain after we play the video. Roll it.
Yo, what's up? This is your homie Ice Cube. Here to talk to my black folks. You know, I just want to be straight up because there's a lot of messages going out about this election.
So now here goes my question for everybody. This is my question for everybody that's watching right now. Why would this video receive criticism instead of discussion? What's critique worthy about somebody telling you don't just give away your power? I guess what I'm really asking is what's there even to discuss on this? Shout out to everybody that's watching. I don't know how we managed to get 100 likes. The numbers have been shitty as hell, but shout out to y'all for getting us there. If you guys haven't hit the like button, take a moment, hit the like button. If y'all haven't shared the stream, take a moment, share the stream. I don't understand. So now here's my question. Again, and I keep asking this because I don't think people are really dedicated to it, or I don't think that they care, or I don't think that they care unless it bothers them directly. But how are people going to deal with monolith enforcement, or are people going to actually start acknowledging that we are indeed a numerical monolith? Anytime somebody attempts to try to tell somebody that we're not a monolith, I think that people should make sure that they correct the person and say, no, until the data changes, we're a monolith. And here's why. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. I don't think that things that are inconsistent with reality should be perpetuated. Shout out to Torian Rain. Torian says the answer to your question will come after November 5th. I think that we've seen many November 5ths. I don't think that this November 5th is going to be very different from the ones that we've seen before. So we know what that answer is going to be, right? We already know what it's going to be. It's going to be everybody else's accomplishment if the people they want to win, and it's going to be our fault if the people that they don't want to win get in. Because that's just what it is. And we accept it a lot of times in most cases and actually acknowledge it as if anything they say needs to be acknowledged. But again, you know, people going to do what they do, right?
Action. First and foremost, anybody telling you that you gotta vote, that it's your duty, that you have to exercise the right, and that
oh, okay, this is the my bad, I got my videos mixed up. This is the old video. I'm thinking of the video where he was I'm thinking of the other video that I was thinking of another video, my bad.
People died for you to vote. For one, people did die, but nobody walked out their house to go die for you to vote. They were killed by probably some racists that don't want to see us get anything. But what I'm saying that to say this: be skeptical of anybody telling you to vote and not telling you to ask for anything or to tell you to just vote and not to get anything for your vote. That's not how it works. That's not the.
Now, let me ask y'all this, right? Shout out to y'all. If y'all agree with Ice Cube, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with Ice Cube, give me a thumbs down. And if you're scared that somebody might see you say something because you're just that afraid of somebody criticizing you or knowing that you think slightly different than you, it's okay. We can make up a safety word for you. But if you're that scared, then you probably never did anything as edgy that would have to use a safety word anyway. But it's all good, though. We ain't gonna call you a square.
Process. You don't vote just to vote. You vote because you're getting something or your community is getting something. So everybody that's telling you that, man, look at them and say, what are you getting? Because people that just want you to vote and not ask for nothing, people that's in power that want you to vote but don't want you to get anything or not asking for you to get anything economically, they suspect. Straight up. Because a lot of people been in place for a long time and we ain't got shit. That shit gonna end. That shit gonna end. We gonna get what we supposed to get. Period. And anybody asking you not to ask, I wouldn't listen to them. Because that's the process. Every community asks for what they want. And we gonna do the same goddamn thing.
So there were a lot of people who were saying that Ice Cube told people not to vote. One, that's not true. You heard the video yourself. He didn't actually say do not vote. So that was fundamentally flawed. When he said that no one was killed just walking out of their house to vote, actually Ice Cube was wrong. In fact, go to my iPad. He's right that there were racist white folks who did kill people. But Harry T. and Harriet Moore, two NAACP activists, their home was bombed in Florida in 1951 by KKK members. There is now a memorial to them where their home stood in Sanford, Florida. I actually visited the memorial. I'll find the videos on my phone. I actually visited that location after reading a book, and it talked about them. And I was obviously, blown away when I did. So the reality is, Jimmy Lee Jackson was killed in a night march in Selma that dealt with the issue of getting the right to vote. So people have been killed. Present day, there have been Black activists who have been harassed. We had a sister from Tennessee on who was facing prison, actually went to jail facing time because they said she registered illegally. You got Crystal Mason down in Texas who's still being harassed more than 7 years later by Tarrant County DA. And so those things do happen. But this is where I think people are also wrong in terms of their criticism of Ice Cube. The reality is politics is about making demands of an elected official and then pushing them to actually make it happen once they win.
So now here's my question. Has Roland Martin done that? Because my thing is that if Roland Martin actually believes this and this is what he says, why is he, instead of putting pressure on people to try to not critique Kamala Harris, why is he not taking the critiques to Kamala Harris and saying, people doubt you on these things, can you give a commitment? His actions don't support what he's saying. Matter of fact, why isn't anybody doing that? I'm bottom shelf YouTube, you know what I'm saying? So, it's not really my responsibility. I don't have that type of pull. Don't ever come in my chat and ask me why I haven't went to anybody when I don't even get 100 people or 200 or 300 people watching my live streams. Don't ever ask me no shit like that. Y'all need to ask the people who have influence and pull that. Or if you think that I'm somebody that should have some type of influence and pull because subscribers are who build the audience, then do what you need to do. But my question is, as far as Roland Martin goes, this and anybody else that's the same size of a content creator or larger than Roland Martin, I honestly don't see any of them have done any of this. And what's funny about it is that they all fighting with each other. I don't know what they're fighting about. Like who's the biggest underachiever? I don't know. Like what the fight is about. You know what I'm saying?
So when he says that, well, we've had people that bunch a long time and our community ain't got jack. Well, first of all, that's also wrong. It's just fundamentally wrong. Now you can say we haven't got enough, which then means You have to then mobilize and organize to get it. Now, I'll tell y'all, I told Ice Cube personally 4 years ago when he had his contract with Black America, I said, bruh, they're not going to meet with you just because you're Ice Cube. I said, you just can't go, well, I'm Ice Cube, y'all meet with me. I said, you need to build a coalition. You need to have individuals, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 people, 100,000 people who you've registered.
They did actually communicate directly to him, and he is able to get that kind of communication because he's Ice Cube. They literally talked direct to him. Biden and them said no, and I think Trump was going to have Jared Kushner or somebody talk to him. If that's correct, give me a thumbs up. If it's not correct, give me a thumbs down. I mean, Jared Kushner is Trump's son-in-law. That's pretty direct of somebody to talk to him on Trump's behalf, wouldn't you say?
To vote. So now all of a sudden, when you come to the table, you now got folk behind you, and it's not just you. I said that to him. When Diddy did that interview with the model Naomi Campbell, and he was like, you know, we're going to hold our vote. I told Diddy the same thing. I said, just because you Diddy, you just don't jump out here and say, I said, no. You
literally, Eric Adams handed Diddy the key to the city. Like, walked right up to him and said, here's the key. People do actually come up to these people and talk to them because they're who they are. Like, that does happen. That does exist. That's something that doesn't happen for you, Roland Martin, but that is something that happens for people like Ice Cube and them. So again, like why are we not being consistent with reality here? I'm going to tell you why. Not being consistent with reality is something that's a fundamental tenet of the black voter monolith that most people are compatible with. So it makes sense why this would be allowed to continue to go on as long as it's gone on and not been directly addressed. The only things that ever get directly addressed are controversial things that have the potential to be productive within the black voter monolith. Anything that could possibly create prosperity and production are the things that are immediately rejected and confronted within the black voter monolith. Like somebody saying, maintain your power. And people sit by and accept it. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
You have to actually build something. So when you come to the table and you say 50,000 people have signed up on my website, I'm communicating with, politicians respond because that's votes. That's numbers. So I said it directly to Diddy and Ice Cube. So Ice Cube talks about how we must be making demands. We should. I forgot to bring it in, but Randall Robinson, in his book, The Debt, talked about a conversation with Maynard Jackson, who was the mayor of Atlanta. And they talked about...
What was the name of the book? What did you say the name of the book was? Did I hear that right?
And it's not just you. I said that to him. When Diddy did that interview with the model Naomi Campbell, and he was like, you know, we're going to hold our vote. I told Diddy the same thing. I said, just because you Diddy, you just don't jump out here and say, I said, no, you have to actually build something. So when you come to the table and you say 50,000 people have signed up on my website, I'm communicating with, politicians respond because that's votes. That's numbers. So I said it directly to Diddy and Ice Cube. So Ice Cube talks about how we must be making demands. We should. I forgot to bring it in, but Randall Robinson, in his book, The Debt, talked about a conversation with Maynard Jackson, who was the mayor of Atlanta. And they talked about establishing essentially a black agenda, putting it on a card that every black person could place in their wallet. And then when a politician came to a church or community center or wherever, black folks could pull that card out. Where do you stand on this? Where do you stand on this? Where do you stand on this? Where do you stand on this?
How many of y'all need flashcards? If y'all need flashcards, give me a thumbs up. If you don't need flashcards, give me a thumbs down.
And make determinations. So for all the people who were like, oh my God, he's wrong. Guys, what he said is what I've been saying on this show. And what I've been saying on this show is, yes, you should be making demands. The problem is when folks say, well, if you can't give it to me now, I'm not voting. A person can't give you anything until they actually are in power. And then once they're in power.
Kamala Harris is in power. Kamala Harris is in power. Barack Obama was in power when he was voted in the second time. Barack Obama was an incumbent president that ran for a second term. He was in power. Kamala Harris is an incumbent vice president who's running for president. She's in power. Now, here's my question. Is what I'm saying right now MAGA, right-wing, paid disinformation, or is this Google search fodder? Which one is it? Which one is it? Is it a true statement that Kamala Harris is currently the vice president?
You did have to also look at what's the condition. So if you voted for one person for the school board and they got 9 members of the school board and 8 folk vote against, you can't get what you want just because you voted for that one person. You got to sit here and say, now, how do we mobilize and organize to get the other 4 folk elected so we have?
Look, I want you guys to pay attention to this. You ask, look, you ask about a question that directly deals with reality and the live numbers go down. Is Kamala Harris the sitting vice president? I'm leaving. Like, seriously? Oh, man, it's hilarious, man. Hey, it's hilarious, man. It's a comedy show, man. It's a comedy show. And this is one of the reasons why I say, like, man, like, hey, listen, people just stop taking stuff so serious, man. Stop taking stuff so serious. People are going to give themselves a heart attack with any kind of expectations of capabilities that they may have when looking at people to the left and to their right. Please stop. Please stop. Please have no expectations of anyone. Please. Please. I'm telling you, y'all taking time off of y'all life. Stop expecting any type of competence from other humans, please.
You have a majority of the 5. City council. If you got 12 people in city council, you're going to need 7 votes. So you can't just vote for your city council member. Ain't going to do it. So right now, the Harris campaign announced for $35 million they're going to be giving to House Democrats in the Senate. Why? Because it's not as if she wins. She needs Democrats in control of the United States Senate in order for her to appoint federal judges to get bills through. She needs Democrats in control of the House, otherwise Republicans are stopping her agenda. That's collective politics. And so people need to understand, and I think people need to back off this whole deal. Man, keep full of shit. No, what he's saying, he's actually right. What I have been arguing for years is that one of the greatest problems that we have in our community is we spend massive amounts of time and energy motivating, calling, organizing for folks for November 5th. Man, we focus on souls to the polls. We're focused on early voting. We're focused on election day. Then November 6th, we go, oh, Lord, I'm tired. We're ecstatic if our candidate won. Then we're disappointed if they lost. But here's the problem. November 6th should be a rest day. November 7th, you go back to work. Because when the election is over, and y'all have heard me say this, the election is the end of one process. It's the beginning of another. Which means that if Vice President Kamala Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz prevail in November, they now have a transition period. While they are working on the transition period, we should be working on what are going to be our priorities. I told y'all in the first 90 days when Obama was president, the LGBT community presented him with a 54-page agenda. Black organizations did not, as a collective, come together until Obama was elected in his 2nd term. It was 5 years later.
Now, here goes my question. All those people in those organizations that he's talking about, doesn't Roland Martin support those people? So my thing is it the voters' responsibility to quote unquote come together, or is it these organizers' responsibility to come together? Why are you scolding the voters when it's the organizations that didn't do what they were supposed to do? I don't understand that. I don't understand how that's a quote unquote community problem. It sounds like a sector of a political party working for particular organizations problem. We got enough issues of our own. We don't need anybody adding other issues to what we got going on that are things that we're not even a part of. And then there's the flashcard. You know, we can use the flashcard because none of us can remember anything past 4 digits.
Some of y'all may say, yeah, it was at the hotel across the street. I was there at Capitol Hilton. And I sat there and I was like, it took 5 years. Then it took them 9 months to put the paperwork together to present the agenda. We were literally almost 6 years in. Hell, he only had 2 left. So what should be happening right now? Even with a 4-year-old video. So I'll say this to Ice Cube, O'Shea Jackson Sr., and his son, O'Shea Jackson Jr. As opposed to you, Ice Cube, being upset because people criticize you for you didn't meet with Trump. You met with Jared and some other folk at a hotel, not at the White House. As opposed to being mad about that, build your coalition. Build it. You have people going to your website, signing up for the Black.
So if y'all want the same thing, why not help him? Why did Roland Martin invite Ice Cube onto his show when Ice Cube was doing his podcast tour? This is what I'm saying, man. Like I don't know. I don't trust none of these people, man.
Black agenda. Okay, Ice Cube, how many people signed up? Build that list. And so now, if Vice President wins.
Now check this out, right? Ice Cube's not a politician. Right? Everybody said that. I have some issues with some stuff that Ice Cube does. I was disappointed with the podcast thing. But as far as what he says on the political side, expecting something for your vote, he's right about that. But at the same time, Ice Cube isn't a politician. Roland Martin, with as much political expertise as he has, why not build something with Ice Cube if you think that he could use your guidance? Instead of make a YouTube video about it that's going to get 12,000 views and 3 comments because your channel is weird. And the reason is because, like most, he don't believe what he say he believe. Shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and share the stream to your social media. All right.
You now can come to the table with an army of folks behind you. But I'm not just talking also to Ice Cube. I'm talking to every single person who's listening or who's talking. The question for you is, what y'all doing? How are you mobilizing and organizing in Charlotte, in Houston?
We're not politicians. It's not our job to mobilize or do any damn thing. We're voters. It's our job to vote or not to vote. Any other questions? I'm so tired of when people think that they have these quick clips because they think that they're smart. We don't have to do shit except for pay taxes. That's it. That's all we got to do. You, on the other hand, you have to convince us that you have something to say worth substance. You have to convince us that the type of plans and strategies that you're offering are viable. You have to show us a level of continuous improvement every year to justify why we should listen to you, and a portfolio of results for us to decide whether we will or won't get on your program. We don't have to do shit except for go to work, raise our families, go grocery shopping, and that's it. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. We have the right to do a lot. We don't have to do anything. Make sure like that, like the economy of that should really be understood.
In Jackson, Mississippi, in Tallahassee? How are you mobilizing in Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, urban?
Now, another thing that I want to try to explain to you guys is that this also just, you don't have to do any of this stuff state by state anymore. Like, what's interesting about it is, like, how did they mobilize for Kamala Harris? They mobilized using Zoom phone calls. Shout out to you, Win Loser Rug. I appreciate you, bro. They mobilize using Zoom phone calls. So now people are also creating political online communities that mobilize as well across multiple states. We could do like almost like a pseudo global type thing, but a national digital movement, right? Online. But Roland Martin is still talking in terms of physical locations, like this old school, outdated, analog, cassette tape, boombox type stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Rule. How are you mobilizing? How are you aligning with other people to be able to then get what it is that you need? Not just from the vice president. Let me be real clear. Vice President Harris, if she becomes president, all she can do is propose ideas. Anything dealing with money per the Constitution has to start in the House. Then it moves to the Senate. And then if the House passes a bill that's separate from the Senate bill, then they got to go to committee to then sort it all out. And then once they got to go to committee.
None of that is our problem. The government has a process that does that. None of that is our problem. The only thing that's our problem is if we put you in office, that's your responsibility. You're the one that went to law school. You're the one that was a senator or a governor or had some position in a political office where you know how these processes work. We tell you to do it and you do it. Politics is the only place where you're expected to understand all the processes of the job. Has anybody ever told you stupid if you don't know how to fix brakes and you take your car to a brake repair shop to get your brakes fixed? Well, you're just dumb. I mean, you're supposed to put this over here and put this chassis over here and that over there. What? I just want bringing it to the mechanic. I'm paying them to do what I'm paying them for. I'm voting for you to do what I'm telling you to do. I don't need to understand all these processes. I'm not going to the doctor. I don't need to understand how to do a surgery to do my own damn surgery. Get it done is the only thing that they need to understand. Get it done or you won't get any more votes. That's it. Very simple. Least common denominator, right? We don't need all this explanation. We're not at the White House. We're not in the White House. We don't work at the White House. We're not government employees. We're not devoted and elected official. Just get what we done. Just get what we want done. And then that's it. None of this. Or else it's going to be a lot harder to get votes to you. That's the language that they need to be talked to with.
They got to vote again on the compromise in the House, then in the Senate. Then if it gets passed, it goes to the president to sign. That's schoolhouse rock. That's basic. But the issues that you might care about are not solely on the federal level. We just talked about a California Legislative Black Caucus and Senator Stephen Bradford's various reparations. That's a state issue. All these people saying this will come back with Kamala Harris. No, it's not. Vice President Kamala Harris ain't got jack to do with those bills in California. Y'all should be dealing with the Black Caucus of California. So then maybe it's not the state level. Maybe what you care about is impacted by the county, by the city, by the DA, by the water district, by the school board. That means.
What does this have to do with maintain your power and only vote for people who are going to follow the instructions that you've given them? What does any of this have to do with any of that? It's really not our job to understand all of these processes. It's our job to understand the competence and capability of the politician that we put in to be able to navigate those processes effectively to get the maximum amount of stuff done that we assigned them to do. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So we don't need a civics lesson. I think people need maybe more so of a vetting lesson than a civics lesson.
Means that you have got to be mobilized and organized and pushing those folks, which means folk watching and listening. And again, if you heard what Q was talking about, you can't be sitting on your ass and going, well, I voted, did my job. I've been a city hall reporter. I've been a.
Now, what's interesting about that is that there's other people that vote, and that's all they do. So what I'm trying to figure out is what kind of work you're attached to after voting, besides holding the politician accountable. They need constant reminders. They don't have a job description. Like,
county government reporter. I went to the state capitol with my mama when she was one of the 3 citywide co-chairs for the metropolitan organization in Houston, an interfaith organization. I remember being on the bus with her early in the damn morning on the weekend, traveling to Austin for rallies. That's mobilization organization trying to advance your issue. So here's what I desire.
Right, like those migrants mobilized. They mobilized and got to the United States for free and came here and got all kind of stuff from the politicians that a lot of us voted into office. Now that was shout out to them for that type of mobilization. The migrants mobilized the best. How many of you all would agree with me that the migrants had the best mobilization of 2024? If you guys would agree that the migrant movement of 2024 was the best mobilization that we've seen politically in the United States in a long time, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, then let me know who y'all think got more than the migrants.
I desire for us to stop being emotional on social media. Well, I want us to begin to be far more strategic. I want us to say, what are the things that I care about? And then go, okay, so if I care about that issue, how is the person running for president, U.S. Senator, member of Congress, governor, state rep, state senator, city council, county government, school board, where do they fall when it comes to that issue? That's now where I have to turn my attention. So if I care about charter schools and school choice, I then got to say, okay, is this?
Let me ask, so he says that he wants people to stop being emotional when it comes to voting, right? So now my question is, as far as the emotionalism goes, if male simps are jumping out the window for their fantasy female politicians, is that emotionalism? Or is it just emotional how you vote? What about your attached behavior? I mean, there's so many white knights out there, and I'm not trying to be funny, man, but Kamala Harris is not going to give anybody any for protecting her from criticism. She's married. She got a husband. And even if she would give you some, I don't know how you're going to meet up with her without Secret Service putting a bullet in you or something. Like, it ain't happening. Get out of your fantasy. The hysteria from the honeymoon period of the new announcement of Kamala Harris running for president, the bubble has burst. The settling of the dissipation of the RF Kennedy undecided voters has now settled in the battleground states, causing lots of problems for Kamala Harris. This is just reality. Shout out to Deneen. What's good with it, Deneen? Make sure you guys show Deneen some love for joining the membership. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, and some ducks in the chat for Deneen for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate it. Make sure y'all show her some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. Now, here goes my question, right? So, why is it? Shout out to Denise. Denise said I couldn't handle being locked out of the chat. Oh, we got to those. We got to those deep brain receptors. That's what's good. Mission accomplished. We got to those deep brain receptors. Mission accomplished. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that Kamala Harris's PR team, and I don't think that her campaign team are very competent with their messaging or with how they're trying to package and present her. And what I'm curious about is I'm curious about the people who jump out the window and the people that jump out of the window and critique the people who have critiques about her so that they can continue to have her driving headfirst into a wall. Aren't you guys? Aren't you? Now, there's all these people sitting up here saying that she's doing nothing wrong, right? Nothing. She's not doing anything wrong at all. How dare you criticize her? How dare you criticize her? What have I been saying? How are you going to defend flip-flopping in a debate? How are you going to have a viable defense for that? That's a question that a coach would ask, right? But there's people online that say that if you ask that question, you're MAGA. So what they're saying is, don't make any critiques. She'll go into the debate blind and just get completely blindsided. Who's causing the most harm? The people who are trying to shield her from her weaknesses, or the people who are trying to critique her weaknesses to see how she reacts? Because isn't that what training is? Critiquing your weaknesses until you react appropriately? If it is, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, give me a thumbs down. So again, I got to keep asking the question, when it comes to a lot of these guys who are making all these accusations saying that all these people are undercover MAGA, who's undercover MAGA? The person who's trying to lead somebody into a setup defeat, or somebody who's trying to make somebody aware of their weaknesses through critique? Who's the actual undercover agent? The person that's feeding you poison that tastes like motor oil, or the person that's feeding you poison that tastes like cherry syrup? Who's actually trying to slip something to you? That's my question.
Is this a state issue, or do I have to deal with the local school district? I now have to know how do I marshal my forces and pointing there. Let me give you one last point before I go to my panel, and that is this here. If you are talking about mobilizing and organizing, you got to collect data. I can't stand marches and protests where you don't know who the hell shows up. Folk coming with signs and marching and preaching and yelling. Who are you? If you're not collecting addresses and phone numbers and emails, social media accounts, how then can I reach you when I need you when the march is over to come back to go to the city council chamber, or the county government chamber, or the state legislature, or the Congress? So again, let's stop sitting here acting a fool, going crazy. Oh my God, cue this, cue that. Step back and go, okay, what did he say? And now, how do we now, when the election is over, first of all, make demands of—
Now, I want you to also pay very close attention to what Roland Martin is doing as well. Roland Martin is also putting this on, well, the election has to be over and she has to have won, and then you'll get what you want. She has the ability to do some things right now. We're not gonna go off of that just because Roland Martin doesn't want to talk about that. She's an incumbent vice president who has influence on the sitting president. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree with that, and that is a statement of fact and it's not paid MAGA disinformation, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, and it's just nothing but MAGA disinformation, then give me a thumbs down. Because anything that we don't agree with is MAGA disinformation. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Salty. What's good with it, bro? Salty says, yo, you seen she tried to release her policies today? Nah, I didn't know she was releasing any policies. I went over the old policies that she released, but I didn't know that she released anything new today. I'm gonna have to go and check up on it. What was it that she released? Was it something was it some more extensions onto the Inflation Reduction Act and try to turf it off as it's not Biden 2.0 policy? Yeah, I gotta agree. If you guys agree with Deneen, you say that Roland Martin sounds ridiculous, give me a thumbs up. I would actually go as far as to say he kind of looks ridiculous right there in that freeze frame too. You know what I'm saying?
Of an elected official while they're running, and then if they win, then hold them accountable to what they promised they were going to do if they won, and then if they then don't do that.
Now here's the question: if they get into office already, how do you hold them accountable? You can only hold them accountable by keeping them out of office. And they have to have the understanding that we have the power to make sure that you don't get in here. And us making sure that you don't get in here is the regulatory mechanism on this relationship. Because you're not going to get in office and start fronting. Or else it's going to be a very short time in office for you. But what he's saying is give up the goods first and you'll get what you get later. Nah, y'all remember that scene? What was that on Money Talks? When Chris Tucker was like, you put your gun down. You put your gun down. You put your gun down. That's what they like. You vote for me first. You vote for me first. Ain't nobody doing all that. There should be after and just the fact that there's not even a mutual look at this. Most people aren't even married for 5 years. If I'm not mistaken, I think 5 years is the average length of a marriage in the United States. Somebody quote me if I'm wrong. Black people have been voting for Democrats for 60 years. That's 12 5-year marriage periods. That's 12 5. That's 12 average American marriages. And they still don't know each other yet? That's what's good, Saul. Yo, make sure y'all check out Saul's channel. Throw your channel link in the chat, bro. I'm gonna look at that. And shout out to Deneen. Deneen said Roland is married. I can't believe someone married this type. So it's somebody for everybody. Somebody for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Somebody for everybody. I don't even know if that's even a good thing. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? It just is. You know what I'm saying? That would be crazy if his wife looked just like him. Could you imagine a woman that looked like Roland Martin?
Then you oppose them when the next election comes around. That's where we must be. And there are people out there doing that. I grew up with two of those people. My parents, dad 77, mom 76, she'll be 77 in November. I've seen it up close and personal, literally in the house. So what I am describing to you is not a theoretical exercise. I'm literally describing to you what I personally witnessed and what I have done as somebody testifying before the Houston City Council. I think I was in the 10th grade. As somebody testifying at school board meetings. These things work. But these things only work if you do the work. And they don't work if you stay at home and you complain about what we ain't got, how ain't nothing changed, and you can't even actually name who your city council member is.
What does your city council member have to do with a federal election? Why? I don't understand why people do this. This is the same type of logic as if you don't know what a hippocampus is, or if you don't know what a cerebellum is, you don't have any business going to a neurologist. Like, you sound crazy. This is insane. This is insane, idiotic logic that people have used to try to shame and silence people that people should not allow anymore. This is simp enforcement. This is monolith enforcement. We're talking about a presidential election, and he's sitting up here talking about the city council people. Some people are in a homeowners association. They don't even know who runs a homeowners association because they have to pay fees on it to live in the neighborhood that they live in. That's not a requirement just because you say that it's a requirement, and you're the boss of nothing except for your iPad, which is why that's the only thing that you ever order anybody around to do when you're on this show. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Saul T. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Saul some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man Saul for standing on business.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Saul says, yeah, I'm about to light her up. Feel free to drop through if you want to chime in. We about to have a curry barbecue. Well, you said you about to do it tomorrow or Wednesday night? Yeah, I'll definitely stop through, bro. I'll definitely stop through. I might not be able to call in because I'll probably be at work, but I'll definitely be in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And make sure, like I said, make sure you drop your channel link in the chat so people can check out the stream. You know what I'm saying?
And you can't even name who your state representative is, and who your state senator is, and who your member of Congress.
May not be concerned. You know what I'm saying? Somebody might be completely fine with how those policies are and have never really thought or had the need to address that stuff. Just because Roland Martin says it's a requirement for you to know XYZ in order for you to participate in something else doesn't make that a thing. If you're interested in the presidential election, then your interest and knowledge in the presidential election is what's necessary. You don't have to justify your interest in that through your participation in other things. This is nonsense. This is I don't even want to go there, but this is just something that people need to address and stamp out right off the rip. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
I have actually run into black people in multiple states, and they can't even tell me who their United States senator is, and every state has two.
And guess what? I have actually run into multiple people who can't name any of their internal organs, and yet they still have them. Should they just not have them anymore? Just don't use anything. Don't use any internal organs if you can't even name any that you have. I mean, this is dumb logic. Would you guys, if you guys agree that this is dumb logic, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And what's irritating about this kind of dumb logic, this is the same type of logic as what I was saying about when dude was like, your mama black, and then we showed the two white guys saying the same thing, and I said, okay, bring Ricky Smiley over here and have him use the your mama black argument on these white dudes right here. I don't care about any of this. And you know, one thing that people need to start doing, if you ask me, is being a lot more verbal and a lot more direct about saying this isn't the standard of any type of anything that we uphold. This has literally no influence. This is old school, outdated dribble that has not worked, has a track record of failure, a 6-decade track record of failure. It should never take somebody 6 decades to see a track record or a trend of failure, but it has, and that's what we have. So to continue moving like this is at the very least insane. At the very least, that's the least. Probably could go into a bunch of different diagnoses, but at the very least, it's insane. At the very least. You know what I'm saying?
You got to get in the game if you want to win the game.
Right. Right, exactly. That's exactly, literally right on target, Deneen, exactly. You can't name the general manager of your grocery store, so no more shopping for you. If you can't tell me what's on aisle 5, what's the point of you even going in the store? This is dumb. This is dumb.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
You know what I'm saying? And like, it's got to stop. It has got to stop. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. At some point, it's got to stop. Now, you know how they keep saying that Trump is the threat to democracy? I would actually disagree with that. I would say that complacency and stupidity are a huge threat to democracy. They're also a huge threat to autonomy. And if you have stupidity as the enforcement mechanism of a monolith, it makes sense that that monolithic reinforcement is the reason why the voting patterns have not evolved to productive voting patterns and behavior, political behavior and maintenance. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So what I want you guys to pay attention to is I want you guys to pay attention to this. The whole point of this Black Voter Monolith series is that anybody who tries to lie about the current statistics and the current data that substantiates that we are indeed a monolith, if they say that we're not a monolith, they're doing that to enforce the monolith. If people were truly aware of the monolithic state of our voting, I think it would be more obvious that people would want to change it. But people want to tell you that we don't have a monolith, but then we vote at 90 and 80% rates to mask the fact that they want to maintain that monolith. That monolith is not helping anybody. All the questions that everybody is asking right now is all because of the monolith. Well, I got to vote for Brandon Johnson because he a brother from the South Side. Well, guess what? He brought some people from the South Side of the border. Didn't help nobody from the South Side of Chicago, though. But y'all voted for him because he down, because he cool. Because he, you know what I'm saying, from the South Side, Chi-Town, do it out. You know what I'm saying? Karen Bass, she cool with Nuri Martinez. Nuri Martinez is talking about, oh, them people with the blacks. She a Democrat. You ain't black if you don't vote for no Democrat. But at the same time, no, Nuri Martinez don't mess with the people that's with the blacks. Which one is it? Shout out to Carla. What's good with it, Carla? Which one is it?
No, I appreciate you, highlighting the fact that our vote is powerful, and I'm sort of paraphrasing from his words, and that it is valuable, and that we have to make sure that if somebody's going to receive it, that there is accountability for their actions, and hopefully they are positive actions. And of course, if they're not living up to it, then we find somebody else. And I appreciate you highlighting the fact, Roland, also that if we find that there are candidates that are not living up to it, if we have actually built organizations and movements, then we can move them out and we can make sure that we have somebody in who's going to actually live up to that. And again, it goes back, I come out of the environmental justice movement for 40 years. We were pushing and strategizing and mobilizing to be able to get the resources that were necessary to begin the long journey of addressing, the challenges that have been inside of our communities. And now in this time right now, in this particular administration, instead of having a couple $1 million for work around the country, we now have billions upon billions of dollars. And we've got to make sure that those become actualized. But it is because of all of the incredible work that leaders had done over the years, and not only identifying what the problems were, but also identifying how we get the solutions done, who are the people we need to have in office. And then the other part of it is also utilizing your power when the transitions happen to make sure that you have the right individuals who are running, housing and urban development and transportation and EPA and all these other agencies and departments on the federal level and then on the state level. And that is because you understand the game and you also understand how to pull those levers of power because you have educated your folks and your folks are clear on where you're trying to go and what your priorities are.
See, the thing that I think is crucial here.
So this is why I always ask this question. What are the priorities and where are people trying to go? Now, we talked about in the beginning of the video, shout out to John. John had done the Google search and Google AI said that there's no Black-owned Fortune 500 companies. I want to revisit that. Yeah, that was sad about James Earl Jones, Carla. For sure, DC. Now, we're gonna revisit this. How many Black-owned Fortune 500 companies are there? How many Black-owned companies on the New York Stock Exchange are there? How many Black-owned companies are on the NASDAQ, listed on the NASDAQ? How many Black-owned cryptocurrencies are listed on CoinMarketCap? What are the numbers? Another thing that I get irritated with is I get irritated at how low these people shoot. The way a lot of these people talk, they want your lifelong goal to be a toilet scrubber. See that? Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. No Black-owned businesses in the S&P 500. There's not even enough Black businesses to create a Black mutual fund. Like you could have like a mutual fund that's a diverse group of Black businesses that would be like an investment option. You know what I'm saying? But there's not even enough for that. And people don't talk about it, right? Closed mouth don't get fed. People don't talk about it, which means that I don't know how high of a priority it is or not. But I don't see how it could not be a priority if we have wealth disparities. This is why I say, like, a lot of this stuff, like, I don't understand a lot of this stuff. I don't understand the priorities. I know what my priorities are, but, like, if you compare the things that I talk about with the things that other people talk about, it's not the same. You know what I'm saying? I want to show y'all something real quick. And then we're gonna get back to this Roland Martin video. Hold on real quick. This is what I had actually wanted to talk about tonight. But shout out to y'all. We had such a good stream. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm having a good time here. Hopefully y'all are too. I want to show y'all this. This is what we're gonna be talking about tomorrow if I get a chance to do the stream after the election tomorrow. And shout out to y'all. If y'all haven't hit the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, hit that like button. Also, if you haven't shared the stream, make sure you take a moment, share the stream to your social media. Check this out. How many people were aware of this? Elon Musk could be the world's first trillionaire by 2027. Listen, Twitter's revenue is down 87%, and Elon Musk is still on the trajectory to be the world's first trillionaire by 2027. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. What is that going to do for the racial wealth gap? Now, he probably will for sure be a trillionaire if he ends up becoming the quality control head of the federal oversight board that Trump wants to create and put him on there, right? That'll definitely be a value chain move for him. Deneen ain't never gonna let that go. Deneen ain't never gonna let it go. You know what I'm saying? This stream was so good, I had to buy a membership so I could participate. Hey, I appreciate it. I'm glad it was worth it. That's good. I didn't mean I did my job, right? There's a lot of streams on members only. You're probably gonna get bombarded with all kind of streams on members only now. Now that you're a member, it's gonna be all kind of content for you to catch up on. Look at this though, man. What is Elon Musk being the world's first trillionaire gonna do with the racial wealth gap, man? Look at that. 2027. We're on a trajectory to have zero wealth, zero median income by 2053. And Elon Musk is just one person on the trajectory to be the world's first trillionaire by 2027. Now, I told you guys about that asteroid called 16 Psyche that has enough natural resources on it where it dwarfs the world's GDP by 8 times. So, you know, we talked about Psyche 16 and, you know, but Elon Musk, if we don't get Psyche 16, Elon Musk is just going to get that money. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. If Elon Musk listened to this stream or this video that Roland Martin made where he's giving us instructions on how to be good little voters and get things done politically, you think Elon Musk would take any advice from that? Or do you think Elon Musk, because of his resources, has workarounds where he doesn't necessarily have to use the same channels of communication and the same methods that we would have to use to be able to have access or inside access to a politician? And I got to agree. I agree. If you guys agree with Deneen, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Deneen says Elon Musk doesn't have the skill set to audit the federal government. That sounds like a mess. I agree. And if you ask me, I think the only reason why Trump is actually considering giving him that job is because Elon Musk gave him his endorsement. So it's some quid pro quo. You know what I'm saying?
Julian, when we talk about celebrities and commenting on issues, they also got to do some work. You're not going to get anybody to meet with you just because.
And that's not true. And again, that's not true. Celebrities, people have met, like presidents have met with these celebrities just because. Trump met with Kanye West just because. Trump met with Kim Kardashian just because. Trump met with Jim Brown just because. Like, it's a lot of people that celebrities that have literally met with presidents just because. Like, this does indeed happen. It's not fair. It shouldn't happen, but it does happen. Most people wouldn't have even been able to meet with Jared Kushner. Ice Cube was able to get a talk with Jared Kushner just because. Somebody make it make sense.
You come up with a black agenda as if black people have never come up with agendas before. Numerous black organizations actually have black agendas. I can walk you through 30 of them. And what do? They meet with elected officials about that agenda. They talk to folks about that agenda. That's what they do. And so that's also what is required. But you actually have to put in the work. And again, I literally told Ice Cube this. And here's the other deal. When Ice Cube was on my show with Alicia Garza, I connected them on a text message. To my knowledge, never got together. So here you had a sister who's an organizer, who's working with Black Futures Lab. And I'm like, yo, cross-pollinate. But if you don't do it, nothing's going to happen. That's something that also has to happen. You can't have black folks trying to work in silos and not work with other black folks about an agenda.
I disagree with that. Sometimes it's good to have certain people in some places and other people in other places. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Trump met with Lil Wayne just because. Trump met with drill rappers just because. Fact, wasn't Casanova up there in New York just because? Shout out to Deneen. Kamala met with Fat Joe just because. Yeah. And again, this whole what he's saying, all black people need to work together. More monolith enforcement. Everybody don't get along. We don't all need to be on top of each other. I don't agree with that at all. Sometimes people need room to breathe. Sometimes things should just dissipate. Sometimes like-minded people should just settle with like-minded people, and they should just work with like-minded people. And that's okay. That's okay. It's monolith enforcement if you don't trust your own DNA to where you can feel that somebody else who's like you can be independent of you and everything be okay. I don't need to behave and act exactly like Roland Martin or Umar Johnson or any of these people that enforce a black voter monolith and feel that we should all be cookie cutters of each other. Like I said, I'm a rebel. I always have been. I'm different. I'm moving other directions. I got authority issues, and that's been me my entire life, and I embrace that. I don't get along with people like that. That's why in many cases, I ride solo, and it works out because I accept reality. I accept who I am, whether they're character flaws or whether it's personality traits. I don't deny them. The black voter monolith wants you to deny reality. And denying reality is the reason why the black voter monolith has produced the political results that it has produced. Now, I want to ask you guys about the production of political results of the black voter monolith. What has the black voter monolith produced politically that has improved our situation in the last 6 decades? Somebody let me know what you guys think.
Well, there you have it. One of the things that's disappointing, Ice Cube didn't say anything wrong per se. You're right. People did get killed, not only walking out of their house. People were lynched because they voted. An NAACP organizer was lynched in Alabama because he dared organize people to vote. A man was killed in Florida because he voted. So, his passion, to me, is misplaced. But I hear a lot of younger people say they don't want to hear that somebody died for their right to vote. They just don't want to hear it. It's old stuff. It's not old stuff. It's real. Not only that, right now, here today, people are organizing to prevent people from voting. If the black vote was not dangerous, why are they working so hard to prevent us from voting? But voting is not the most you can.
Who's trying to prevent us from voting? I'm going to shout out to Miss Butterscotch. What's good with it? I'm going to ask y'all. We've talked about that situation with LULAC down in Texas, right? How many people have heard about that situation with LULAC down in Texas? If you guys have heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't, give me a thumbs down. Now, here's my question. Who is trying to actively stop us from voting? What it seems like to me is that there's a bunch of people trying to get us to vote for nothing. I don't see people trying to get us to not vote. I see a bunch of people trying to get us to vote for nothing. That's call me crazy. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I see. Shout out to Miss Butterscotch. Miss Butterscotch must be watching earlier in the video. She said that is a very good point about the accents and the strokes. I hadn't even thought about that. That's hilarious. Y'all got to go back and watch that part to see what she talking about. But that's just me being me talking that crazy stuff.
It's literally the least you can do. So when I listened to Ice Cube, what I thought was this brother is just mouthing off. And now you confirm my impression by suggesting that he didn't have the opportunity to get together.
Mouthing off to who? He's a grown man. Who is he mouthing off to? See, let's break that down real quick. Who is Ice Cube mouthing off to? Shout out to Deneen. Deneen said, those are the biggest earrings I ever seen, bigger than her glasses. They look like some Funyuns, don't they? How many of y'all ever had any Funyuns? You know what? Now I got a taste for some Funyuns. She got some Funyuns hanging from her ears.
Together. So here you had a sister who's an organizer, who's working with Black Futures Lab, and I'm like, yo, cross-pollinate, but if you don't do it, nothing's gonna happen. That's something that also has to happen. You can't have Black folks trying to work in silos and not work with other Black folks about an agenda.
Yeah, well, there you have it. One of the things that's disappointing, Ice Cube didn't say anything wrong per se. You're right. People did get killed, not only walking out of their house. People were lynched because they voted. An NAACP organizer was lynched in Alabama because he dared organize people to vote. A man was killed in Florida because he voted. So, his passion, to me is misplaced. But I hear a lot of younger people say they don't want to hear that somebody died for their right to vote. They just don't want to hear it. It's old stuff. It's not old stuff. It's real. Not only that, right now, here today, people are organizing to prevent people from voting. If the black vote was not dangerous, why are they working so hard to prevent us from voting? But voting is not the most you can do. It's literally the least you can do. So when I listened to Ice Cube, what I thought was, this brother is just mouthing off. And now you confirm my impression by suggesting that he didn't have the opportunity to get together with Alicia Garza, who I would have been happy to get with him. What I would want to know from Ice Cube, so what are you doing? What are you doing to get out the vote? Who are you working with? Are you at least going to some of the community center and asking young brothers?
Not our job. Nobody's on an interview to try to get a job to be some type of political organizer. Not a viable not a viable response for that type of question. We don't have to do anything. It's not an answer. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. We're not here for an interview. And nobody's here to tell anybody that we've done all this voting organization. There's experts and people that are supposed to be doing that stuff. They're supposed to be doing their job. It's not your job to interview, to ask us questions like a vulture about stuff that other people are supposed to be doing. What if you went to your mechanic and your mechanic just, when is the last time you checked the pressure on your tires? When is the last time you replaced your power steering fluid? When is the last time you changed the air filters in your air condition? If you're a savvy mechanic, in most places, you're gonna assume that the owner of the car who brought you the car for maintenance probably didn't maintain the car. Asking redundant, ridiculous questions to attempt to make somebody feel as if they have a lack of information should not work for stopping people's aggression toward getting what they want in 2025. Nobody's at a job interview. We all have jobs. It's not our responsibility to get anybody out to vote. We're not trying to earn a vote. If we were trying to get people to vote for us, then it would be our responsibility to get people out to vote. The people who want us to vote for them need to be the ones getting us out to vote. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, give me a thumbs down.
Black folks trying to work in silos and not work with other black folks about an agenda.
Well, there you have it. One of the things that's disappointing, Ice Cube didn't say anything wrong per se. You're right. People did get killed, not only walking out of their house. People were lynched because they voted. An NAACP organizer was lynched in Alabama because he dared organize people to vote. A man was killed in Florida because he voted. So, his passion, to me, is misplaced. But I hear a lot of younger people say they don't want to hear that somebody died for their right to vote. They just don't want to hear it. It's old stuff. It's not old stuff. It's real. Not only that, right now, here today, people are organizing to prevent people from voting. If the black vote was not dangerous, why are they working so hard to prevent us from voting? But voting is not the most you can do. It's literally the least you can do. So when I listened to Ice Cube, what I thought was, this brother is just mouthing off. And now you confirm my impression by suggesting that he didn't have the opportunity to get together with Alicia Garza, who I would have been happy to get with him. What I would want to know from Ice Cube, so what are you doing? What are you doing to get out the vote? Who are you working with? Are you at least going to some of the community center and asking young brothers and sisters to vote? Are you just running?
What is that going to do? What is that going to do? What kind of effect on a political objective is going to a community center just asking people if they're going to vote? What is that going to get you? Think about that. This is what they're doing here is called quantitative easing. What they're trying to do is just increase the volume of voters, not the quality of voters. Just go vote. Just go vote. Just go vote. Just push the numbers up. Now, mind you, earlier in the stream, Roland Martin was talking about strategy. So is the strategy just to quantitatively ease the numbers, or is the strategy to get a strategically focused vote on a particular objective to get something done? Going somewhere and asking random people if they're going to vote or not does not achieve or satisfy that objective.
Your mouth, because basically, where I'm concerned, all that brother was doing was running his mouth, and he wasn't running it for good. I could see why people are reading between the lines and say.
Now, here's the thing, right? We saw the video earlier with Jimmy Dore. Now, the brother, right? This is that pro-black coon stuff that I'm talking about. The brother her brother, Kang, her brother, that Kang, Ice Cube, was running his mouth. While we'll give free grace to Jimmy Dore and his people over there to say the exact same thing, but because we can't use idiotic comebacks like your mama black, we're going to let them slide on it and afford the white privilege to the white people, and we're going to get some views and roast off of Ice Cube. Another example of it. Another example of it. We saw that video. We dissected that video with Jimmy Dore and Due Dissidents. They literally said, we agree with Ice Cube. He said nothing wrong. Mama said, you just mouthing off, though. Sit down, boy. That's that thin black line. Throw them Kunologists in the chat.
But either he was trumping or that he was telling people not to vote. That's not what he said. But there are a lot of people who are haters. The biggest challenge we have to deal with, Roland, to make sure in our community, our black community, that we're not constantly mouthing off, but that we actually have put the mouthing off, connect the mouthing off to action.
Is that monolith enforcement? Mouthing off basically means don't disagree. Don't be different. Don't think on your own. Lie to yourself and everybody else and tell everybody that we're not a monolith while following the unspoken set of instructions where if you don't follow those instructions, the community that operates on reflex will automatically come out and attempt to silence you and devalue your existence. The black voter monolith. This is monolith enforcement. I don't know why people continue to lie and go on these large platforms and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie. Black people saying that we are not a monolith is literally having stage 4 cancer, saying that we're doing good and we're in remission. That's literally what's happening. I'm going to keep asking the same question that I've asked ever since we started this. How can you vote at 90% for one particular party and then in the same sentence say that you're not a voting monolith? How can you do that? How can you say those things in the same sentence? How can you have a permitted army of simps and simpletons jump out of the window to attack and discredit anybody who feels differently than the majority of people, and it's enforced and encouraged if it's not a monolith? The monolith has a self-governing form of silencing those who oppose it, a rule set, and a camouflage to maintain itself. Would you guys, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. The whole idea of this idea of people who go all over the TV and all over these other places to tell people that we're not a monolith, anybody who has ever said that, those are the monolith enforcers. Charlemagne the God, monolith enforcer. Oh, black people not a monolith, but you better believe you know I'm voting Democrat. I'm not black people not a monolith, but we're voting Democrat. That sounds like a monolith. A vote for Biden is a vote for Harris. Crazy how that worked out this election, because it actually turned out to be true. Black voter monolith. The black amoeba. You know what I'm saying?
So, his passion to me is misplaced. But I hear a lot of younger people say they don't want to hear that somebody died for their right to vote. They just don't want to hear it. It's old stuff. It's not old stuff. It's real. Not only that, right now, here today, people are organizing to prevent people from voting. If the black vote was not dangerous, why are they working so hard to prevent us from voting? But voting is not the most you can do. It's literally the least you can do.
Here's my question. Here's the ultimate monolith test. We're gonna do what's called. You guys ever heard of a litmus test? We're gonna do a monolithmus test every single time. If you tell somebody you're gonna vote for Trump, what do you run the risk of? Let me know in the comment section. To everybody that's in the comment section, if you publicly go out and tell people I'm voting for Trump, I support Trump, what consequences do you run the risk of? And who's going to enforce those consequences on you? That's what I want to know. We should get some good answers. We got a decent amount of people in here. Let's see let's see how honest everybody is. Now, here's another quick question for you. If you say that you're going to vote for Kamala Harris in that same circle of people, what will the responses be for you voting for Kamala Harris? Now, I saw something about Isaac Hayes' son has sued Donald Trump for using his music or something like that. Isaac Hayes was in the movie Hammer, Slammer, and Slade with Jim Brown. And Jim Brown actually met with Trump. Do you think Isaac Hayes would have told him not to? Yeah, shout out to Saul. Cancellation, being branded a coon. Yeah. Now, isn't that monolith enforcement? Isn't that enforcing a monolith? We can only say that we're not a monolith if we don't have these things happen. If we don't have to see Umar Johnson do an Instagram live from a dumpster saying how black men want to be white and that's why we vote for Donald Trump or something like that, with a candle in inside of a dumpster. You know what I'm saying? Or you have Ricky Smiley jumping out the window saying something insane, crying, tears, waterworks, sprinklers all over the place. There's a self-enforcing mechanism that enforces the monolith that people don't want to acknowledge. If we didn't have a monolith, none of these expected results that everybody just put into the chat, this would be non-existent. We would be free and have autonomy to do our own thing. We'd all sit down at Christmas and we'd all have normal conversations about the differences and how we move politically this year and enjoy all of our food and our drinks, have a little bit of extra eggnog, you know what I'm saying, and keep it pushing. But this will divide families. This will get people ostracized. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And it's because of people like Roland Martin and these people up here. And some other people. So my question is, why do we permit people to go around and say we're not a monolith when we are? I would say that we're the most monolithic voting bloc. And also that could be validated by what that guy from Due Dissident said on the Jimmy Dore stream when he said the Democrats know that they feel that black people don't have anywhere to go. Remember? Y'all remember that part? So by that knowledge, they know that a large majority of us, if this was a quality control thing, quality control on black voting, they got that down to a science. It's a very small variance, very small standard deviation. You know what I'm saying? Everything is in control. The control process works. 6 Sigma black voting. Nothing to guess. Everything coming off the assembly line just as it should. Shout out to Tricky Nick. Make sure y'all show Tricky Nick some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Tricky Nick. Standing on business and funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to Deneen. Deneen says, pastor at my former church stated skepticism about Kamala's race, and people have left the church. You think anybody left the Indian temple? Is that monolith enforcement? Is that groupthink? That's groupthink. How many people have ever heard of this situation called groupthink? If you've ever heard of groupthink, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't heard of groupthink, then give me a thumbs down. I would say that the black voter monolith is equivalent to a organic version of groupthink. That's what I would say. Look at this. Groupthink. The practice of thinking or making decisions as a group in a way that discourages creativity or individual responsibility. As long as, you know what I'm saying, you vote for the Democrats, you always got to fall back on why something didn't work out. There's no creative workarounds. And anytime something doesn't work out, well, we can just blame it on the Democrats, despite the fact that the numbers say that we put Joe Biden and Eric Adams and Brandon Johnson and all these people in office. Now, throw some coons in the chat for me. That must be me being a coon, right? Groupthink is a psychological phenomenon that occurs within a group of people in which the desire for harmony or conformity in the group results in an irrational dysfunction decision-making outcome. Sounds like 6 generations of Democrats, doesn't it? I thought that Umar Johnson was a psychologist. How come he doesn't talk about this? Because I'm not a psychologist and I'm talking about it. So should I not talk about it because I'm not a psychologist? Remember, we're supposed to know all this stuff before we talk about it. Am I qualified to talk about this? Does me being able to read qualify me to read this? Groupthink is a psychological phenomenon that occurs within a group of people in which the desire for harmony or conformity in the group results in an irrational or dysfunctional decision-making outcome. Cohesiveness. So let's all hug Fuzzy Wuzzy. Or the desire for cohesiveness in a group may produce tendency among its members to agree at all costs. Well, we all agree. Kamala Harris is a black woman and she's going to do the best for us. If you think I'm only going to do something for black people, no. You ain't black if you don't vote for her. Do that sound like groupthink? This causes the group to minimize conflict and reach a consensus decision without critical evaluation. Let me ask you guys a question. Have any group decisions been critically evaluated? You know what happens when you do a critical evaluation? You get called MAGA by the agents who actually are MAGA that want to see Kamala Harris fail. When you lay out a path for Kamala Harris to get every vote that she wants, and people tell you that you're not telling the truth, do this, and it's clearly not working, those are paid agents that want to see Kamala Harris's campaign sabotaged, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. If I gave you a roadmap from point A to point B and I gave you the best pathway to get there without getting lost, I'm doing you a favor and helping you, right? But if you give somebody a pathway that sounds good and it's actually a rocky road where their tires could get messed up and possibly get stuck on the road, you actually set that person up, didn't you? Who did more harm and who did more help? I say all them people that sit up there saying that people that criticize Kamala Harris is MAGA, I say check they paychecks. Wouldn't you? I'd say check they paychecks. Shout out to my man, Keep It 100. I say don't trust them niggas over there. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says groupthink is a construct of social psychology. Again, waiting for Umar's statement on this. But has an extensive reach and influences literature in the fields of communication studies, political science, and organizational theory, as well as important aspects of deviant or religious cult behavior. I would say that the black voter monolith is a cult. Think about that. The pastor at Deneen's church was about to get ousted from his own church because he had valid questions about Kamala's dishonest statements about her race and ethnicity. That's supposed to be his congregation. and they've probably been getting their Sunday services and religious guidance and counsel from him for a lot longer than they even knew Kamala Harris existed. I would go as far as to say that the Black voter monolith is a cult. And what do people who have cults do? They always deny that their cult is a cult. They like to call MAGA a cult. Donald Trump says MAGA's not a cult. I say that the Black voter monolith is a cult. I want somebody to prove me wrong.
So when I listened to Ice Cube, what I thought was this brother is just mouthing off. And now you confirm my impression by suggesting that he didn't have the opportunity to get together with Elisa Garza, who I would have been happy to get with him. What I would want to know from Ice Cube is, so what are you doing? What are you doing to get out the vote? Who are you working with? Are you at least going to some community center and asking young brothers and sisters to vote? Are you just running your mouth? Because basically, where I'm concerned, all that brother was doing was running his mouth.
Now, I want to ask you guys everything that this woman is saying right here, all of this stuff that she's saying right here. What would this do in a conversation with those two guys from Due Dissidence? That's my question. Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say this. The Black voter monolith uses a specific language when talking to Black voters versus a specific language that they would use to talk to non-Black voters. You are confined to talking to non-Black voters with facts and logic. You can't use any type of cultural shaming. But when the Black voter monolith is confronted with Black opposition, they use cultural shaming language akin to white supremacists, because these pro-Black coons are white supremacists. Because how can you be pro anything that's a white supremacist ideology? Race is a white supremacist ideology. Again, prove me wrong.
And he wasn't running it for good. I could see why people reading between the lines would say that either he was Trumpy or that he was telling people not to vote. That's not what he said. But there are a lot of people who are haters. The biggest challenge we have to deal with, Roland, to make sure in our community, our Black community, that we're not constantly mouthing off, but that we actually put the mouthing off, connect the mouthing off to action.
Mouthing off to who? Mouthing off to who, though? You know what I'm saying? Like, who? Okay, so mouthing off to who? Usually when you mouth off, you're mouthing off to somebody that you're either in a conversation with or somebody that said something to you, right? So in this situation, in this instance where we're assessing Ice Cube's video that he posted onto Twitter, who's he mouthing off to? He's just making a statement.
To some form of action. So I've been in this game for a long time. I'll be 71 in 3 weeks. So, I was activist from registered people to vote when I was like 8. We had a guy in our community who ran for sheriff, and he put together this. He lost. He was a brother, one of the first Black men to run.
Wait a minute, hold on. She was registering people to vote when she was 8. Was this gonna sound bad? But it's a valid question. Were we even allowed to vote when she was 8? And who was you registering to vote? Unless you lived in the North. And even in the North, they still had people really kind of on that nonsense, not really letting people in lines to vote and stuff all like that.
Who are you working with? Are you at least going to some community center and asking young brothers and sisters to vote? Are you just running your mouth? Because basically, where I'm concerned, all that brother was doing was running his mouth.
Ice Cube is not encouraging people to vote or encouraging people not to vote. Ice Cube is telling people, if you're planning on vote, use the transactional power of your vote to get what you want. There's no requirement to go around and pass out flyers and encourage people to vote to be able to talk about this kind of stuff just because you don't want it being talked about, ma'am.
And he wasn't running it for good. I could see why people reading between the lines would say that either he was Trumpy or that he was telling people not to vote. That's not what he said. But there are a lot of people who are haters. The biggest challenge we have to deal with.
No, the reason why anybody would say anything about Trump in regards to this is because of the Black voter monolith. That's why. The Black voter monolith, groupthink, and monopoly of thought. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. The black voter monolith, the monopoly of thought, those are the reasons why people would even bring Trump into the conversation if Trump hadn't been mentioned. Not voting is not giving a vote to Trump. Not voting is simply not voting. Voting for Trump is voting for Trump. Yeah, shout out to Win, Lose, or Rut. Exactly. 71 years ago was 1953. It's a legit question. Right. Now, if I had to ask that directly to her, she would have looked at me and said, you don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy. I would have to rebut to her, you don't know how to do math, and we didn't get voting rights until after the 1960s. Now, am I just mouthing off? Am I mouthing off too?
Roland, to make sure in our community, our black community, that we're not constantly mouthing off, but that we actually have put the mouthing off, connect the mouthing off to action.
I mouth off, man. I mouth off. Man, I talk crap. I'm not shame sensitive. You're not going to stop me from doing a damn thing. You know what I'm saying? That's that, and that right there, that's how people need to be, for real, for real. This is monolith enforcement. How can we sit there when we're watching this and we've seen all of the telltale signs, all of the pathology, right? All of the cardinal symptoms of the groupthink and black voter monolith, and then sit there and lie to the world and say that we're not a monolith. We are a monolith. There's a very small percentage of us, a small minority of us who recognize the monolith and are trying to weaken it. But to lie and say that we're not a monolith is just dishonest. And if you're truly comfortable with yourself, there's no need to be dishonest about anything, including your flaws. And the reason why is because your strengths supersede your flaws. So that's something that people got to reckon with on their own. You know what I'm saying?
To some form of action. So I've been in this game for a long time. I'll be 71 in 3 weeks. So, you know, I was activist from Registered People's Vote when I was like 8. We had a guy in our community.
Shout out to Tia for doing the math. Tia said, so if you've been organized voting for 70 years, show me the progress. The monolith, the creation of the actual security of the monolith, that is her reward. That doesn't help us. But there's definitely rewards in maintaining the integrity of the black voter monolith. It's very fruitful. It gives about almost has as good of benefits as as being a coon. I think the only difference is that being a coon might actually come with dental. You know what I'm saying? I think they might come with dental. I think they got Medical Mutual, and I think they got Delta, and those are some pretty good dental insurances. I don't think the black voter monolith comes with dental. I'm saying I think they might have eye insurance, VSP, pretty good. You know what I'm saying? And I think they might give you an option for Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield health insurance. You know what I'm saying? But I think the coons got the monolith beat with the insurance policy. Don't quote me.
He ran for sheriff, and he put together this. He lost. He was a brother, one of the first black men to run. But he had these little booklets that said, "Here's my opponent's record." Then you open up his blank paper. It was really funny, and we had to use that blank paper for scrap paper for months because we didn't give out.
Yeah, and then fast forward to 2024, and you got Kamala Harris with a blank website as her policies. But okay, you know.
Those little booklets. But, you know, I've been in this game a long time. A lot of people have agendas, and a lot of people have mal agendas. What I mean by mal agendas? You ain't doing nothing, you just talking.
Got it.
Mal agendas. So, you know, Ice Cube needs to clean. He needs an intervention. But the thing was 4 years ago, so, you know, let's not trip it. So,
what kind of intervention do Ice Cube? Why does he need an intervention for what? What does Ice Cube need an intervention for? I think the only thing that Ice Cube needs an intervention for is next time he says he's going to go on a podcast tour, go on black podcasts first and make everybody else wait. That's the only intervention that I would recommend for Ice Cube. As far as on the political tip, I don't disagree with what Ice Cube has said.
other black people.
Got it.
Give him some grace.
Joe?
you plant a seed and you get a harvest. So, I don't want to bang on Cube either.
Everybody always starts out with some fortune cookie paper, don't they?
The point itself is fine. And simple can be good, but don't sacrifice simple and exchange it for research and information. So in other words, it would be very easy for him or somebody like him to understand that people have died for the right to vote. People have died living in their houses. People have been bombed in churches or whatever else. There's plenty of that that's gone on, for sure. And, the way that I think you want to come at it is you want to come at it in a—
What did Ice Cube say? What Ice Cube said was, more than likely, if what happened was they got deleted, they probably got deleted by some racist. That's what Ice Cube said, didn't he? He didn't say they got killed because of voting. He said they probably got killed because of some racist. Now, all of these people that they're talking about, here's my question. If we go and do a dissection of the motive of why they deleted the people that they deleted, would the motive be because of voting, or would the motive be because that they were racist? Which one? Let me know in the comment section. Yeah, shout out to Tia to you, Blue Cross Blue Shield. Yeah, no co-payment. If you do got a co-payment, it's only $10. You know what I'm saying?
In a way where it doesn't look like you're without research. It doesn't look like you're without finding out what it is that you can. He has a great opportunity. Him and people like him has a great opportunity to inform people of the possibilities surrounding voting, surrounding political involvement. And my sense is there's a few things that he could pick up and learn himself, frankly, for all of the success that he's had in other areas and for all of the opinions that he had. He's been a guy that's really moved the bar and spoken very loudly for us about some very important issues going back 30, 35 years. But for as long as he's been in the game, the political strategy doesn't seem to be there. So to that point, I think the next thing that can happen, if he wants it to, him and people like him who have resources, who have an audience where people will listen.
Oh, they trying to make you come out the pocket. If all they got is Cobra, oh man, you hit. They better be paying good. They better be paying good with some good bonuses, bro. You're gonna have about $50 left after your paycheck messing with Cobra.
Listen to them. Is to be strategic about that, putting that together and taking that goodwill and taking that information and those people and those lists and those emails and those involvements and turning it actually into something in a way that actually grows and supports our community.
And listen, I just want people to also have right information. Over the weekend, I was very critical of Tyrese, who did a video with Attorney Ben Crump, and he was talking about how Asians got a hate crime bill, and they skipped President Biden, Vice President Harris skipped it with black people. And I was like, okay, that's a lie. And I literally walked through the people that again, all these other media people like, well, Asian hate crime. No, that's not even what it was called. It was COVID-19, and the bill applied to all hate crimes. Then you got all the black people running around here like, well, we ain't got a bill specifically for us. Well, there's no such thing as a bill specifically for African Americans. Doesn't include other people. Well, we ain't never had an anti-hate crime. Yes, we have. They've actually had.
Y'all hear it, right? Y'all hear it. Now, I want y'all to see something real quick. Shout out to DSM Sinister Facts. Now, look at this right here. If y'all haven't hit the like button yet, do me a favor. Take a moment, hit that like button. Also, if you guys haven't subscribed to the channel and you're watching, take a moment, subscribe to the channel. All right, we're going to go through a couple things real quick. Addressing hate crimes against Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. Now, this is from usjustice.gov. We can go back to this, right? We're going to work through this. And I'm telling you, man, shout out to y'all. Y'all know I've been trying to cut down on the times of, you know what I'm saying, like being live for a long time and all that. But, man, y'all been engaging the live stream so good. This has been I'm not going to lie. This is one of my favorite streams that I've done since I've been on YouTube. And I hope y'all enjoying it too. You know what I'm saying? This is, to me, like, this is really good. Now, here goes a news report from May 20th of 2021. And it says Biden signs anti-Asian hate crime bill, marking significant break in partisanship. Okay. Now, it's called the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act, like how Roland Martin said, right? But I think we should dive deep into it and see exactly what it addresses. So let's see what they're talking about.
I said from the beginning of my campaign, Madam Speaker, that the campaign for president throughout, and you would call me and tell me, keep it up, was about bringing people together, about uniting the country. We need to unite. We need to unite as one people, one nation, one America. And that was the thing I was most often criticized about, saying, how can you unite the country? We must unite the country. I said it in my kickoff speech in Philadelphia. I said it again when I spoke at Gettysburg, and I emphasized it in my inaugural address. A lot of people, press to elected officials, were somewhat skeptical of that could be done. It's just beginning, but I'm confident we can do this and so much more. And I believe with every fiber of my being that there are simple core values and beliefs that should bring us together as Americans. One of them is standing together against hate, against racism, the ugly poison that has long haunted and plagued our nation. Today, I can say that because of all of you, many of you sitting right in front of me, you've taken that first step. It's an important step. I'd like to thank the Congress and the members who are here today, Democrats and Republicans, who came together to get the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act on my desk. Just days after the mass shooting in Atlanta area, the Vice President Harris and I, we went down to Atlanta to meet with Asian Americans and the community across Georgia. It was a raw and emotional visit we had. We heard about their pain, their fear, anger, and all that existed in the community, and the feelings were about those feelings that they felt invisible, not seen. We heard how
if they felt invisible and not seen, then probably nobody would have done anything to them because you wouldn't be able to see them, right? I'm just saying.
How too many Asian Americans have been waking up each morning this past year genuinely fearing for their safety. But of all the good that the law can do, we have to change our hearts. We have to change the hearts.
Facts. Shout out to Deneen. Not only did they not do anything for Buffalo, but also we have the highest incident of hate crimes committed against us, and they do nothing to acknowledge it. Nothing. And all they do is talk about other groups of people who supposedly have the highest amount of religious hate crimes against them. And you have, and again, we're supposed to jump out of the window because the black voter monolith, aka the boogeyman, ooh, they're gonna shame you. You won't be allowed at the barbecue. Listen, hey, I don't care about not getting allowed to go to no barbecue because guess what? Your boy know how to throw down. Your boy can cook. Your boy can cook. I can use one of them old school grills with the 3 legs that look like a tripod, or I could use one of the new ones with all the gas, you know what I'm saying, attachments and stuff. I don't care about your barbecue. Mine better anyway.
To the American people. Hate can, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Hate can be given no safe harbor in America. I mean it, no safe harbor. It can't be dismissed like, well, that's just what happens. I'm proud today. I'm proud today of the United States. I'm proud today of our political system, the United States Congress. I'm proud today that Democrats and Republicans have stood up together to say something. We're the United States of America. We're good.
So if we're so united, if we're the United States of America, we're so united, then why does everybody act like we're going to just divide right down the middle if reparations is mentioned? If we're so united, then we really should have no bounds to the divisive stuff that we're able to freely talk about to each other, because we're just so united that the divisive stuff will never divide us because we're just that united, right?
And decent people. We're unique among all nations in that we are uniquely a product of a document, not an ethnicity, not a religion, not a geography, of a document. And think about this. I'm being literal. Uniquely a product of a document that says we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights.
And while they believed this and wrote this, they had slaves that were also human. A literal direct. This United States, it makes sense that Kamala Harris has climbed all the way to the top of the United States because the United States has built itself up on a system of contradictions. And to have a flip-flopper, a true, unapologetic flip-flopper as the president would just be the icing on the cake. You know what I'm saying?
Including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Every time we're silent, every time we let hate flourish, we make a lie of who we are as a nation.
Shut up. Shut your silly self up. All right, let's take a look at this real quick. Biden signs anti-Asian hate crime bill, marking significant break in partisanship. Now, my question is, why is the media calling it an anti-Asian hate crime bill? The media also addresses it as the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act. Okay. But now in another article, which I'll show you after we get through with this one, they also address it as anti-Asian hate crime bill, named the C-19 Hate Crimes Act. And the reason why it's named the C-19 Hate Crimes Act is because that's when certain theories about C-19 were being floated around, and they were attributing those to the increases in the attacks. Okay. Now, right here, it says Vice President Kamala Harris, the first woman and person of Asian descent to hold the office. So there's that right there. A lot of good stuff in this article. This is a winner, right? Hey, this is a winner, right? We just hitting all the bullseyes. You know what I'm saying? We just hitting all the bullseyes. You know what I'm saying? It's not good. It's not good. Now you guys see this, right? I'm gonna put the link to this in the chat so that y'all can see it. This right here says nothing about her being black. Yeah, they forgot to edit this one. Hurry up and take a screenshot. Here, I'm gonna put it in the chat right now. Screenshot the video. Oh man. Vice President Kamala Harris, the first woman and person of Asian descent to hold office, opened the signing ceremony by thanking the lawmakers for their work. All right. So, you know what I'm saying? You got all this, right? Now look at this. Biden said he hopes the signing ceremony, which comes during Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, marks the first significant break in hyper-partisan era that sends a message to the Asian American community, not everyone, that we see you. Okay? He wasn't sending this message to everyone. This wasn't your envelope to open up. How many times anybody ever gotten some mail in the, you know what I'm saying, in the mailbox and it was addressed to somebody else? You don't open it, you give it to them, or you take it back to the post office, right? That's what most people do. House passes anti-Asian crimes bill. Here's my question for you guys. Where was Tyrese wrong at? Besides just getting ruined by women all the time. Where was he wrong at? Anybody recognize this? Fact sheet. President Biden establishes the White House initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. Okay. Today, President Biden will sign an executive order. Look right here. Today, President Biden will sign an executive order establishing the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, delivering on the president's commitment to reinstate and revigorate this historic initiative. Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities together constitute the fastest growing ethnic group in the United States and make invaluable contributions to our society, our economy, and our culture. We are never discussed in these terms, ever. Helping to coordinate a comprehensive federal response to the rise in acts of an Asian bias and violence. Weaponized DOJ. Look at Eric Adams. He just recently said he wanted to try to do something with the law enforcement so they could get some of those criminal migrants in New York City. They got cases on me, son. Deneen said Tyrese spoke truth and now he's facing charges for unpaid child support. Boy, that Kamala knows how to wield her power. Fuzzy Wuzzy Army, Fuzzy Wuzzy Gestapo. Now, that article, let me see something. Hold on real quick. Hopefully, let me see something. All the links for this, they'll all be in the chat. Hopefully, this will send with just one block of chat. Let me see. I think it might break it up though. Nah, it's sent. It's a nope. It wouldn't do it. The thing is too long. I'm gonna put this in the Discord though. If y'all haven't hit the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, hit that like button. Also, if you guys haven't shared the stream, please take a moment, share the stream. All right, so I put it in the Discord. Oh, I seen that's when they kicked him in the back. I seen that a couple days ago, Michael R. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said you bringing the receipts today, right? Listen, like I always tell people, man, I'm accurate, bro. I'm a sharpshooter. I'm like Denzel said, I'm surgical with it. You know what I'm saying? So now look at this. The next one is addressing systemic lack of disaggregated data on AA. Now, that don't mean African American, right? That means Asian American. And NHPI communities in federal statistical systems. Where in any of these initiatives does it discuss somehow Black people are able to, benefit from this? Now, why am I saying that? Am I saying that to be like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's eat off these Asian people plate. Nah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that because Roland Martin is the one that said that. Just like how Kamala Harris is the one that said that, you know what I'm saying? She blackity black. I never said I've never tried to say that I'm blackity black or I'm more blackity black than anybody else, because that's monolith enforcement. And I don't believe in monolith enforcement. And now what I'm doing is I'm showing you why monolith enforcement is dangerous. Because monolith enforcement has been weaponized and has not helped anything. And people somehow still think, I don't know, find some type of value in it. Shout out to Tia. Tia said Fuzzy Wuzzy. Yo, y'all seen the Fuzzy Wuzzy merch? Look at the Fuzzy Wuzzy merch. Y'all will like it. Special report. Raising awareness of hate crimes and hate incidents during the C-19 pandemic. Okay. Download the report. They got the report. Look at this. Proclamation on Asian, Native American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. All this stuff is all. Look at this. This page aims to raise awareness of hate crimes against Asian Americans. What is Roland Martin talking about? Like what I'm telling y'all is that these are just blatant lies. You know what I mean? I put this in the chat. I put it in the Discord already. These are just blatant lies. And I want and pay very close attention. Look at who's doing it. It's Roland Martin. You know what I mean? A Monolith enforcer. And Roland Martin will be the first person to try to tell you, we ain't got no problem. We ain't got no voting Monolith problem. We ain't no voting Monolith. Anybody who gives the disinformation that we're not a voter monolith is trying to keep the attention off of the fact that we are a voter monolith. See, the voter monolith will get broken up when people see how abusive the voter monolith is, because people will see that it's an internal form of captivity. So the reason why all these people go out there and try to say that we're not a monolith is to stop people from putting eyes on the monolith so that their hustle doesn't get broken up.
Have been for. So you could actually say the Civil Rights Act of 64. You could also say the Civil Rights Act of 1968. You also had when Bill Clinton was president.
We don't need to talk about any of those acts. We literally just saw everything that was done on, with that particular Asian hate crime. What do we need to go back into 1964 to talk about? Listen, shout out to everybody that's watching. Do not let people talk to you all like this. Do not tolerate it. You guys hear me? Do not tolerate people talking to you like this. Do not let this go unaddressed. You know what I'm saying?
Was very critical of Tyrese, who did a video with Attorney Ben Crump, and he was talking about how Asians got a hate crime bill, and they skipped President Biden, Vice President Harris skipped it with black people, and I was like, okay, that's a lie. And I literally walked through the people.
Is it a lie? Is it? How is it a lie? Where was the lie? Where was the lie, guys? Where was the lie?
That this, again, all these other media people like, well, Asian hate crime. No, that's not even what it was called. It was COVID-19, and the bill applied to all hate crimes. Then you got.
How did it apply to all hate crimes? Did we see anything where it said it applied to all hate crimes, or did it say that as applied to hate crimes specifically based on AAPI, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander? It came out of an initiative for AAPI, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. Where in any of those websites that address this, did it say that these bills are for everybody? We just looked at all this stuff. So again, this is what I'm saying. What we're looking at is exactly what I tell you all that you'll be confronted with all the time. You will be confronted with people that want you to deny reality. Roland Martin wants you to deny reality. You know what the reality is. We all just saw the reality. We all saw what was on the screen. But don't believe what you saw. Believe what Roland Martin told you to believe. And if you don't believe what Roland Martin would believe, well, like the young lady with the Funyuns in her ears said, you must be mouthing off.
You got all the black people who run around here like, well, we ain't got a bill specifically for us. Well, there's no such thing as a bill specifically for African Americans. It doesn't include other people. But we ain't never had an anti-hate crime. Yes, we have. There actually have been 4. So you could actually say the Civil Rights Act of 64. You could also say the Civil Rights Act of 1968. You also had, when Bill Clinton was president, a bill specifically dealt with the burning of black churches. If you read the summary, I did a whole video on that on this show previously and broke the whole thing down. Then, of course, you also had the Matthew Shepard, James Byrd Hate Crime Act. Then, of course, you also had the anti-lynching bill that was signed by President Biden. All of those bills are used present day to file hate crimes charges. I had somebody go, well,
remember when Roland Martin said that if you don't know who your city councilman is, you really don't have any right to talk about politics? If they use these all the time, give us 3 instances where they've been somebody prosecuted based on these.
They ain't never been used. You're a lie. We've covered the people who've actually gone to prison in the Biden-Harris tenure by the Department of Justice for hate crimes. And so it's like, stop it, y'all. Just stop it. And so when I say to you, celebrity, don't run out here running your mouth and you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Call somebody, do some actual research. And that goes for a whole bunch of people out there as well, because we spend a lot of time wasting time cleaning up folks' lies as opposed to dealing with the truth. In fact, we're going to go to a break. We're going to talk about Part2 2025. We come back. I'm also show you this black MAGA woman who went on C-SPAN and just straight ass lied.
Oh no, we actually talked about her talked about that particular situation on the other channel, and I think we're gonna keep it right there because that's a perfect little, perfect little screenshot. Anybody that makes content, you know what I'm saying, you got that, you know what I'm saying, hit that screenshot, thumbnail candy right there, thumbnail fodder right there. Y'all think that's a fire thumbnail? Throw some flames in the chat. Nice, you know what I'm saying? Perfect. Hands up. Don't shoot. You know what I'm saying? How many people now see the dangers of the black voter monolith? How many people see the dangers of denying the existence of the black voter monolith? The black voter monolith will never go away unless it's revealed. And then once it gets revealed, it has to be broken down and destroyed. I want you guys to pay very close attention to how. Now, here's another reason why there's evidence that there's a black voter monolith. When you listen to people talk about the history of why they vote Democrats, who's ever had a story that sounded different than somebody else's? How many black people have you ever heard that the story of how they started voting with Democrat was, oh my goodness, I just grew up in this house and my parents were so conservative. They were so conservative. It was Reagan and Bush, and oh my God, they were just so conservative. I just had to get out of the house, and when I got out of the house, I just started voting Democrat, and I haven't turned back ever since. Have anybody ever heard a story like that? Ever? Can you think of one person who's ever told you a story like that? Name me the oppressive black conservative parents that drove their children to liberalism. Can't think of one, can you? That's not a monolith. But right now, at this very moment, there's somebody saying black people aren't a monolith. But nobody has a story that's different from anybody else's story of the history of how they started voting for Democrats. Or do they? For some reason, when I start asking questions, people don't like answering the questions that I ask. It's crazy. People say more stuff voluntarily to the police and get themselves locked up than what people will say in my chat. It's real weird. There ain't nobody going to jail because of my chat, but you know what I'm saying? People get on DJ Vlad or go to the feds and say any doggone thing and find themselves behind bars for 10, 15, 20 years. I truly just don't understand it. But, I truly don't understand a lot. And I think that's one of the problems that I admit it. I don't sit here and try to act like some of these YouTubers that act like they have omnipotent brain power when they barely have 50 IQ. You know what I'm saying? But, it is what it is. But yeah, man, somebody find me that story of the black child that had to escape oppressive conservative parents, and they found their escape through Democrat politics. And if you can't find that, then you got to ask yourself, well, why is this person saying we're not a monolith? You know what I'm saying? So, if you like the Black Voter Monolith series, make sure that you leave a comment. Make sure that you hit the like button. Make sure that you share this stream with somebody who you've had this conversation with. Make sure that you hit the link that's pinned in the chat and subscribe to AB Promotions channel. Definitely appreciate him. Don't forget to go back and check out the beginning of the stream where we was chopping it up. Watch this stream all the way through to the end. It'll take you to the next scheduled content, which will probably be the debate tomorrow. We're gonna have a good time watching it. I'm not about to say anything. I'm just about to sit here and drink while I'm watching the debate and, you know what I'm saying, highlight people's comments. It'll be fun. You know what I'm saying? I want to shout out the sponsors, man. We had 11. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to Alonda. Shout out to John. Shout out to my man DSB. Shout out to Patrick. Shout out to my man Hoop Jargon. Make sure y'all go and check his channel out. Shout out to my man John Guillory. I definitely appreciate it. We broke Deneen's brain. We made Deneen get a membership. Shout out to Deneen. Make sure y'all show Deneen some love. Deneen been rocking with us forever. It's just funny. Shout out to my man Saul T. Make sure y'all go and check out Saul T's channel. He's gonna be streaming about Kamala on Wednesday. And shout out to my man Tricky Nick. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,